Is that mute then? In 1, in 2. 1, 1, 1. Output level dB. Is there a mute? It's my output level. I have no idea if there's a mute on this, so if I have to cough or something like that, I don't quite know what I'm going to do. Or do the Nick endless snort during the day. Pilfer-proof wallets.
Okay, Frank, as soon as you see that logo go off the screen, you can go.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to RC Racing TV's coverage of the Hertz Nitro Model Club 6-hour team endurance race. That's right, we are here for you for the next, well, it's actually longer than 6 hours. We're here for the next, well, many hours for you until about 4:30 at least UK time here from the Hertz Nitro Club just outside Stevenage and Hartford. Hartford. I'm going to be getting that wrong all day now. So welcome to our coverage. We are here. My name is Frank McKinney. We've got James and Ash on camera. James is in the control van, and we've got, another 27 and a half minutes of qualifying on track right now. So at the moment, we're going to have live timing on the screen. It's just qualifying. These guys are doing, basically, this is kind of their practice, but it's also qualifying. It's a 6-hour race, so qualifying isn't hugely important. But obviously, this is when the teams are sort of getting their cars down. Every driver has their own, is running their own car. There's not a single car per team. So we'll be explaining all this in the next half hour or so. But all this is just going to say, welcome to our coverage. So we are here. It's a little bit cloudy. There's some blue peeking through. There's a threat of showers coming. Not sure when, but we will be keeping an eye on the weather forecast and the skies above. But we do have plenty of blue just threatening to peek through the cloud cover that's overhead. We see some familiar faces, familiar names, and we'll be going through those in the minutes to come as the clock is winding down. So we've got timing on the screen. You can see Nemo Racing, J5 Racing, Hertz Mugen Seiki, Hertz Old Boys, Team RCP, Hertz RC Models, Hertz Kyosho Team, the South Coast RC Misfits, and Team insert name here. So we'll be hopefully talking to members of these teams, the team leaders or team managers, whatever you want to call them, and various luminaries who are wandering about the pits. We have 6 hours to fill, folks, so we are going to be talking to as many people as we possibly can during the next many hours of what's going to be promising, shaping up to be a very exciting and action-filled race. So just to... I think that's most of the housekeeping done. There we go. We've got some action on the track. I'm not sure whose cars are out there. So it's the traditional RC Racing TV cameraman's choice going out. But this is the flow of the track, as you can see. I did a track walk yesterday, just not on camera or anything. But we had some time to fill yesterday before getting all the cables and the cameras and everything set up. This is Ash on camera doing a good job following this I'm going to say it's an orange and white car, but it could be pink and white. As Ash is contorting himself at the top of the scaffolding tower that we've got. It's pink? I would say pink. Pink and white. Now, the reason why I can't identify it because there's no number on the cars because the teams haven't qualified yet. However, you can see that in position 1 is the Nemo Racing team. It's vehicle 3, but ignore the second column on the timing at the top right. Ignore the second column because the vehicle numbers will be changing after qualifying. So top qualifier after this qualifying is over. We've got just under 23 minutes left to go. You can see the timing at the bottom of the screen there. 23 minutes and 43 seconds left in this. And so basically these guys have been out for about 36 and a half minutes. So there's an hour of qualifying. And the fastest 5 consecutive laps is what is deciding the qualifying order. And the qualifying order, so the fastest qualifier will be car number 1. The second fastest qualifying team will be car number 2. And so each team consists of, let's see, there's 5, there's 6, there's one team with 7, so 5, 6, or 7 racers, each one running their own car. And each car is painted in that driver's colors. So, what I'm getting at is it's going to be an event-filled day of peering down at notes and marking down who's driving and who's doing what, or attempting to. As you can see. So, hopefully, if you're watching this, and we're going to be once we're actually live and going, obviously, we're going to be heavily encouraging everyone to share the link, especially if you're a friend of anyone that's running. Obviously, we have lots of Hearts Nitro team club guys running, but if your local club is happening to be running today, please go ahead and share this in your Facebook groups, web forums, WhatsApp chats, all that stuff, and sharing, whether it's an actual social media network or just a text group or what have you. Right, so we're going to start the track with this car here. So we've got a fast straight going into a concrete berm, another concrete section here, a bit of AstroTurf and concrete, and then these double, and then bricks, another double, going over a single, and then a very short wood section, going into what they call the coat hanger section here. All of this is it's quite, I don't know if it would be termed as high grip dirt, but it's very hard packed dirt. Potholes have been filled in with, what was yesterday loose sand and rocks, but that might harden down over time. I mean, they were packed in, but you could easily kick them up. And that's dirt all the way around, more brick, and obviously there was a brick section there while I was talking. And we have these humps that go into the pit lane area, and there's our pit lane. And we do have a dedicated pit lane camera. You can see some of the racers there already laughing and joking with each other, so hopefully Jim, the organizer of the race event, hoping to turn this into a fun racing series. It'll be quite cool, I think. A lot of these drivers will be probably some of them have done endurance racing before, of up to 2 or 3 hours, and Jim is hoping to have this race kickstart itself into an endurance race series, which I think is cool. It's quite cool. I think endurance racing is, whether it's on-road or off-road, is certainly one of the big challenges of motorsport, whether scale or real or full size, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, endurance racing, quite good. So we have sections of AstroTurf. That's a wooden deck there, so it's interesting that you can see it's a custom fitted wood deck. So it's I'm not sure if that's like a drain for water that's underneath it or whatever, but probably some happy little frogs and otters and badgers living under there, I'm sure. And you can see there's remnants of concrete bermage around there, the curbing. Get some good distance on the jumps. And this track, I'd like to, well, hopefully we'll be having Jim come in during the day because I'd like to, learn about the history of this track. It's the first time I've been here, so it's quite interesting. I know RC Racing TV has covered the Hertz Grand Prix the last few years at least. But this is my first time able to make the trip. So, Stevenage, home of, not current home, but once the home of Lewis Hamilton. Obviously, star Formula One driver. And this is, we're just outside of Stevenage, very close to Hartford, just a bit north of London, between Luton and London, if you're familiar. And so we'd like to, actually, just one moment. James. Yeah, but I don't have a way to mute myself. The other thing was Wi-Fi for my laptop. Okay, sorry about that. Just had to have a very quick chat with Jimbo. So we've had a slight update to the graphics, and you can see that the running order at the moment hasn't changed. I'm assuming it's going to be Lee who has set the fastest 5 laps for Nemo Racing. And you can see we've got 17 minutes, just about 17 and a half minutes remaining in this hour-long qualifying run. So after qualifying is over, we're going to have a little bit of a break while the race organizers, race director, get the qualifying, the teams get their qualifying numbers basically, or the car numbers. So we'd like to hear from you guys in the chat. See who you're rooting for, if there's any particular drivers to look out for. Unfortunately, we don't have the sophistication to know who is actually out on track, but we do have kind of a spotter's guide for myself, and once we have the car numbers on the cars themselves after qualifying is done, so that is going to be probably another half hour or so, we will have I'll be able to actually know who is driving particularly. So I'm just seeing if I can get into the chat and see if anybody who is out there. All right, so hopefully, okay, I'm in the chat. Woohoo! So, Dogmore, yes, hopefully we've covered the rules of the race and how many people per team. 1 transponder per team. Yes, David, it is 1 transponder per team. So rather than the endurance races that I have organized myself have always been 1 car. So 1 car, 1 transmitter, one transponder per team, and several drivers per team. This is done a little bit different, where when the driver comes off, or say the driver crashes and brakes, or flames out, and the next driver has to be ready to go at a moment's notice, literally, with their car, whoever's next up in the rota, and so they can be ready to go, and that means getting the car started, changing transponder, driver change up on the rostrum, and get out there. And also, I believe, I'm not sure what sort of rotor they're going to have for changing the marshals, so it'll be interesting seeing what happens. So we'll see who's either more organized or just better able to run with whatever conditions are thrown at them. Because, hey, it's endurance racing. On top of it being just racing in general and anything can happen, it's endurance racing where anything can happen times 10 or 100. So how does this work? Drivers use their own cars for each stint. Yes. Hopefully I've covered that. Team Mugen for the win. Well, we'll see. We'll definitely see. We do have various brands represented. Once we get some of these team leaders in here, as they're called, and some of the teams, I don't know who is the team leader. Maybe there is no leader. Maybe it's just just chaos. Yeah, we'll find out. Some of the brands we know, some of the brands we don't know, and I'll run through these in the time that we've got, and I'll do that periodically through the race as well, at least in the early parts until we get familiar. And David's asking, morning, what team did Little Max Cook end up on? Little Max Cook. Saying, I do have a driver listening with the team names. Max Cook. I'm looking for Max Cook. I'm on the last team now. I've got Max. He's the only Max that's listed, I believe, in the teams. I don't want to tell you he's on the wrong team. So yes, there's only one Max listed. Apparently, he's running an HB. And hopefully Max Cook, the one that you're thinking of, is running a green and orange car with a black wing on an HB chassis. And he's on team insert name here, which is listed as car number 1. So if you look at the timing, car number 1 at the moment it's not really relevant because there's no numbers on the car still, but they're running in 9th place, unfortunately. So their fastest 5 laps, it looks like, was I don't know if I'm understanding the timing properly. If that was accomplished at lap 27, I'm not sure. And it shows, I think that means they're missing on track. So maybe they're doing a car change. That's doesn't mean a whole lot if a car is missing. So this is one of the things about endurance racing. First of all, we've got all the pit stops. So obviously, cars and teams are going to be showing up as, oh, this car's running late. What's happening? But you kind of have to ignore that because they could be pitting. On top of that, they could be doing a car change or a driver change, or there's been a crash and they're being retrieved. And I mean, I'm sure you guys are well aware of this if you're watching Nitro Buggy for any length of time. But the endurance racing factor, what I'm getting at, is that this is it's going to be multiplied many, many times. So my commentary position is just to the right of screen. We've got a nice clear shot. I love that we have a massive screen that we can watch here. So ignore the car number. Ignore the number on this car right here. But you can see the drivers, or marshals, quite active in the pits. Actually, if you just pan right, and just slowly over all the action that's behind these guys. You see, there's no one's actually timing anything because they're just relying on the computer timing, I'm assuming. So you can see the cars behind. I'm assuming that these are cars that are just ready to go. And some of these teams, obviously, as you can see, are a little bit more organized or better equipped than others. Guy there with a wireless headset, and there's another one there. Not a whole lot of shouting going on. Actually, well, no, there's one pair going. And what makes it even more interesting is that some of these cars, some of these drivers are on stick radios, and on others, not a lot are on stick, I think. I think pistol grip or steering wheel radios are finally sort of coming to be the majority of cars' radio choices out there. Crunchy D8. No points for guessing which team you're going to be rooting for, or drivers. I'm sure there's plenty of HB drivers out there. So we've got just under 10 minutes left. There's plenty of time to. We'll actually run through some of the teams here. So we'll start with the bottom team. At the moment, I should say, bottom team. Insert team name here. Team insert name here, which I like. I did an endurance race once at the Tamiya track in California, and no one could be bothered to come up with a team name, so I came up with Team, as in team, all uppercase TEAM. Team. I couldn't remember what acronym I came up with, but the everlasting, almighty somethings. I don't know. Anyway, team insert team name here. We've got Adam H running an HB. That's going to be blue and pink. Max, who we described before, running an HB with a green and orange car. Adam R with a Mayako. Steve with an HB. I'm sure if I shouted Steve, probably half the people's heads would turn here. Luciano with the Mugen. South Coast RC Misfits is the next team to look at real quick. South Coast Misfits. Team leader is Jason Brown. And that is driver one is going to be Lewis Turlin, running a red, orange, and yellow car. Don't have a brand name, unfortunately. But hopefully the plan, the hope, is to get the team leaders of each of the teams and various... I mean, I see Kev Brunsden out there. He runs for Nemo. We got Lee Martin, who is the team leader of the main Nemo team. So hopefully, we'll be getting some of these drivers in here, whether I know them or not, because it's nice to get to know, a lot of these drivers. Find out how long they've been racing, and especially, guys like the Hertz old boys. That team is going to be full of stories. So anyway. South Coast RC Misfits. Lewis Turlin, Dan Carpenter, Jason Brown, John Haynes, Will Turlin, and Dan Meechan. Team leader is Jason Brown. So the Misfits are... we've got a father and son team in here. We've got Lewis and Will. And we've got... at least 3 drivers who are quite new to racing. A couple have, all three of them have been racing just about a year. One of them just for 8 months. So it's pretty good. See, Crunchy D8. See that? He's running an Agama now. See, that's the danger of picking a username for a web forum or social media site or whatever. Going... like Team AE FTW, and then a few years later you're running a HB or a Mayako or an Agama in your case. But hey ho, that's internet, isn't it? The next team to look at, Hertz RC Models. I'm going to resist calling this the official Hertz RC team, but Jim Thompson, Mr. Hertz RC Models is running in this one. We don't have, I think he's running a Kyosho, if I remember right. Anyway, Jim Thompson is the team leader of that one. James Clark, Steve Johnson, Aaron Knights, and Nikki Knights, and Vito Recus. Is it Vito or Vito? Because spelled Vito, but I'm not sure. The next team to look at, Hertz Kyosho team. I'm going to guess that they're running all Kyoshos. We've got Toby Nickel, sorry. He's been running 3 years. He's a nephew of a former motocross 500cc Grand Prix winner, Kurt Nickel. Interesting. David Rose, Paul Newman. Not that Paul Newman. Panos and Simon Turner. Oh, in the team notes it says Paul Newman, not that one. Right. Okay. I won't have my eyes open for Paul Newman then. I do still enjoy the salad dressing stuff. Simon Turner, 22 years a Kyosho driver, never driven anything else, or never driven anything. I'm assuming never driven anything else. So very good. I just saw. Well, I didn't get to meet him. I really wanted to get a photo with him, but Yuichi Kanai was at the Worlds in Spain a few weeks back, and Team Mexico got him to have a couple of very hefty shots of very strong tequila. It was quite fun to watch. The Hertz Old Boys. Again, no car info on these guys, but Hertz Old Boys are Ed Lee Jones, Howard Eston, Paul Fitzpatrick, John Neal or Niall. Is that? Oh, it's Glenn, not Plen. The way it looks. Glenn Lindsay and Keith Harris. Keith Harris is the team leader. Nemo Racing, I think they're going to be the last team that we look at. Team RCP. Oh, I should have looked at them before the Kyosho team. So Team RCP is Andy Pierce, who's the team leader. Ben Billing, Gary Gregory. Never trust a person with two first names. Just kidding, if anyone's out there. Ian Gillespie, Alex Page, Ashley Evans. So, a team of aged drivers supported by Radio Control Products of Bridgeworth. All of us used to be good with many race wins, but that was a long time ago. That's their own team notes. That's what they wrote. So that's what I'm saying. They're calling themselves aged racers. All right. Don't have info on J5 Racing, so I'm going to have to pester somebody about that. Nemo Racing, obviously, they're going to be running Nemos. Nemo, I think it's the N1 is their new lay-down shot car. It's quite interesting. Looks cool. Lee Martin, obviously, is going to be heading up that team. We've also got Holgev Lick, Kev Brunston, Mike Daniel, and Eric Lake. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Sorry. There's several family member teams here. That's good. Always good to see. And the team notes, Lee Martin, ... never won a Worlds. Well, that's good, though. You're a winner to all of us. We've got a 12-year-old who is, I think that's Holger Likey. I'm going to have to ask how to pronounce that name because I'm going to be butchering it all day long if I don't. And Eric Likey, they're both, they're 12 and 13 years old. Both started racing around age 7. And Holger likes turtles. Who doesn't? And Eric was a Euro B junior podium. Very, very cool. Mike Daniel is a multiple national A finalist. Lee Martin is a multiple Worlds A finalist. I'm assuming multiple. I know he's been out and about for quite a while. Yeah, Crunchy, I definitely agree. Would love to see more races like this. And like I mentioned, Jim, who runs Hertz Nitro or Hertz RC Models, he really wants to get another, have this race kick off a series of endurance races. I suggested could easily do something like just 3-hour races, which is basically just a long club day, basically, at any of the tracks that sign up to do this sort of thing, and then have the final race be a 6-hour race and obviously be worth double points. So we see, well, at least one dead car. I saw another area with 2 dead cars. We've got 30 seconds left in qualifying at the moment. We've got Nemo Racing, J5 Racing, Hertz Mugen Seiki, Hertz Old Boys, Hertz Kyosho Team, Team RCP, Hertz RC Models, Team insert name here has bumped off of the bottom of the qualifying order at the moment, with South Coast RC Misfits occupying last position at the moment. But again, it's endurance racing. One position up or down doesn't make a whole lot of difference at the end of 6 hours. or 12 or 1,000 miles or whatever you have or whatever have you. I got another dead car there. I'm going to try to not say we have a dead car when it's 30 seconds away from where these two are going. So this is the last pair of cars out on track, and they just obviously, as always happens, end up on track in this same area a bit. I don't know. I'm not timing. No. I'm going to have to be closing that door and putting a note over the race officials sign because people keep poking their head in, going. This used to be the where our commentary position is in the old race official box, and they've got a new elevated box, which is quite nice actually, for the timing. So I'm not sure what the announcement is going on, but obviously qualifying is over. These cars should have pulled off quite a while ago. I think, actually, is that... Well, three teams are still green. Yeah, okay. So they're technically still on the clock, the Nemo and the Hertz Mugen. But the chap who just stuck his head in said the Mugen team is finished. So, well, no one's running now. All engines have been shut off, so unless something catastrophic happens, the qualifying order and the car number order, just so I can write this down now. Nemo Racing is car number 1. J5 Racing, I don't have a sheet for them, but they are car number 2. Hertz Mugen. Where's my sheet for them? I don't know if I have a sheet for them. I don't have a sheet for them. They are car number 3. Hertz Old Boys, where are they at, is car number 4. Hertz Kyosho team, car number 5. Okay. Yeah. Had to pause because the timing there was getting a bit nutty. So team insert name here. Somehow. This is... How are they car number 4 now? Because it's going on fastest 5 laps. So, okay. So slight change. So Hertz Mugen. Wow. I just assumed, like probably everybody else did, who got their 5 laps? Hertz Mugen, car number 1. Nemo Racing, car number 2. J5, don't have a sheet for them. Team insert name here. Car number 4. Hertz Kyosho team. Hertz Kyosho team. Where's Hertz Kyosho team? Oh, I did have them down as 5. Sorry, I realize I'm talking to myself. It's not super exciting. There is no action out on track at the moment, so they are basically the race timing director is basically updating this information, and hopefully all the teams are getting their proper car numbers on all of the cars that are out there. Otherwise, this could be a mild nightmare trying to figure out who is actually running where and trying to correlate that with the information that's going to be on screen. Hertz Old Boys, car 7. South Coast Misfits, car 9. Hertz RC Models, car 6. Team RCP, car 8. So I do need some team information from a couple of these teams. So I'm assuming that there might be a short driver meeting. We're going to take a little bit of a break. Hopefully I have a little graphic go on the screen. Yes, I do need to fix the door now. I will be doing that. Just need to find a big sheet of paper and some tape. You can probably hear that there is no there are no cars going around. So a very quick explanation. I'll explain it a few minutes into the race once we get going, or in our build up. But basically, the team race. What's it for? It's to have fun. That's all it is. So basically, lots of teams were drivers. I'm assuming on the Facebook page, web page of Hertz RC Models, were invited to form just a bunch of endurance teams, from anywhere from 5 to 7 or more racers per team. And those drivers who expressed an interest and didn't have a team, they're kind of thrown together with the team and said, well, here you go, race with these guys. Some of these, many of these drivers probably haven't raced together before. So it's going to be a bit of a new thing for everybody. And so what it is, 6 hours. We've just finished 1 hour of qualifying. The qualifying, very simple. It could have been done literally just a random draw out of a hat, but made it a little bit more fun by giving everybody some driving practice, track practice, getting used to the conditions sort of running, because it is quite humid. It's not quite about to rain humid, but it is fairly humid. I do have a little... if I can find it, I do have a little weather station sort of thing somewhere that'll tell me the temperature and humidity. I just need to find it. So if you can hear zippers and whatnot, that's what that is. Maybe I don't have it. I thought I did. Oh well. I'm sure I'll find it during the day. Anyway, it's a bit humid, so drivers and teams have been out for about an hour to get used to conditions and try to set 5 consecutive fast lap times. And so basically, each team has a rota of the driving order that I believe they have to follow. I'm not sure how strict that's going to be, or if that is an actual rule. And then each driver has their own car. They basically swap transponders. So if a car flames out and can't be recovered, or breaks and can't get right back out, the next driver has to be ready to go at a moment's notice. And so if it sounds a bit chaotic, it does. I think it will be. I think Jim is he's just popped in. He's looking for something, but I think he'll agree. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun. So we're going to see how it goes. How is it going so far? Yeah, so they're getting some. They're getting the basically some race information ready for these drivers to put out. And that was just Jim. He's in the middle of something, as he will be probably all day long, because he's racing, he's leading his team, he's the model shop is open, just a couple hundred meters away, and yeah. So anyway, we're going to pop off for huh? Yeah. Okay. Be back in 1 second. Okay, and we're back. Yeah, so it's we're getting a couple things connected up. Yep. And once I can get Jim, maybe I just need to let him know that there's a couple of teams that we don't have information for. Team 1 and 3. That's Mugen Seiki and J5 Racing. So, like I said, if it sounds a bit chaotic, I think it will be. But the intent is basically to have fun. So if you're asking, what's it for? It's not, it's not like a charity race. It's not it's not for money or cash or gift certificates or vouchers or coupons or anything like that. It's just for fun.
For the respect.
For the respect.
Hear me in your ears?
I cannot. Um,
Don't worry about it. I'll sort it out.
yeah. Okay. So do we know? I'm just asking probably someone that our listeners or viewers, well, actually, at the moment, our listeners won't be able to hear. But do we know when we're going to be starting racing? Yet.
10:30.
10:30.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the scheduled time. Say 15 minutes.
Oh, right. Okay. All right. So we'll, maybe knock off for 10 minutes?
10 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. So we'll come back in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. So that's roughly 10:25. And we're talking UK times. Not sure how many international viewers we're going to have, but I'm sure we'll have people pop in, subscribers to the RCTV channel, go, hey, they're live. What are they showing now? So we will be talking in UK times. So we'll try to put that note up on the screen when we can, but we'll be back in about 10 minutes, and that's about 5 minutes before the race. So see you then.
You're off.
Did you figure out that remote one?
Yeah.
What was up with it?
You had plugged it into the loop and not the input.
But it's... What my lord? Sorry, it's like...
All I'm going to say is good luck Frank. Speaking for 6 hours.
And good luck, Ash. Doing the... You're gonna be like this.
I'm going to
You're
walk.
like a fucking pencil.
I'm going to come off at the end, but
I'm just... I was mentioning this to James yesterday,
yeah.
but if we could probably do once an hour or so, something sort of thing. What? All right, we are back. We are set, as far as we know. We're set to be starting this race in about 5 minutes, but there's no one out in pits. I told you it's going to be a little bit chaotic. So we've just been getting some, hopefully, some team details from Jim. Who's our race? I suppose race director. I think we can call him. And yeah, just updating the chat. So yes, track conditions do look pretty good. It seems to be clearing up. I mean, I see a lot more blue ahead of us on the horizon, which is, well, it's a very short horizon because there's trees and a little bit of housing just on the other side of the track from us. But, so not sure what the delay is, but we said we'd be back, so we are. Right, so let us know who you're cheering for in this one. If there's any drivers or teams, if there's any information maybe that you can tell us about the teams or drivers who are out in the race. We've got a couple of marshals. Well, one of us is just kind of curious. And just still looking for my little weather station apparatus. It's here somewhere, I thought. But we can, I'm sure we can trust what Google's wants to tell us out there. In the meantime, sorry, just kind of getting situated. It's probably going to be a long day for us. So just want to make sure that we're as prepared as we can be. We've got drinks. We have some sort of rest and rota schedule. Race director Jim is telling the drivers to get ready, get back out onto the track. Marshals need to start making themselves known.
So if I can get marshals out, so Mugen, I need to put marshal on 1, Nemo marshal on 2, J5 racing.
Yeah, you can probably hear the announcement. Marshal numbers, team numbers have been sent out. So starting car 1, Hertz Mugen Seiki. Car 2 is going to be Nemo Racing. Car 3 is going to be J5 Racing. Insert team name here is going to be car number 4. Hertz Kyosho team is going to be car 5. Hertz RC Models. The I don't know if we can call that the official team. There's lots of official teams, but it's the one with Jim, our race director, is in that one. Car number 6. Hertz Old Boys, car number 7. Team RCP, car 8, and South Coast RC Misfits in car number 9. So. And now, when I say car number 1, 2, etc., whatever, there's up to 6 or 7 cars that are going to be car number, whatever number is out there, because each driver is running their own personal car, and there might be a mix of brands. Some of these teams are running HB, Mayoko, Mugen. Obviously, the Kyosho team probably running all Kyoshos. There's a Hertz Mugen Seiki team out there as well. It's going to be quite interesting seeing how it all goes down. We've got cars starting up. The pits are filling up now. Mechanics looking up, make sure their driver's ready. And we have some car. The car numbers aren't in. The roof isn't a great spot for a car number. Just for any racers who are listening. No one can see a car number on a flat surface, on a horizontal surface. Car 7, I see that. It's a D819 with car number 7. Out there, Hertz old boys, they know what they're doing. They've got the numbers on every window of the cockpit. That's almost ideal. And they call themselves the old boys. There are 2 old boys out there in the pits farm. I see car number 3 out there. That is the J5 Racing. I don't know anything about them because I don't have a team info sheet for them. So we're due to be starting, well, now, really. So obviously there's been a couple to a few minutes of delay somewhere along the way. That's fine. A couple minutes here or there is not a big deal in a 6-hour endurance race until we're at the very end.
Now you should be able to hear me.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, everybody.
Is everyone out there meant to hear you as well?
No, I've come out.
No, okay, so
I've come, if you mean out there on the
I'm talking to
interwebs.
silence. Yes.
No, the people on the interwebs.
Right.
They can hear this.
Okay, good.
It's them I've come to address.
Okay, right, good.
I'd like to formally apologise for being.
This is James, by the way,
hello.
Our producer, tech.
We were here late setting up last night. Let's be honest, and then out of a team of 3, 2 of us slept through the alarm. We've been on a bit of a back foot this morning, but we got on air on time. The only problem is we have a little way of communicating with each other that you guys can't hear, because that would be off-putting. And unfortunately this morning, the guys at home could hear that. Nothing bad was said. It was just very unprofessional as I was counting you in.
Oh, they heard that.
Yeah, they heard all that,
great.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, it's still better than the usual. Are we on?
Are we on?
Are we?
Hello? Yeah.
No. Are we on? Okay.
Literally had some cables plugged in the wrong holes, which that one small thing meant everyone could hear it. Anyway, hope you're all well.
So they heard you anyway, and they were like, "Who is this guy?" I
Yeah.
don't have Wi-Fi on that.
I know. It's another thing on my list to sort out for you.
I mean, it does see them,
Um,
so maybe it just needs. I've logged into it previously, but maybe the connection has changed somehow.
I'll sort it.
James is sorting it. That's what he does. All right, as you can see, we've got cars out on track. I don't know if they're going to be doing a rolling start a la Le Mans or the classic Le Mans start where the mechanics go out onto the... You can see on the straight on the far right of screen, that's the pit straight, there's bricks, paving slabs that have spray-painted numbers on them. That is where the mechanics, or in a normal race, would be starting the cars for the main finals. So timing hasn't started. I'm assuming we'll get some sort of flag person out there to do the proper official celebratory start of the race, and we can, we'll get something going here. But we've got in car number 1 again, Hertz Mugen Seiki. Car number 2 is team Nemo Racing. The star driver of that, Lee Martin, obviously. I don't know who is the star driver for the Hertz Mugen Seiki team. No idea who's in that one. So I'll be giving the team leader of that one, should they come up, a little bit of grief.
Am I allowed to try some of your beef jerky before we start?
Oh,
One strip.
Oh, okay. Which one is that one?
I don't know.
That's the Frank Steak Special. That one.
Oh,
It's very peppery.
That's good. I'm looking for a really big piece. I picked out a small piece.
You can have another one to make up.
Oh, thank you.
But now you'll eventually have to bring Ash some.
Don't tell Ash.
Good, now he's heard.
Don't tell Ash.
Are you picking multiple tiny pieces on purpose.
I think so. I better go and do my job in the van. So I'll leave you in the
Potentially.
capable hands of Frank McKinney.
All right. Thank you, James. Is there any way to turn the... Oh, I suppose you're doing it in the van, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right. No, I just wondering, do we have an ambient, or should that be ambient? Okay. Right, okay, yeah, that's more technical details sorted. Okay, so drivers have... There we go. Mechanics to the start line. They're getting out there. And here we go. Here we go. We're about to get off. Oh, you see someone doing an arm pump. They're getting excited. I think we've got 9 teams. We did originally have a couple more extra, but final details just couldn't get sorted out. But never mind that. 10 seconds to go.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
Cars down.
back, go.
And they are off. 5 hours and 55 minutes remaining in this Hertz RC Enduro Team Race 2022. So that is cars number 1 and 2. That is the Hertz Mugen Seiki team, followed by, that is Lee Martin driving his own car out there in the all-white car, already challenging. We don't know who is running yet for the Mugen Seiki team. I'm going to guess it's a pretty nifty driver if he's holding off Lee Martin, going over the tabletop and around, up the step up, and down this back straight, over the little kicker, over the brick section, down the main straight. Lee losing a little bit of ground, but driving steady is the name of the game in an endurance race. Lee's off the track. It's getting marshaled. And there's Lee coming around onto the brick section. So we don't know a whole lot about the Mugen Seiki team, except that they are presently leading this race. Let's move up to the leaders, and there's not a whole lot that I can say about them, but let's, by dint of them being the leader, we'll follow them around and take you around the track for a couple of laps and just follow them and see what sort of lines that they are doing. I'm guessing it's someone who's been to Hertz quite a few times. So main straight leading into the concrete berm, going over the AstroTurf double-double, over another double-single, over the logs, into the coat hanger section. Nice little double there. Coming around to lap, I'm assuming this is going to be a car 4. Was that a 4? Doesn't matter. He's already lapped him 1 lap down on the first lapped car already by our leader in the Hertz Mugen Seiki team. Over the tabletop into this section here. I'm going to have to get Jim in here to find out the names of what they're calling the track. You see this racer pretty knowledgeable about this track already. Nice big air, little neck action going over the AstroTurf. Double-double. Not getting too hung up on the log section. Whoa, and a little tumble. But, ooh, no, that's a lap car, and you can see the white car behind just flashing in the screen there. That was Lee Martin. So we'll have to get some details, get Jim in here as soon as possible, get some details about, I'd imagine that the drivers are supposed to have a roughly equal amount of driving time. Otherwise, what's the point? It's not really all that fair to have Lee Martin run 5 hours and have the other team racers run, 5 minutes each, which I'm sure that's accounted for in the rules. But into what they call the coat hanger section. I have a dead call already out on track. Mechanic out to retrieve it, so didn't get a number on that one. We don't have any cars missing yet, but this car here is about to finish its fourth lap. It looks like that was the South Coast RC Misfits that had a dead car out there, car number 9, showing up as yellow on the timing box, as you can see, into that concrete berm. So as you can see in the timing, we've got it's already come up to lap another couple of cars. See if I can get the car numbers of these. No chance, because they've got an out-of-control car. It's car 3. He can't get it stopped. Marshall needs to get off the track. There's a car number 3. That's not good. That's J5 Racing. Uncontrollable, probably a loose battery pack or something like that. He couldn't stop it. The next car, number 3, is already running. So they've got to, if we go in the pits, Ash, the 2 guys that are at the back, that's car number 3 of J5, 1 car down, and the next car is already out. So they're already on their second driver. Not even 4 minutes in, and they've already had to replace one of their cars. So that is car number 3. Amazingly, running the same exact body color. One of these glossy gray colors that seems to be popular in full-size cars these days. This is one of the J5 guys. So they've had a very, very long lap. Not sure what's happened with South Coast RC Misfits. We'd love to have some sort of a club reporter out there to talk to the teams, but unfortunately it's not quite able to get that. But we'll do what we can to find out some information of what is happening or what has happened to some of these teams. I'm just going to get back into the chat and see if there's any questions, comments, information. Yes, I did. Well, I didn't fix the door. I've closed it and put just a hastily scrawled note on the door saying the race officials are actually in the building behind you. So hopefully that kind of stops people from popping in with questions. We do have a driver's stand view. We're getting to that. We do have a camera set up and ready to go for that, so that's not a problem. We will have that. So we have a bit of there's a discussion in the pits going on. There's another car firing up. Not sure what these guys are chatting about. So let's see if we can find that number 1 car of Hertz Mugen Seiki out there. It's going to be that white and blue I think, unless they pit it in. Car number 8 is pitting in. That's team insert name here. Car 5 coming past. Oh, also going in the pits. I can't find... Oh, car 1 is in the pits now. Okay, so that's car 1, just at the end. They're refueling. It looks like that's car 2. Nemo, Lee Martin's in. He's not far behind, actually. The all-white car of... if you can widen out and see if we can show Lee. There we go. So Lee's coming down, and the Mugen Seiki team is, unlucky bounce. So the blue and white car is somewhere ahead of Lee. They just popped up into shot. So he's in the next section of the track. There's many, many sections of track here. Lee was catching up. I think it was just a slow pit in for the number 1 car. Don't know who the driver is. but hurts Mugen Seiki. Right, for whatever reason, my Wi-Fi is very, very slow, so my laptop YouTube isn't going great, but my phone YouTube is all right, I think. All right, so let's see what else we can see. Okay, so we're still on Lee Martin. He's coming over the AstroTurf double-double. Well, it's not really double-double, is it? It's more of a double-single, and then there's another double-single, sort of, on the other side. So he's coming around the coat hanger. And all the black line is, I wouldn't say it's high traction dirt, but it is very, very compacted nitro oil and rubber soaked dirt, if that makes any sense. You wouldn't think it's very high traction when you look at it because it's quite shiny, but it's shiny with rubber from the car tires. And Lee is catching up to the car number 3 of the J5 team, who had some problems with their first car that was out. So I'm not sure who's out there because it's the Hertz Mugen Seiki team and the J5 team that I have no team data for. So this is I think that's a pass for position. Lee throwing some shapes. Coming around to put another lap on a couple more cars. I think it's the car 5, the pink and with the yellow wheels. Coming down it's almost a straight section into the brickworks and down the pit straight. There's not a huge amount. It's a good. From looking at on the track, there's not a lot of straight section on this track, but from the camera angle. But from where I'm stood, it's about as long a straight as you'll get on any RC track. And Lee, I think, is making up time. If we can zoom out and show this section in full, you can see that blue car ahead on track. There we go. You can see the blue. Has he gone in the, no, he's not gone in the pits. So there we go. See, coming down the AstroTurf, that is the race leader at the moment. And Lee is one section behind, sort of, a few seconds. So you can see on track, the split is, about 5 seconds. So each sort of section of track is about 5 to 6 or 7 seconds. It's easier to think in 5, but it's actually about 6 seconds roughly each sort of section of track. So it's a good long straight. It doesn't seem very long because the camera makes it seem a lot shorter than it is. But I'm located. Our commentary position is at the start of the start of the straight, just behind to the right of pits when you look at it on camera, and it certainly seems a lot longer than it does on camera. But there's a lot. It's quite a technical track. There's lots of little jumps. Not a huge amount of cutting up of the track. It has been repaired before this race starts, and as someone put in comments, it will be interesting to see how this holds up to 6 hours of racing. It's only 9 cars, but it's 6 hours of 9 cars. So these, the nice thing about endurance racing is that you see that the 2 lap cars there, they just pulled over. There's no track announcements saying cars number such and such, you got the leader coming up on you. They know who the fast cars are because they've already been lapped a few times However, when the drivers change, obviously there's going to be a little bit more confusion there because, especially, say this car number 1 pulls in, it's going to be a completely different color car potentially. So suddenly you have a fast yellow car coming up on you, and you're like, is this the leader or is what? And making it slightly more difficult for the drivers on the rostrum is that there are literally dividers between each driver because the track year opened last year during, towards the tail end of the lockdown period here in the UK. And there we go. There's our driver stand. So you can see there's literal barriers between each of the drivers. The driver there, second from the right, that is our Mr. Jim of Hertz RC Models. Jim, I want to say Robinson, but I don't want to get it wrong. Thompson. Yes, I knew there was a son. Yeah, so that's Mr. Jim, or race director for the day. I'm not sure who the other chaps are, because the drivers, the teams were able to choose the positions based on their qualifying order. So top qualifier had first pick of the driver positions. So that's probably the most important thing to come from the qualifying, is that the team could pick either the most central position or the position that lets them see the trickiest parts of the track with more clarity than other positions. But yeah, those barriers that are there, there's another track that's behind this one. There's actually 3 more tracks to be sure. So there's another track that's more of a 10th scale size track, and that has actual windows, plexiglass or Lexan windows between in the divider, so that the drivers can. Thank you very much, Team Mugen, and everyone's running Mugens. Okay. Oh, great. Are you Jamie? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. Let him know he can pop in whenever, so we can have a chat. And if you know the team leaders of the other teams, tell them the same thing, just so we can find out more about the teams and the guys and all that. That's fine. Yeah. Great. All right. That was one of the racers from Team Mugen Seiki dropping off a list. So. Car 1, multiple cars. That's we'll get the car numbers hopefully off of these guys. I'm assuming Jamie is the one who set the fast lap time in qualifying, so he's got the white / blue. And what color wheels has he got? I don't know. Oh, got a dead car out there. So who's this? What car are we following now at the moment? So car 6. That is, we don't have a sheet. No, we do have a sheet for them. The Hertz RC Models team. Ah, perfect. That's actually, this is Jim himself. So let's stick with Jim. He knows the track. I'm sure he's designed and built it himself. So it was my first time here at the track at Hertz RC Models, just outside of Stevenage and Hertford. Now, obviously I'm American, but depending on the accent, shall we say, of the British person that you talk to, we're either in Hearts or Hertz. Most people call it Hearts, I think. So if you just say, I'm going down to Hearts for the weekend, they'll know exactly what you mean. I've never actually visited anywhere in Hearts. And it's quite actually a drive off of the M1. You'd think that there might be maybe a dual carriageway that leads here. No, everything, it's single lane roads everywhere. Not single lane, but with the two lane. Normal sort of B roads and A roads. But not dual carriageway A roads. So it took a bit longer to get here than I thought. Potentially. But, yeah, this is Jim Thompson running the yellow wheels. Or no, white wheels. He's described his car as yellow-red /yellow. But I'm adding white wheels. because sometimes these cars have, a red car with white wheels is a lot different than a red car with yellow wheels. As we all know, it's such a serious thing. And then obviously, I see, yellow red body / yellow wing. That's what he's got. And I'm adding white wheels. Don't get someone's wheel choice or wheel color choice or wing color choice wrong. Such a serious thing. Oh! That was a good tumble. Champion roll. Lands on his wheels, and he's able to keep going. He's got the Mugen car of Jamie just ahead of him, and Lee in the Nemos is about to lap him. So Lee and Jamie, once again, getting close. There's Lee. He's going to be putting a lap on Jim. We can widen out again, show both lanes here. There, that blue car zooming off to the left, that is Jamie Clancy, the team leader of the Mugen team. You can see him there again. So there we go. That's the Team Mugen car. That's our battle for the lead. So we'll pay attention to this because we're how many minutes in? We're 19 and a half minutes in. So they've had one fuel stop at least already. And I think we're due a fuel stop at some point. It's quite cool and humid. There we go. Now Lee, you can visibly see that Lee's catching him. So here's our battle. Now we've seen Lee make a couple of bobbles. I haven't seen Jamie make any bobbles on track here. So let's try and keep both of them in shot, because you can see the gap is definitely coming down. It was 5 seconds. It's now less than 2. Just about 2. Ooh, who's that? Is that Jim? Hope he's not got a bit lucky there in not taking Lee out. I think here's some steps coming. The steps to come off the driver's stand are just behind us in the commentary booth. I think we've had a driver change already in one of the teams, but this we're watching the battle for the lead here. Coming around the coat hanger section. Still at just about 2 seconds. We're seeing if Lee is lost about a half a second there. Try and keep them both in shot, Ash. If we can. Obviously, it's a lot easier in the farther sections of the track. It's the straight there, they're able to go full throttle for, I don't know, 3 or 4 seconds, maybe 5. With that, you can see they're certainly in the same section track. Lee has lost a bit of time. Slightly slower lap time that time, but we'll see what that time looks like this time around. Got lap traffic that they're both working their way through. Ooh, he needs to be careful. Oh, that is one of the leaders coming through. So that's what we were talking about before. But you have a new driver come on the stand maybe, and who was that pitting? That is the lead. I think that's the Mugen Seiki team doing a car and driver change. So we're on Lee. So we'll see what this looks like now. So they're not even half an hour. And they're doing a... But who knows? It could be something not feeling right with the car. We don't know. That's the thing about endurance racing. From our perspective, it's all a bit of a guess, and now the car number 1, or team number 1, I should say, it could be a completely different car, I'm not sure. It looks like it has the same body. It's definitely car number 1. It is a different car, because it has the numbers on the rear wing, which is where I think they ought to be. Some of these cars don't have 3 numbers on them. Some of them have 2. They all have at least 1. But here we are with Lee. He is, it looks like it took about a lap to do a full car and presumably driver change. So now with that car change, that might mean that we have Jamie Clancy from Team Mugen Seiki coming in for a chat, hopefully. Hopefully that's what that means. So if you have any questions for anyone in particular, be sure and pop it into the chat. If you're watching this on YouTube, of course, that's where we're minding the chat. If you're watching this on Facebook, you need to head over to the YouTube channel if you have a particular question. If you're watching on Facebook and you don't have a question, it's fine. It's all fine. I'm just going to turn off the YouTube captions because I really don't want to see what YouTube thinks I'm trying to say when I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Okay, so we're following Lee, and he's about to catch. He's already a lap ahead. The car ahead is the Team Mugen Seiki car, but it's the second car, so it's the second driver. So now he's, I think that is 2 laps ahead when the timing comes around. So if let's drop back 1 car to the blue and white car. That's the Mugen Seiki car, that one. So this is the new driver and new car of Team Mugen Seiki. So this should be Charlie Tomlinson. Also running a blue and white. With white wing. I'm saying this out as I'm white wheels and white wing. I'm saying this out loud as I'm writing it down. So Lee in the Nemo car. Ooh. So basically, I just want to sort of illustrate the difference of, obviously we've had a driver change, car change. This driver, Charlie, you know, maybe he doesn't know the track as well. Maybe he hasn't been out on track a lot. Maybe this team relied on Jamie to set the fast time and just let everybody else get on with it. So this is what I'm saying. Like, endurance racing, 1 driver stint, it may not matter a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. We're nearly half an hour into this race. That means we have another 11 half hours to go. Is this team going to be changing drivers every 2 fuel tanks? So, you know, roughly 8 to 10 minutes is about how long fuel tank will last. So that means anywhere from 16 to 20 minutes, or who knows? We don't know what each team is going to have their own strategy. Some teams may have no strategy. It could be utter chaos out there. And I'm sure we're going to have some very interesting and entertaining shouting matches out in the pits, even between team members. So we'll see what happens. But Charlie's just put a lap on the car 9. It's a pink car, so that should be car 9. The only pink one listed is John Haynes, but it's a bit early to have the 4th driver already out there. So I'll keep an eye on. Well, let's find the white car again. So he's just about to go down or up the main straight, I should say. Car 2. That's Lee, still out there. I think what they might be doing, because obviously Lee, he's well, I say obviously, he's going to be one of the better drivers on the team, let's say. Let's just agree. He's running the all-white car with white wing. Multiple Worlds A finalist. Didn't do so hot in the Worlds this year. I think he was he in the B? I can't remember. Or the semis. I'm sure he was in the semis. I don't remember if he made the final. I mean, I was there. I should remember, but I don't quite. So he's coming up to lap. Who is this? Car number 7. Running an all sort of green kind of color. Mint green. That's John Nile with the black wing. They're already on car number 4. So that's interesting. And I realized that we just showed the, I'm sure that was our pit camera. So, but I'm trying to absorb what it seems like. Are these some of these lower teams changing car and driver every time they change? What I'm hoping to do is get the team leaders of every team in just to kind of find out what their thinking is, what their strategy is, what their tactics are. What Lee is a little bobble there. So yeah, you know, we're seeing some. It's very helpful that we've got the car colors come in. You know, the information. You know, car 9 has just been pulled off, so that was the purpley. Pink, purple, and white. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there's certainly John Haynes, because the other cars are blue, black, white, orange and black, red, orange, yellow was the first one. Yellow, black, red, white, black, orange. They only have one car that is pink, purple, white, and it's definitely car 4. So there we go. It's one of our replays. Nice little replay there. Lee styling it out. It's a nice test. Oh, okay. Very good. I'm just talking to myself then. Excellent. Well, I'm talking to myself for 6 hours. That's fun. Spend half my day talking to our cats, so they never talk back, so it's fine. I'm used to it. Right. And looks like the South Coast RC Misfits. Yeah, that's the car 9, the pink and purple car that I've been waffling on about for a little while. They have been off the track for some reason. And there's another car just going out. I'm not sure what number that was. Try to see if this is the replacement of car 9, just getting out there. There's no car number facing this side. That's not helpful. That's the car 6. Or Team 6, I should say. It's definitely car 6, and that is a gray body that is out there, and none of the cars listed are gray. That's helpful. So Charlie Tomlinson is who we're following now in the team number 1, car number 1. Of Team Mugen. We need a bar stool because the seat that we've got here is a little bit too low to actually sit down and actually see out the window very well. So we've got at the moment we got about 80 people watching, which is that's pretty good. Let us know where you're watching from, what you're doing. We usually have quite a lot of people working on their cars, or maybe even at this race, at this event, and have the race on a phone or a tablet or something like that on the pit table. Or maybe you're at a different event and you have the race on. Or maybe you're at home and rebuilding a car, or working on a full-size car, or doing something. Let us know where you're at and what you're doing while you're watching the race. Just be curious to know. As we're watching Charlie come around that concrete turn number 1 and heading into the AstroTurf jumps. It's a big double. The angle of the camera is great to show the full extent of the track. So that's the far corner, what they call the coat hanger section. But as the car is coming to you on a big jump, you don't really get a sense of how high or how far it's going, just because it's just coming directly at you. So there's one of the tabletops, and step up into it's sort of the, I guess it's the back. It's not really a back straight. It's just the final straight, I suppose, into a dogleg brickwork section. As Charlie gets one of the lap cars to move very rapidly out of the way. Here we go. So, Jessica Sapola in Sweden. So, hello, Jessica, watching us from Sweden. That's great. Hoping to visit Sweden soon. Trying to plan a trip to the Arctic. Why is it so expensive? I'm sure we have many reasons that we can quote, but no, it's looking forward to visit. Watching from Adelaide, Australia. Excellent. Hello from Brazil. Hey, how's it going in Brazil? Just briefly lost picture. Don't know if that also happened to you guys out there in internet land. Okay, maybe it was the TV. But so everyone in Sweden and Australia and Brazil, anyone in the UK? Who out there is watching this race from the UK? Do you know any of the racers running? Actually, I didn't go. We haven't gone through the team names. I don't have the information for team number 3, J5, and I'm hoping to harangue someone about that. But we will. Paul's Garage. Good morning from the U.S. I thought we'd have some American viewers. Getting ready to head to the track. Perfect. So this is like this is like like a good warm up, isn't it? It's like putting the BTCC on or something like that to kind of get G'd up for days racing of touring cars, or put some motocross racing on or something like that. It's pretty good. So how about this, Ash? We're on car number 1, so I'm going to go through the team. Take my time, and then we'll find car number 2, 3, and so on out on track. This is so we can move around and find just follow different cars and maybe see who's actually out on track, because we're nearly 40 minutes in, so we're due some. We know we've had at least 3 driver changes. I'm not sure if Lee Martin's still running. He still is. So anyway, okay. So let's follow the cars around the track. So we're on car 1. Hello from Shropshire and Norwich. Very good. Is it Norwich that's getting the pedestrianization of the city centre? Is that actually going to happen, or is that still going to be like a topic for Alan Partridge? Really want to know. So Team 1, who we are on now. The opening driver was the team leader, Jamie Clancy. Currently running the same colors, and I believe the same color wheels and wing, which makes it very handy, is Charlie Tomlinson. So hopefully, all fingers crossed, including my thumbs somehow, hopefully these guys are doing the pro thing and all running the same car. Looks like car number 2. Let's go to car 2 in the pits. At the end of the pits. That is the Nemo team is changing cars. The white car is Lee Martin. The next car is Holger Likey. I'm going to say Likey. It might be completely wrong. And we're following them out the pits. And they've come around. They're about to go onto the AstroTurf section. I'm not sure which car it is. Switch cameras, James. I was looking at the screen. I don't know which of these cars is car number 2. One of these cars is car number 2. I'm not sure. I'm assuming it's the one with the better driving. Getting roughly to where... Oh, no. There's a dip in the track. I can't see. One of these cars, I believe, on camera is car number 2. and they're about to come just in front of me. So hopefully I'll be able to see the car. Hopefully they have 3 numbers on it. It's the leading car, the white, red, and black, just going into the concrete berm. Turn number 1, about to come down the AstroTurf jumps. Big jump, and over the brickworks. It's car number 2 of Holger Leike. So there's a great opportunity. So that's how many? That's 40 minutes. So it's probably 3 fuel stops, and they've done a driver change. So it's interesting. I'm really curious to know from people like Lee and Jim and Jamie Clancy to find out what they're thinking about the driver changes. Whether they're just sticking with a specified rota, or if they're just going to go, okay, well, until the car feels weird or something breaks, you're driving. So we'll get a rundown of the rules from Jim at some point, and we'll find out from the drivers, from the team leaders, I should say. But so that was good. That was good. Okay, so but the rest of Team Mugen. So we have Jamie Clancy, who led off, Charlie Tomlinson, who's out on track at the moment, Chris Grimes, Wayne, I think that's Buckhorn, I think, Craig Homer, Vidos, question mark, and Richard Cousins. So that's 7 drivers in that one. Team 2, who we're on now, we're following the driver of the driver at the moment, I should say, is Holger Leike. The next driver is Kev Brunsden. He's been around the UK a few times. Mike Daniel. It's a very kind way of saying he's one of the 40-plus drivers. And then Eric Leike. Holger and Eric are both, one's 12 and one's 13, respectively. We have someone from Vegas watching. All right. Lost Wages. Love it. Ask Jamie when he comes in how many engines each year he uses. I'm sure that's a loaded question, but I'll throw that out there. And obviously the first driver of car number 2 in the all-white car, we followed him for quite a bit early on. That was Lee Martin. Okay, so car number 3, if we can, let's see. Let's stick with him, and I'll wait for car number 3 to, stick with the car that we're on, Ash, and I'll see if we can find car number 3. Now, it's about 42 to 46 second lap, if anyone's curious. Car number 3 is just about to go into turn 1 now. There we go, that's car 3. This is Team J5 Racing. They're currently in 4th position. I have absolutely 0 information about them, except that the first car that ran also ran a gray body with black wing and white wheels. I'll withhold my comments on gray bodies, apart from I'm not a fan. But at least it's distinctive because not many people run it because it's not a great color to use. Okay, that's the end of what I'm saying about that. But the first driver that ran also ran the same exact scheme. So hopefully this team will be running, sticking with the same thing: gray, white, and black. So the first car that was out there actually had a brief few moments of being a runaway car. Marshall had to grab it and tried to put his foot on the flywheel. That didn't work. He tried to push it down onto the ground to stop the engine. That didn't work. I don't know exactly how they stopped it, but it got stopped, and the team rapidly switched gears, changed car and driver. I'm assuming somewhere along the line, either the switch or receiver or battery, something happened, and obviously something coming into the pits. You see the speed bumps, very severe speed bumps to control entrance into the pits, and they're just doing a refuel, no car change. Nice quick refuel. and back out on the track. So, car 4. Oh, he's getting stuck up with car number 1. That's not great. Well, car number 1 is no longer leader, but they are second, so they really shouldn't be getting too involved there. Car number 4 might be one of these. Nope. Is it that one? Yes. Okay. About to go into the coat hanger section, Ash. He just crashed his car number 4. There we go. Now, the nice thing is, now that I have information, an information sheet, listen up, J5 Racing. You need an information sheet from you guys. Car number 4, this is insert team name here. ITNH. No, that doesn't work either. Anyway, car number 4 started with Adam Hall running an HB. So what color is this car? That is not blue and pink. So it is no longer Adam Hall running. This car, what would you say that is? White, black, and yellow? White, black, and yellow. So that is Adam R. running a Mayako. Now, unfortunately, we missed Max driving in the green and orange HB. All 3 of the first cars have black wing. We've also got the next driver in the Rota for its team, insert team name here is Steve. He's driving an HB. And the final driver in the Rota is Luciano running a Mugen. So Steve's car is going to be purple, white, and yellow. Luciano's car is going to be red and purple. All right. So, looks like the clumping period is over. We have a brief period of clumping. Nick loves a bit of clumping. Car 5 just about to go into the first turn, Ash. And about to go over, next car over the AstroTurf jumps. This is car 5 of the Hertz Kyosho team. So, what colors would we say this is? Pink and yellow-ish? I don't have pink and yellow. Yellow, black, and orange. Okay, so this must be David Rose. David Rose running, obviously, a Kyosho. The whole team running Kyosho. Yeah, Red Wing. Yeah, so this team is on the second driver. It started off with Toby Nickel, who's been running just a few years. Toby Nickel is the nephew of Kurt Nickel, an ex-motocross 500cc Grand Prix winner. I'm assuming that's British or European series. I'm not sure. I don't follow motocross. And let's see. Panos. So we have David Rose has been racing for 4 years. The next driver in the Rota is Paul Newman. And the only note we have on him is not that one. So whichever Paul Newman you're thinking of, it's not that one, it's this one. The final driver in the Rota is Simon Turner, who is proudly a 22-year veteran of Kyosho racing cars. Car number 6, Team 6, is the Hertz RC Models team. This is, I think we can safely say, the official team. Car number 6 is the silvery car, which is the second car to go into the AstroTurf jumps. Ash, there's 3 cars over the AstroTurf at the moment. It's the second of the 3 cars. Car number 7 is just ahead, so that's easy. So now it's the lead of the 3 cars going into the coat hanger section. There we go. There's 3 cars. And there's one of our cameras around the track. Let's see. Go. Yeah, so this is the Hertz RC Models team. Jim Thompson led this one off. Jim runs the Hertz RC Models shop that's just a little while away. He's just walking underneath us, actually. He's brought some coffee to someone. How nice. So I'm trying to find the car color of that we're following now. It's this silver is not mentioned anywhere on our team info sheet. Come on, what is it? We're supposed to have orange, green, and white, or yellow and red, or yellow and red, or yellow and red, or orange. This is not any of those colors. So I have no idea who this is. And there's also 4 cars that in this team that have yellow wheels. So I have no idea who this is. I'm going to assume it's not James Clark, because he's got orange, green, and white listed as his body colors. So it could be Steve Johnson, Aaron Knights, Nicky Knights, or Vito Rekas. Yeah. This is the official Hertz RC Models team. All work or are associated with the shop. Right, so the next team to follow is car number 7 of the Hertz Old Boys. Old Boys, not in the sense of the Korean action movie. They're not walking around eating live octopuses or smashing people with hammers or anything like that. They're the old chaps of the club, I'm assuming. The senior boys. Car number 7, just waiting for him to come around. And luckily, I don't see anyone walking around with like a little Zimmer frame or walking canes or anything like that. They're not that old. Here we go. The second of the 2 cars going up the straight in the black and green car. Second car, second one. There we go. So this is, let's see who this is. This is Paul Fitzpatrick, the 3rd driver in the Rota for Hertz Old Boys. So Ed Lee Jones kicked them off. And then it was Howard Eston. So Paul is out on track now, Mr. Fitzpatrick. And then we've got John Niall, Glenn Lindsay, and Keith Harris, the team leader, rounding them off. So they're on their 3rd driver. Ooh, what's happened here? Oh, nice. Nicely mounted. And a clean dismount as well. No harm, no foul, I suppose. Yeah, so we're nearly an hour in. 52 minutes almost gone. So car number 8, Team RCP. Don't know what the RCP stands for. So, Marshall. Let's see what car 8 is. So we're still following the Team Old Boys. So presently, it's 11:29 in the UK. We are looking to finish just after 4:30 UK time. Okay, so in the first corner now, just coming out of the first corner, Ash, and about to go over the AstroTurf jumps. There we go. This is Team RCP, quite multicolored car, yellow wing, yellow wheels. I'm going to guess that this is Gary Gregory running the white, purple, and blue HB. So Andy Pierce was the car driver that led him off, running a blue car with 2 white stripes and a black wing. Ben Billing was the second driver, yellow, blue, and orange car with a black wing. Both those drivers running Kyosho. Ian Gillespie is the next driver out, going back to Kyosho for the driver. So it's been gone Kyosho, HB at the moment, and then Kyosho. Alex Page is the next driver after that, running a Mugen, the only Mugen on the team, and then Ashley Evans. So this team is self-described as a team of aged drivers, loosely supported by radio control products of Bridgenorth. All of us used to be good, with many race wins, but that was a long time ago. as I empty the pipe ash and tap the Labrador on the top of the head, and tighten up my smoking jacket next to the fire. Pull up the tartan blanket. They're not literally out here like that because they have to wear high-vis vests, but I imagine that's what they do in their spare time when they're not working on their cars. So Team 9, South Coast RC Misfits, who've been having a little bit of trouble, as befitting the Misfit name, maybe. I don't know who named them. Hopefully they didn't name themselves that, but then if they didn't, then someone else did, and whatever. So car number 9, somewhere out there. Car 9, where are you at, Misfits? You know what? They very well possibly may not be out there because, no, they are running. It's green. Unless we're already on them and Nash has found them. But no, I don't think so. We're still on car 8. Car 1 has changed again now, so car 1 is on a completely different car now, so I'll have to write the blue, red, and yellow. Where's my pen gone? I'm assuming they're on Chris Grimes now. Meanwhile, I've missed car 9. Still somewhere out there. Oh, they're in the pits. They've just come into the pits. So let's go to the pits. They're doing a refuel. And back out now. There we go. That's car number 9, the South Coast Misfits. Lewis Turlin led them off. Dan Carpenter, Jason Brown, John Haynes, Will Turlin, Dan Meechin is their driver number 6. So this, okay, so we do have body color information. So it looks like white and red-ish, sort of. Is this white, black, orange? Would you say that's white, black, orange? Because I'm really questioning it because white, black, orange is their driver number 6, and I'm really questioning if they're already on driver number 6. Yes, the RCTV colors. See, the way I tend to, and Nick as well, luckily, the way we tend to describe the colors is the color that is on the nose or the leading colors of the nacelles, the side pods. That's the first color you mentioned, so we would say that's white and orange from this distance, as you can see it. But they have another car that's listed as orange and black, and another car that's listed as yellow and black, and another one blue, black, and white. That's definitely not this one. So I can only assume that this is their driver number 6 of Dan Meechin, which I don't have any information for. They have most of their drivers, about half their drivers have been racing for about a year or less. So if they're on car driver number 6 already, we're just about an hour into the race. Are they changing drivers every time? I mean, they have to change transponders as well, so that's... And by every time, I mean... I think we have someone trying to... Oh, is it locked? Well, that's actually a good thing. Hello. Accidentally locked the access to the door to the commentary hut, which is in a way a good thing, but then I had to let James in. So yeah, trying to figure out. It appears that Dan is the only one who's. Anyway.
Did you lock yourself in the room on purpose?
No, but that's a lucky happenstance.
Do you not want any visitors?
I put a sign on the door because I changed the sign. It says race officials only to race officials are in the building behind you.
Did you? Is there a
Yes.
sign? I didn't see the sign.
Because people kept sticking their head. Yeah, our team's finished racing. It's like, I have no comment to make about that. I'm sorry, sir.
I thought
Tell the other officials. I'm not a race official.
I thought I'd come and say hello.
Oh, hello. While you're here, can you grab maybe Lee or Jim?
Yeah.
Because we haven't had anybody come in. I know that Jim told the team leaders, yeah, RCTV would like to have you come in and have a chat, but no one's come in. We're an hour into a 6-hour race now.
I came in to look at to discuss with you. Can't see it on yours. I've just seen it on mine in there. Let me just see if I can actually bring it up because this was quite an interesting. Oh, why is it not on yours?
It's probably because it's just a viewing setup or something.
Yeah, I think.
I have no idea what.
Oh, that's nice. What's going on in here? Something going on in the pits that Ash has found.
Oh, there's Jim.
That is Jim there.
He's found Jim for you.
Excuse me. Thanks, Ash.
Oh, he's something's up with his a car.
I came into. I can't discuss it because it's not on the screen in here, but annoyingly, it's on my screen in the van. The estimated amount of laps. Nemo were on for over 450-ish.
Yeah, they've got.
And then
we're an hour in, so it actually about every half hour is a good time to kind of have an overview of what's happened.
And the Misfits on for about a low 200s. It was just interesting that the difference between top and bottom was nearly double estimated completed laps.
Yeah,
in 6 hours.
I think that's fairly typical for an RC.
Oh yeah, I
endurance
just thought it
race.
was interesting.
It's maybe a bit atypical for a full-size endurance race because it's a lot more. There's a lot more sort of like vetting of performance and costing and stuff like that. But for an RC event, that's I think it's fairly typical from what I've seen anyway. But yeah, Nemo, I kind of would have given them the nod to win.
Hot favourite.
Not hot favorite, but
Lukewarm favourite.
A favorite.
Yeah.
To win, not just because it's Lee Martin, but I mean Lee's kind of the main reason why. But
Are you saying he's carrying the team?
I don't know. I think they have changed drivers, so if anything, but the second driver of the Hertz Mugen Seiki team hasn't. I don't think was faster than Jamie Clancy. Yeah, that's a good roll.
Got away with it.
Champions roll.
Again.
Oh, 2 champions rolls. Amazing.
3 for 3. Why was that happening? Was that grip roll or?
I don't know. Probably not. I would say just unlucky landings, 2 unlucky landings, and then trying to overcompensate the second time. That's generally what happens. Or like when something happens really bad, like if he was like turned over, you do a couple of quick because you're upset and you want to get the marshal's attention.
A couple of what? Got it.
A couple of and then, but what you do is you look at your radio.
Yeah.
Because you go, no, it's got to be something wrong with the radio setting. If you know people are watching, then you maybe twiddle something on the radio.
Like when
then you get back to it.
Like when you trip up in the street and you look behind you.
Yeah.
And you go, oh.
Exactly.
It was that thing. Yeah.
That blade of grass caught my ankle. Yeah. So, yeah. Where are we at? We need, well, Jim's not out there. And neither's Lee, which means they're both free to come in and chat. Yeah?
Yeah. I'll send him in. I will mute his microphone, but I'll be listening in. We need to, because this is a solid 6-hour race, obviously there's no breaks. So we're going to need to discuss food at some point soon. Knowing you as I do, I know that one of the important things when working with Frank is keeping fueled.
Well, I've got a can of unmentioned non-sponsored energy drink in front of us, and bottle of water because keeping hydrated. Shout out to my hydro homies.
What's going to happen at natural break time for you?
Well, that bottle will be empty, and then it'll be full.
No. Please.
No, I don't know.
If Jim listens back to this, that won't be happening. Don't worry.
There you go. There we go. That's it.
Is this yours?
That's what it does. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Why have you brought a fidget spinner?
Why wouldn't I? It's the happening thing, isn't it?
Oh, it's unbalanced.
It is, yeah. Yeah, you can't hold it with, like, all 4 sausage fingers. It's cool, isn't it?
It is very cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yes. Yeah.
Here's what you can't hear in here is we have actually got an ambient mic now.
Oh, well, that's good.
The viewers can hear it quite well.
Okay.
There were some people speaking in front of it about 20 minutes ago, and you didn't reference it, and it's just, I realise why now. Yeah.
Well, that's better than at the Worlds a couple weeks ago when one of the top named German racers was talking and complaining about, I don't know, driver tactics, team tactics, what was happening on the track and off the track, right in front of the ambient microphone.
Oops. Is that one of our productions?
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know. I couldn't really hear him. And then someone put in the chat, you might want to tell or you might not want to talk about, badmouth other teams in front of the microphone. I'm like, I'm not doing it, obviously, so someone is.
You have to assume every microphone is an open microphone.
Yeah, and everything is a microphone.
Yes, everything's a microphone. We were doing a drifting event last year, and one of the we were kind of streaming away.
Right, who was that? And the other car went off as well. It's car 8.
And we were streaming away, and we could hear some foul language in our ears, and it took us about 2 minutes to work out what had happened. And one of the media guys thought it would be funny to shout some rude words down the ambient mic, and we could hear it, the viewers could hear it. Hasten to say that guy, works for us now.
Yeah, he was quickly hired.
Yeah, it was quickly hired, yeah. We do actually use him for his media services now, but yeah.
Yeah, so, naughty kids get the paycheck. That's the lesson we're telling the children of the world.
Let's have a look here.
Jim's back out there. Oh, who's big long chat?
Hi guys, I'm racing South Coast RC with the boys from the Misfits team, and yes, we named ourselves William Turbines and his son Lewis Roan Jr.
William Turbines.
William Turbines and his son Lewis are running. Do you know?
Yeah, we did name the rest of the team. Oh, it's not William Turbines, it's Turlin. Autocorrect issue. So the rest of the team...
What's Ash found for us? He's telling us something. That's a cameraman way of saying, I found something of interest.
Yeah.
Or is it just general views?
There's a large chap. Lewis Turlin, Dan Carpenter, Jason Brown, John Haynes, Will Turlin, and Dan Meechan, who we believe was running at the time that we were following the car. So that's who is the rest of the South Coast Misfits. Yeah, I was going to say, well, if William Turbines and Lewis Turbines are on the team, who else is out there? Like Joey Ball Valve. I don't know.
I'm hanging you out to dry on this. I want to hear my thoughts. I just stand here smiling, waiting for you to watching the cogs turn in your brain.
Can you all stand behind the safety fence?
Ian Intercooler.
Jimbo Water Levy.
Gary Governor.
Yeah, it's not. Doesn't really go with turbines and.
Oh, we're going just for specific parts of turbine.
Ball valves and intercooler's a good one.
Freddie Fanblade.
Yeah,
Would that work?
yeah, potentially.
Good.
I don't know really the parts of dams all that much.
Of dams?
Yeah, I'm thinking like dam, like a turbine, you know, like
Oh,
a
you've got to hydro it.
generator sort of thing.
You go in hydroelectricity turbines now.
They're being green, man.
Oh, I was kind of going motor engine turbines. What's the difference between
Yeah, turbos and intercoolers. Yeah, that's yeah, certainly.
So we are in the last 4 hours and 50 minutes. 1 hour and 10 minutes down. This is a long race.
Yeah, what? That's why it's get Jim.
Right, okay. I get the message 3 times. I'll get Jimmer.
All right, so hopefully we'll have Jim Thompson of Hertz RC Models pop in. If not, maybe Lee from the Nemo team, or anyone else to just give us some sort of insight on what their team's doing, how the team is doing, how the race is going for them, and whatever. I think Jim has just told James a few minutes. Got a big clumping situation now going up the straight. Okay, yeah. So we'll have Jim Thompson from the club pop in as soon as he can. Obviously, he's a busy guy. He's running the race. He's got the model shop. Obviously, someone else is running the model shop at the moment. And of course, everybody comes to him for anything. Where are the bins? Where are the loo? And that sort of thing. I've been in this situation many times. So let's see who we're following now. The extreme close-up is at least my cameraman way of saying, "Hey, idiot on the mic, we're showing you something here." I think it's car 1, Team Mugen. Or is it? They're going in the pits. Okay, good opportunity. Are they going to be changing drivers? It doesn't look like it. They're just doing the refuel. A little slow. Are they doing an engine tune? I can't see. The mechanic's body was blocking. All right, that's a quick 20 minutes. No worries. Got Jim Thompson from the official Hertz RC Models team with us. How is it going just overall? Not talking about the team necessarily. How's it going overall?
I think there's a really good atmosphere. People are embracing the concept of it. We haven't done one of these on 1/8 off-road, I would say, for about 13 or 14 years. The last one we did.
Really?
Yeah, the last one we did was at the Sandy Nitro Model Club track, which was the venue we had before this one.
Right. I remember that one.
Yeah.
I never went there, but I remember that one getting announced
Yeah.
a while back, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a different format. Normally you have 3 rounds of qualifying, a 20-minute final. Today you've got an hour's qualification to do your 5 best consecutive laps. And then you've got a 6-hour race. We've got no idea at the moment whether at 3 hours or 4 hours we'll have no cars on track.
Yeah.
Some of the teams are struggling. One of them's lost their transponder on track and had to go and work out where it was on the track
Really?
already.
Wow.
Yeah.
Who is that? Can you say who?
I think it was the South Coast Misfits.
Oh,
I think.
no.
So it's one of those things we have noticed as well. One of the teams has come up with a really good innovation, and they've caught us all on the back foot. They've put a LiPo battery into the transponder and are clipping the transponder onto the wing, so they can do their changeover literally within 15 seconds, where it's taking us probably 45 to 60 seconds.
I noticed that the team 1, when they did their first car change, it took about a lap.
Yeah.
They lost a lap to Lee.
Yeah.
And then obviously it was a slightly slower driver, was the driver number 2, and Lee he put a lap on him quickly, and now they're a few laps ahead.
Yeah.
Well, it was 4 last time I checked. Now they're 5 laps, or it's about 4.5. So yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, so this weekend's really about proving the concept of this race.
Yeah.
We'd like to maybe look at it if we can get enough support and get 15 teams to sign up to run a mini-series of maybe 3 or 4 rounds, best 2 or 3 to count at 4 different venues in the UK.
Right.
And do something like this, something a little bit different. So it's not your normal race. It's all about getting your changeovers, getting your cars to work for maybe half-hour stints, because you want to do as few changeovers as you can, but obviously keep the drivers fresh and the tyres fresh. So whoever's got the best strategy should win the race at the end of the day. Before, when we used to do it, I think it was a 4-hour team race, and the pro teams could only run one car, but we wanted to do 6 hours, so we decided that they could sort of run as many cars as we want. I don't know if one car would last 6 hours or not, but that's something we
well,
could...
Kyosho back in the day, they used to run 24-hour 1/8 buggy races, like a long time ago. But that was I remember seeing the pictures of the finishing cars in the RC World magazine from Japan. It was just the bottom was completely silver, and it was very beat up. But
Well, we could probably run for 10 hours. Obviously, we don't want to upset our neighbours here.
Yeah.
We have got floodlights on the track, but we like to be finished by 7 o'clock at night. We can start sort of 8 o'clock in the morning. As long as we're finished by 7 o'clock at night, we don't get any complaints. So we could run longer, but as I said, today is a test to see what the feedback is, if there's any interest from distributors, model shops, etc. I mean, we're just...
and other clubs.
And other clubs
Yeah.
to put teams into it and sort of make it happen at a reasonable level at not too much great cost.
And has there been, you mentioned, you were telling us earlier that there were potentially up to 10 or 12 teams, but we've got 9 on track. So
Yep.
do you think that there's potential for
There's
up to 15 or
There's
something like
definitely potential up to 15. As I said earlier in the week, we did have, looking like it was going to be 12 teams today, but obviously with colds, COVID, people,
Yeah.
personal.
that? A lot of people, I found that a lot of people wait to the day before to decide if they're actually going to do it because they don't want to stand out in the cold and wet. And obviously today's turned out quite well. We've got sun on the track and
Yep.
hard shadows, and
Yep.
so it
Well-
should be pretty good.
We can cope well with the weather here. If we get any rain, the track's all designed so the water runs off it. So even a little bit of rain, but obviously no one wants to run a 6-hour race in the rain for the whole 6 hours.
I did notice there's some really good drainage
Yeah.
around the track. I
Yeah.
did a track walk, just walking around it myself yesterday, and it was quite nicely designed. I love the decking in between some of the hairpin sections.
Yeah, well, there's actually there's big holes underneath there to
I
hold
thought
water.
that was the case. I thought that was the case. No, that's really good. That's really great. So no, so just a history of the club and the shop. I assume they're intertwined quite.
The club was originally Sandy Nitro Model Club. That was set up by Stuart Wilcox, who's in the pit lane at the moment.
All right.
He used to own the old Models in Motion shop.
Okay.
And we lost that venue, I think, about 15 years ago. They were building houses near it, so the venue became unobtainable. And myself and the committee at the time were looking for a new venue. This venue had actually run an RC race, I think, in 1984, and had planning permission on site for RC racing since then, but it had never been used because of the chap who owned the site, I think, wanted a couple of £1,000s a year to hire the field, and back then the clubs couldn't commit to that type of money, but obviously the sport had moved on. We moved the club here approximately, I think it was 12 or 15 years ago, and we've never looked back since, to be quite honest. Still got some of the original Sandy Nitro Model Club people still racing. Their old chairman, John Jeeves, does our Facebook page and answers all the questions, even at like 3 o'clock in the morning. He's answering questions to people in Australia and all kinds. I wake up in the morning some mornings and he's waiting for a response from me on a question from the Facebook page.
We actually have someone from Australia that was watching earlier. I don't know if they're still on, but we
Yeah.
had people watching from Australia, Sweden, Brazil, the U.S., Las Vegas, Canada. So yeah, it's we've got a worldwide audience here, and obviously there's people from the UK watching.
Yeah.
Someone from Norwich and Southport have chimed in the chat. So it's and obviously the comments have been quite good. It's we don't see a lot of endurance racing for RC.
Yeah.
And so I told you that I used to organize large-scale endurance for HPI, and it was always good fun to see that sort of thing. And so it's, but we don't see it all that often. And obviously, with a couple of years off, sort of, for a lot of racing, it's this kind of event I think is definitely missed
Well,
and
back in the
needed.
90s and the early 2000s, this was always the last race of the year. So before you started your winter series, this was the race you did just before you started your winter series,
Right.
and it was always well attended. I would say back then there was always 12 to 14 teams. We had a handout transponder, so quite often halfway through the race there was a whole team sort of shuffling around the track looking for the handout transponder that had been dropped on the track, or or someone had forgotten to put it in and they realised like probably 10 minutes later they're not counting any laps. But things have moved on with live timing. We've got obviously we've got you guys telling us where we are, RC Racing TV and Control. We've got a lot more things we can look at and a lot more information. Also, this venue, you can turn up here as long as you've got a BRCA licence and use the track as long as there's not a race meeting going on. You can come and use the venue. You book in at Hearts RC Models or the fishing shop and use it. We've also got a 1/10 track, a rock crawling track and a basher track on site, and you can use the whole lot. Currently, I think if you're a non-member, it's £12 all day from 10 o'clock in the morning till it's dark. Just booking at Hearts RC Models.
Yeah, it's great. I did mention that there's a bunch of other tracks on site, but I didn't go into any detail about it. But because obviously there's all kinds of things happening on the track and in the pits. So can you tell us more about maybe some of the teams that have signed up? We noticed that there's obviously we've got Team Mugen. We don't have any information about J5 team, but we've got
the Team
Nemo guys and
the Team Mugen team is headed up by Jamie Clancy, who's the top Mugen national. He's won 8 nationals before here, and he's won quite a lot of events here. I think he's won more times at the GP we have here. Apparently, he's done 50,000 laps every week around here as well.
Wow.
So that's the Mugen team. The Nemo team has been headed up by Torben and his 2 boys, Eric and Helga. They've got Kevin Brunsden. I think Lee Martin is driving for them as well.
Yeah.
Mike Daniel.
I don't know if I think they have done a driver change. Yeah, I remember they changed over to Holger.
Yeah.
We followed that.
Yep. The J5 Racing is Carl Jackson's team. So Carl has raced for years and years, and he's got Stuart Wilcox. He's got some Tom Saggers. I think Stuart Smith, Ricky Cooper, Lewis Jones, who's just signed for WRC, hoping to kickstart his sort of RC career again. I can't remember who else they got. Then
we don't have a sheet for him.
I'll go and see Carl and see if I can get a sheet for them. Then we've got the Hearts Kyosho team. This is headed up by Toby Nickel and Simon Turner. Who else is in it? Pano.
These guys here.
Yeah, Pano Chocolocus. David Rose. And who else is
Paul
there?
Newman and Simon Turner.
Paul Newman as well. So that's got some very fast guys and some new guys in that team. We were hoping the Kyosho was going to have a and a B team, but unfortunately Mick Craddock couldn't make this weekend, so obviously that fell apart sort of earlier this week. Then you've got Hearts RC Models team, which is everyone who works at the Hearts RC Models shop. Plus we've gained Vito Ruckus this morning because his team fell apart, and we want everyone to race, so he's just been put into our team. And just to make everyone race. Then we've got the Hearts Old Boys.
Oh, yeah.
These are people who have been racing. Most of them raced at the Sandy track and have been racing donkey's years. They never give up. They're always here, come rain and shine. First people to book into any of the rounds of the Winter Series. Then we've got RCP Shop, which is another shop. They're located, I think, in somewhere up in the Midlands. I think it's Ian Gillespie, Andy Pearce, Ben Billing, Gary Gregory, Alex Page and Ashley Evans. So they're quite a new team. The South Coast team is quite an interesting team. They were in earlier in the week, then they were out, they were in. And then last night they all turned up camping here, and they're running. They're quite a new, inexperienced team, but they're obviously trying to raise their profile. They normally race at South Coast or they race at Clanfield. And that's about it. I'm being shouted at to get in the pit lane.
Oh, okay, right.
I shall see if I've got another team leader.
You got your stint coming up.
Yeah. No, I've got to take over pitting duties.
Right, yeah.
I've got a rotor, so.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Rotors are always good in this sort of thing.
Yeah.
And if you can, send anyone else in that that you think has some free time.
Okay, I shall go and find someone.
That's great. All right, thank you very much, Jim. That's Jim from Hearts RC Model, who operate the 4 different tracks that they've got here, all the way from RC Crawler and Basher track to 1/10, and then obviously here we're watching the 1/8 Nitro track. So we've got, ooh, that's not a great line. It's the car 1, I think, still. Or no, car 6. Getting a bit squirrely. So, yeah, so it's nice to catch up with race organizer Jim Thompson. He's out in the pits again. So, Kyosho team looks like have they fallen back a bit? Nemo Racing still out there. They're 8 laps ahead now of the J5 team. Hearts Mugen Seiki has dropped back, dropped a position. Hearts RC Models has moved up a position or 2. Hearts Old Boys in position 5. Hearts Kyosho team looks like they are missing somewhere on track. I don't see any frantic motions in the pits, so maybe they're just catching up. Team insert team name here, and Team RCP and South Coast RC Misfits rounding out the rest of the field. RC Misfits have just gone white on the screen. I think that means that they're missing. So that is the 4.5 hour catch up. And we'll see how these drivers and teams are doing as we go along. I see an all-white car out there. Does that mean Lee Martin's back out on track? Ooh. All sorts of shenanigans happening just ahead of the camera, but it's been all cleared up. We're following car 6. That is the Hearts RC Models team. And that is, I think that's James Clark, running the orange, green, and white car. White wheels, black wing. Yeah, that is James Clark. So I'm not sure it's Jim who we were just talking to was ahead of James on the driving rota, but I don't know if James has been driving for quite a while. But anyway, it's always good to, obviously the teams have to have a team member out on track as a marshal. There needs to be someone driving, obviously, and there need to be 2 or 3 drivers. Well, the next driver needs to be ready to drive, so that's the 3rd driver, team member, and then there needs to be 2 people in the pits, so that's number 4 and 5. So to have a smoothly operating team, you need at least 5, ideally maybe 6. Hello? Yeah. Are you here for a chat or just to give us an update? Okay, yeah, come on in. All right, we have get that on and we'll find out who we're talking to. So how are you, sir?
Yeah, good, all good. Cole Jackson, running the J5 racing team.
Oh, okay. So you have is that your team
That's our
information?
team,
Ah,
yeah.
perfect. Okay, I've been searching for this because I have no idea who anyone is.
No, that's going to be difficult.
So you guys are team number 3.
That's it.
So we've got. Well, I'll let you go ahead and run down the drivers who are out on track and
Yeah,
and,
so
and how you've been doing.
at the moment we got Stuart Smith out there running the white car associated.
Okay, so that's not Lee Martin.
Nope.
Okay. Well, he's also running an all-white car.
Yeah, no, Lee Martin's on a different team. He's
Yeah.
running Nemo. So we've got a bit of a mix of drivers. Most of them have retired at some point and returned for this race, so it's a bit of a mix. And then we've got some young fast kids as well. Josh Adams, Lewis Jones, Ricky Cooper. All those guys are racing non-stop.
So we're an hour and a half in. You're already on driver number 7.
Yep.
And I've noticed that some of the teams seem to be on maybe driver number 3 or 4, while other teams are on driver 6. And so, what is your strategy? How are you planning out the driving stints?
Yeah,
or
well,
is there a plan?
The plan, well, yeah, there is a plan, but plan A, B, and C go very quickly.
Yeah.
So we decided, obviously, it's 6 hours. We got 7 drivers, so it's just shy of an hour each. What I didn't want to do was driver 1 goes out, does 45 minutes, and then he's done for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
So we decided to go with 1 fuel stop, so 15 minutes, 2 7.5-minute runs, in transponder change, and everyone gets 3 goes at it then. To spread it out across the day, fun race, team race,
Yeah.
all about team.
And it's not super tension either. You're 45 minutes into your stint, and you're like, oh, you're getting really tired. Your
Yeah.
legs are tired. Your knees are tired.
Yeah, that's right.
So
That's right.
yeah.
So we're doing 15 minutes marshalling, half an hour, get your car ready, and then back in the pit lane to help out the other guys. We haven't got anybody here just pitting, so we're all pitting for each other.
Right.
Yeah, so far it's working all right, apart from the runaway we had in the first 5
Yeah,
minutes.
we noticed that one. Weirdly, the second car looked identical to the first car.
It will, because most of them have got grey body shells. So that doesn't help you guys. Yeah, we're pretty much grey and silver,
Yeah.
white. But yeah, I mean, that was the idea. If we was a bit more organised, we would have all had identical body shells. Team 3 is grey. That's
Yeah.
So we've got what looks like a unique transponder changeover, which is
Jim mentioned something about it. So what's the thinking behind it, and how is it working?
well, because we were going to go 15-minute stints and have lots of transponder changes. We decided that we needed to make sure that changeover was quick. So we've made a transponder with a battery pack that is clipped onto the wing. So our changeover is sort of 10-15 seconds at the most, rather than body shell off, body shell on,
Yeah.
car out. So yeah, so far it's working good, but who knows? Will it last 6 hours? It's rattling around on that wing somewhere.
Yeah.
Um,
At some point, do you think there's going to be a need, maybe at the 3-hour mark, to change the battery, or
No,
no?
we're pretty confident that will survive. It's just whether it can survive the constant pounding of the jumps and
Yeah.
rattling around on the wing. So we'll see. Time will tell.
Yeah. Well, no, that's good. So where do you guys hail from, and how long have some of you guys been racing?
So myself and Stuart Wilcox have been racing probably, well, myself about 25 years. Stuart maybe a little bit longer. Stuart used to own the local model shop in Stevenage, Models in Motion. Most of you out there would have heard of that. Josh Adams and Tom Saggers have come on a little bit later. They've been doing mainly club racing. Ricky Cooper took an 8-year break and is now back racing, done probably 3 or 4 years just recently. And Lewis Jones is our youngest member, I think. Hopefully I'll not get anybody wrong.
Youngest in about roughly how old?
Lewis is...
Teens, 20s, 30s?
I'll probably get this wrong as well. I think he's 22, 21, 22.
Right, okay, yeah.
21. Yeah, he's 21. So, yeah, it's a real mixed bag of drivers from nearly 50 down to 21.
Yeah, that's good. Well, a lot of the teams seem to have like quite a wide range of ability, age, length of time racing, that sort of thing. So
Yes, yeah. I mean, there's definitely plenty of experience. Most people, this is their local-ish track.
yeah,
This is the
Yeah.
track they race at most. So yeah, I think we're in a good position. Obviously, we've clawed back
yeah.
quite a lot that we've lost. Whether we'll make much impression on the top team, I'm not sure yet. We'll 4 hours 26 to go. Anything can
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing about endurance racing is you kind of just have to keep driving because the team in first spot can always have an issue.
Yep.
And obviously, it's a bit different because you're not. The teams are running multiple cars. So if a car breaks, what's your plan if someone just like, a side of the car falls off?
Yeah, I mean, we started out with the idea that we would always have a second car in the pit lane ready to go. We wasn't expecting a failure in the first 5 minutes, but because nobody else had been on track, we was actually ready.
Yeah.
And we was ready to go. But that is our plan. Make sure we've always got a second car ready.
Yeah.
Because we will have problems, but
Yeah.
the cars aren't going to be doing that amount of running. They're only going to be the maximum of an hour.
Yeah.
Which is not too much of a problem for most cars. That's
Yeah,
that's the amount of driving you do at a club race.
Yeah.
So yeah, it should be good. I mean, I've done team races in the past where it is literally 6 hours with one car.
Yeah.
That's difficult, and you've really got to nurse the car from.
Yeah, I was going
one.
to say that's the sort of endurance racing that I'm used to. I used to organize the Baja races for HPI. So obviously you have one. It's large scale. It's about the same size track, to be honest.
Yep.
But one car, just a bunch of drivers.
Yep.
So this is a bit different. You have the transponder changes, you have the driver changes, and like you say, you have the rotas, and it's about. Do you have to manage anything about the variance in driver speeds or skills?
Yeah, that could be difficult because obviously you end up with a car that suits a certain amount of drivers in your team, but not everybody.
Yeah.
The biggest problem, we was going to go one car. The biggest problem, we got half the guys use steering wheel and half use stick.
Yeah.
And that causes a problem because you'd need to rebind the receiver.
Yeah.
So that threw that one out, unfortunately. But maybe in the future, if we can do one car team races, and then you pick your drivers around what they can drive with.
Yeah. And I think, that's my, just from being a fan of Le Mans and stuff like that, sports car endurance, it's maybe do you think, would you agree that that's maybe a pure test of a car's endurance?
Absolutely, and it makes you drive it to make it last as well. You
Yeah,
can't
so
just
you have
go
to
out
drive
and
it
crash
completely
it.
differently,
Yeah,
don't you? Yeah.
absolutely. You've got to think about all of that. The only negative to that is you need manufacturers to be involved.
Yes.
Because
and I was going to get to that, yeah.
one car would have 6 hours running on it.
Yeah.
There's not going to be much left of that car.
Yeah. But it would be a good test and proof that the cars could last for 6 or 12 or however long.
Yeah, we just we would need a bit of support to. It doesn't allow the club racers to race. It does, but they're going to end up with one club driver's car is going to be hurt. So a little bit unfair, but there's ways around it.
Yeah, there's ways. I can always think. I can suggest ways around that. I'm sure people can in the chat as well. But no, it's very interesting. And the best of luck to yourself and the rest of the team.
Thank you very much.
And we'll see how it goes. And
Absolutely.
What, another 4 hours?
We've got 4.5 hours to go.
All right.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Fabulous. It's very good talking to one of the team leaders. Thank you very much. And we have another victim on deck to come up and chat. Just while we're waiting for it to come up, we've got Nemo Racing out in the lead at the moment with an 8-lap, now a 9-lap lead over J5 Racing. Carl Jackson, we were just chatting with, team leader of the J5. So make sure I got his name right. Carl Jackson, yes. So thank you very much, Carl. Hertz Mugen Seiki in third, Hertz RC Models, and then the Hertz Old Boys, the Kyosho team, and team insert team name here, and then team RCP and South Coast RC Misfits. Now out and running, 4 hours and 22 minutes up to go. So we have another victim.
Hello.
Hello. So you are with the Nemo team,
Yes, I am.
and I'm going to guess that you are
I'm Katrine Likey.
Katrine Likey. Okay,
Yep.
I have been pronouncing it properly then.
Yeah, you have.
Good. Yeah, because you've got two young chaps in this team, Holger and Eric.
Yeah, so they're my sons, guilty of that.
So how have they? I assume one of them is the one wearing the Ferrari cap, or is that a different one?
No, that's a different one. I think.
Oh, okay, okay.
They're
That's a different
both.
driver.
I don't think they're wearing caps at all. They're two blonde Danish guys.
Okay.
On the track. Yeah, but they're doing fine. They're doing really well. Teams doing really well. Very pleased with the performance of the cars. Pit team also on doing an all right job, I hope. Yeah, it's good fun. Everyone seems to be having fun. Cars holding up fine so
Yeah.
far. But you never know. We've got a long while to go.
Yeah, yeah. So Eric and Holger are running their own cars, I assume.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
Yeah, we followed Lee come in and Holger take over. I'm not sure if we can. I'm not sure whether car number 2 is just going into the first turn now, Ash, and about the next car to go over the AstroTurf jump. So that's Lee out there. I
That
believe.
is, it's actually Mike driving. So
Oh, is it? Okay.
Lee and Mike are sharing a car today.
Right, okay.
So so that's Mike. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Eric is up next, so he's warming up in the pit at the moment.
Okay. So have you been involved with? Obviously, you're involved with Holger and Eric's
Yeah.
sort of RC careers, such as it is at the moment.
Yeah,
They seem to be doing pretty well.
they are. I mean,
Just
we're-
overall, I mean, not just here.
Yeah,
but
no,
just-
they are. We're very happy with their progress. I mean, we race a lot. We are out and about almost every weekend. We've started doing some international races as well to get them exposed to different tracks and different kinds of competitions. And yeah, I mean, they're progressing really well and having fun, and being part of a big team like the Nemo team has helped us. Obviously, makes it more of a social event for
Yeah,
us as
yeah.
well. Gives us access to team knowledge and
Yeah, for sure.
experienced drivers. And fun, I guess.
And Torben obviously is your husband.
Tom's my husband, lead mechanic. Yeah, and we do the pitting together.
Is that the chap who was in here with you?
No, actually not. That's
Okay.
Mark Rumble. Who's,
Sorry. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I've seen him around loads of times. He's seen me. We recognize each other. We
Yeah.
say hello to each other. We've never been introduced. It's one of those things. I see you loads of times because he comes to the RCGP with
Yeah,
Lee
he
and stuff
does.
like that.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Uh,
Well, I'm sure we can make that happen today. We've got
Yeah.
4 hours plus to still
Yeah.
go.
Exactly. All right. So, have you been involved, or who decided sort of the driving rota, or the strategy, or the pitting thinking, and the overall thinking behind what's happening? with the team?
It's a collab, right? I mean, Torben, Lee, Mark, Kevin, Bronson, they're all very experienced drivers and racers. So I guess it's been a collab. We're making sure the rota has plenty of time for experienced drivers as well as the less experienced drivers to get some track time and get some fun in. I think this being a team performance makes it, well, it's both less and more pressure for the young drivers as
Yeah,
well. But it's a good exercise for them to be part of. It's just a different format. I think that's fun. But yeah, I mean, Chief Mechanic Torben's been doing a lot of the car wrenching today. But yeah, we're all in it together.
Yeah. Is John Hazelwood out here this weekend?
John is driving
have to-
elsewhere today.
Right,
Yeah,
okay.
so he couldn't be here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just I thought I might see him just because I didn't know that Lee himself and Mark and all them would be here. But
Yeah.
Kev has seen him. Used to work with him a bit when I was at HPI, so
Yeah.
it's good to see him still out.
Go back, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's doing really well actually, and he's driving the new car from Nemo, which is coming out this winter. So that's exciting for the team as well, for the
there's
boys.
so there's 3 drivers running the N1, the new one,
Not at this
Okay.
event. No,
Okay,
not
okay.
this event. No.
running the old upright shock one.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're
All right.
running.
So if anyone
No,
out
I
there
think
is
they-
curious, yeah.
Yeah, no, the new N1 is mainly driven by Lee and John at the
Yeah.
moment, but it's going to be available, I think, to the full team later this year or early next. And I know for one that Eric is really excited about that. He's tested it and he really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I think it suits his driving style, but yeah, let's see.
Yeah, no, that's good. I mean, we've seen Lee run it I think 1 or 2 RCGP events.
Yeah.
And I believe he ran it at the Worlds a few weeks back.
Yeah, he did.
And didn't do too bad with it. I
he
can't
did
remember
pretty
exactly
well.
where he finished.
I can't either.
Was it the
I
final or
should.
the semifinal? I can't remember.
He did really well. He
yeah.
did better than I think that he expected. So the car's holding up.
Yeah,
really good.
certainly a good test. Being
Yeah. Very good.
Yeah, and but yeah, this is him out on track going into the coat hanger section at the moment. Still 9-lap lead now over the J5 team. So do you have any thoughts or thinking about who is this? Did you want to come in? That's anyway. Well, I'll grab him later.
Yeah.
Top competition for the Nemo team. Who do you think that would be?
Today?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Mugen team has some really good drivers, and they were, they qualified first.
Yeah.
So I think we gotta watch out for them, of course. Well, probably the main, as far as I know. But who knows? I mean, it's early days still.
Yeah. I mean, we're not even
And
halfway through yet.
No, I think a lot's gonna. I mean, drivers are fast all around, but we also need to see if this is also a test of the mechanics, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, for me and for the viewers, I think in general, it's seeing the team sort of fortunes kind of ebb and flow during the course of the race is going to be the interesting part of it, because we don't know. I mean, we know that there's a rota, and I suppose are the teams required to follow the sequence of the driver rota, or can it?
No, I think I think it can be swapped around as
Okay.
long as we make sure that each driver gets 45 minutes at least.
Yeah.
So that can be played to everyone's advantage. I mean, at the minute, Nemo has a really good, strong lead, but we're not complacent, of course. So we
you have to keep pushing, but not pushing.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, exactly. So, who knows what the day will bring.
Exactly.
But we are definitely excited about it. It's a good, fun race to be at.
Right. Okay, I think we have another victim or two lined up.
Right. Well, I'm happy to give it over to Jamie.
All right. Well, thank you very
so
much for coming in.
Nice to meet you. And
It's good to meet you.
Yeah. Bye.
Okay, bye. Great. Thank you very much. That was Katrina Leike from the Nemo Racing team. So I'm not sure who our next victim is, but judging from the logos, Team Mugen.
Yeah, baby.
And are you Jamie?
Yeah, Jamie.
Okay. So you were the one who set the qualifying time.
Yeah,
and the first and ran the first stint, running away from Lee for
Martin. Yeah, Lee Martin.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. It was a bit slippery this morning because obviously we've had so much rain the last couple of days. With the oil, it seems to lay a really strange film over it, so it's definitely really slippery for the first few hours of the day. And the grip's starting to come up now that the sun's coming out.
Yeah.
But everyone's struggling for a little bit of grip out there, but I think it's making for better racing for sure.
Yeah, it's really good. So you guys have kind of fell back a little bit to J5. So I mean, I don't know the drivers, and I don't know for many of the teams. I don't obviously for your team. I know what car you're running, but I don't know enough about the particulars between, say, an HB and a Mugen and a Kyosho to know what's the strengths between. What would you put? What happened on track, or maybe off the track, where you guys lost your second place?
Well, we literally after we'd done our third driver swap, one of the guys had a bad landing. The engine shifted. I think he hit a post. I'm not 100% sure, but it was a pretty bad whack.
Right.
So he lost drive, and I think he lost 2 or 3 laps by the time we got another car out on the track.
Right.
So obviously that's part and parcel of the endurance thing. That's obviously what's going to make the winners, the people that obviously can stay on the
Sometimes
track.
luck comes into it. I mean, the J5 team had a little runaway.
Yeah, mine the first one this morning, and I was like, oh, who's that? But I think it's gonna be really interesting. I've never actually done one of these before, so I'm actually I'm excited to see how it's gonna plan out. I think it doesn't matter how good of a driver you've got on your team. It's all about how long you can physically stay out there.
Yeah.
Compared to everybody else, it's no good having the best drivers, but if your stops are 3 minutes longer than everybody else's, you're gonna struggle. So I think at the minute we're looking good. I mean, we can't really afford to have any more problems now, but who's, you know, it's an endurance race, it's 6 hours, and some, you know, most teams are sharing cars. So I think we're going to see a lot more problems, especially as the day goes along. So I mean, we're only 2 hours into the race.
Yeah, we're just about 2 hours. So I don't know if you know, but Katrina just kind of maybe dropped a little bit info bomb on us that Lee and one of the other drivers are sharing the car.
Yeah.
So we've got sort of a double stint on this particular car that's out there right now, the white one. So do you think that might lead towards possibly some endurance problems down the road for this particular chassis, and the other chassis kind of will have to take up the slack? Or
I think I don't know. It's a bit of a difficult one because I mean, the Agama car has always been pretty robust, pretty strong car. But I mean, 6 hours on a car that's being shared is a lot of time. So. I mean, it's going to have its benefits because obviously you haven't got to worry about changing over the transponder and everything like that. But
no, only not the one car is doing 6 hours, but it's 2 drivers are doing their stints.
Right. So it's probably that car's still probably going to have to do like 3 hours worth of running though, like maybe 3 hours worth of running. So I mean, I know Lee's probably going to do an hour and a half, and the other guy's probably going to do an hour and a half. So 3 hours without any kind of maintenance because there's not much time because obviously everybody's helping each other out. People are marshalling, pitting, you know, sorting out, making sure everyone's going out for their races. So. It's it's hard right now. I think it's a bit too early to see, but I think maybe within the next couple of hours, I think we're going to start to see some.
I mean that's what I was getting to. So you've had your problems. J5 team has had their problem. Do you think Nemo's due one?
I mean, they're due one now. But I don't know. I mean,
it's sort of that, you know, the roll of the dice, roll the dice, and number didn't come up that time.
I mean. I shouldn't say this, but I kind of hope so. Help us out a little bit. But, I mean, obviously, if they keep their stuff together, they're going to be very hard to beat. I mean, at the minute, I think they're quite far ahead. Or from looking at it, they're seven laps ahead. So
7 or 8 laps.
8 laps ahead. So, I think if they have problems, then obviously it's going to make it fair again. But if they don't, it's going to be really hard to compete with them guys.
Yeah. So. Well, you've got 2 laps ahead of your team. You've got J5, but 2 laps behind you, you've got the Hertz RC team.
Yeah.
Do you think that there's any threat from them?
I mean, again, it all depends on the reliability. I think if we keep our stuff, we don't have any more problems. I think we should be good. I think we shouldn't. I think, you know, we should hopefully be able to gain a few laps on the team behind. But you know, who knows? You know, we could end up having a tough crash, break an arm, and you know that's again, you know, you lost 2-3 laps again. So, and it's going to be the same for all these teams. So, the problem is you got to think about the guy that's going to use the car next. So, like for instance, because I'm sharing my car with somebody.
Oh, okay.
So. Like I'm going out and obviously enjoying myself, but I know there's a limit that I've got to drive at because you know, if I write the car off, that guy's probably not going to be able to go out and do his stint. So then it's then going to mess the schedule that we've got up with all the drivers, you know, making sure that they go out in their right times. And we just want to make sure that no one's left not running, if that makes sense. We're just trying to run on as much of a schedule as possible. But at the minute, it's already throwing a curveball. You know, one of us having a problem like 5 minutes in. So it's going to be. I'm excited. I'm really excited, to be honest. So, I think you're going to see some chaos very soon.
Do you have any? If you had a fiver to put down on your team, or do you think you're going to be able to get back up there in the top spot?
I mean, like I said, I think with this, anything can happen. I bet money that I think we could pull it out of the bag still. At this minute, I think
at the moment.
At the moment.
That's all you can say about endurance racing. At the moment.
At the moment, we definitely have the drivers for it. It's just as long as our stuff stays together. Like earlier, I mean, it was just a really unfortunate hit on the head, and it moved the engine over. You know, I've seen people do that coming out pit lane. You know, hitting the bridge coming out pit lane, and their engine's shifting over. So. Yeah, anything can happen. I'm hoping that the guys that are a little bit ahead of us in a minute have some problems. You know, as much as that's probably not a nice thing to say. Oh, we want to win, obviously.
It's a competition.
Yeah.
It's, you know, sometimes luck is part of it.
So yeah, hopefully, obviously, we keep our stuff together now. So
all right.
That's the plan anyway. So.
Best of luck for the rest of the 4 hours left.
4 hours, yeah, plenty of time. But yeah, thank you very much for having me.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much, Jamie.
Thank you.
Jamie Clancy, team leader of Team Mugen. And is this another victim lined up for us? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, we may as well. We had Lee pop his head in, so I don't know if you want to. Yeah, if you don't mind. Yeah.
Hi, how's it going?
How are you, sir?
Yeah, really good, thank you.
Then, and which driver are you?
So I'm Charlie Tomlinson.
Okay, so you were the second one that was out on track.
Yeah, that's correct.
You have almost the same body shell as Jamie Clancy. Or were you sharing the same body?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of stole it off him. I like the look of it, so I thought, why not? You know?
Right. So that was your body shell, but just borrowing his colors.
Yeah, he sort of gave it to me. It was from the world. So
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, it's a signed one. No, it's not really. Yeah, no, I thought it might bring me some luck because I probably need it today. You know, the way it's going.
Are you eating? Okay. Can you hang out for just a couple minutes? Yeah, I mean, but hang out for a couple minutes, and then we'll have you on in a couple of minutes. I mean, okay, all right. We have UK RC royalty, world's RC royalty in the house. So, but we're making them wait because we're talking to Charlie Tomlinson from Team Mugen. So we were just talking to your team leader, Jamie.
Yeah.
Presumably, he set the 5 consecutive fast lap time.
Yeah.
And
I mean, that's to be expected, Jamie Clancy.
yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of, I guess, if you like,
Yeah.
part of our team. But yeah, we've all got our own talents, and we bring it to the table when it's needed. Hopefully, you
Yeah.
know, but as long as the cars hold up and stuff, yeah, we should. You know, I think where we are now, so we're third still, so we've still got a little way to go.
Yeah, yeah.
A lot of racing left, so.
No, it's good. And how's the event? Just overall, like just the gist, the feeling, the vibe.
I mean,
how do you think it's going
I
for
mean,
you
at the
guys?
beginning, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of chaos. There's a lot of running around, and,
Yeah,
you know, who's doing what, where, who's going where. But in reality, I think we've all settled in. You know, it's like anything. Once you're out on the track and you're focused in, it all just goes out the window. You know, I mean, we've got some you know, some script written down on sort of time sheets and where, but it's all, you know, with that cut that we had, or the problems, you know, it's all sort of changed again and it's moved around. So really, it's quite a liquid day. We're all here to have fun. And I think that's the most important thing with this sport, you know. But ultimately, we want to win as well. So
Of course.
It's
a race.
It's a race, yeah. But yeah, overall, I mean, I'm glad the sun's come up, so that's going to definitely bring the grip up.
Do you think that's going to change things massively for the people who, like, I mean, you were second out on a cold track.
Yeah.
The next time, have you been out a second time yet?
No, I'm still waiting.
So the next time, is it going to be hugely different?
I mean, hopefully a second, maybe 2. I mean, I know I've got it in my tank, but you know, I'm really just trying to make no mistakes. Get that 25 minutes, no mistakes. Get the averages up, and that you know, it gives us a great position. If we could all do that, it would give us a great position. You know, so I'm willing to throw that 2 seconds that I know I've got, just to get that consistency really. And I think that's the trick. That's what I'm aiming for anyway. I think I've done it. I made some stupid mistakes. What it was is I'm at the other side of the rostrum. So, you know, you sort of pick your space, your favourite, and I'm not on there today, unfortunately. But so it took me at least 5 laps to get into the apexes, to sort of find the braking points, settle in.
I mean, we actually followed, we kind of followed the driver change of your team and Lee's team.
Okay.
And couldn't help noticing that you were a little bit different driving than Jamie's.
That's it.
But then that's part of the being on a. I mean, even Le Mans teams, they have the professional racers and the gentleman racers, they call them. So
I think that's one of the best things about this race. About this race particularly. I think the fact that it's a team race. You know, so we do have all different abilities, different levels. I mean, I think I'm just about a few, maybe a month over 2 years of doing this sport. So you see what I'm saying. So and then you've got Jamie, who's been doing it since.
And here you are. You're already part of a 6-hour endurance.
Yeah, exactly. Go in the deep end. That's the way.
Yeah.
You know, you might as well throw yourself in.
Do you think? I mean, just from a general hobby perspective, do you think that you're going to learn a load more about racing and team?
Well, I think I mean, it does cross over because you learn. You do learn, you know, from the top level right down to the bottom. So of course, as long as your ears are open, you're always learning in this sport. Let's say that much. You know, I think even Jamie would say he still learns every time he comes out. You know, so yeah, I think in general, it's a really good race. I'm enjoying it from my level all the way through. You know,
That's great. That's great.
Definitely real fun.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Nice one. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Brilliant. Cheers. Thank you.
And if you find Lee out there, if you're not filling his face of Krusty Kremes or whatever, you can send him in. Thank you very much. This is Charlie Tomlinson from the Team Mugen. Still at the moment, well, just 3 laps behind J5 now, but 3 laps ahead of Hearts RC Models. And we have our next victim already. They're just like rolling in now. All right, how are you? Lee Martin from Team Nemo.
Howdy, howdy. How we doing?
Ooh, big voice. All right, hopefully James is knocking that down.
Okay, I can move it away from my mouth a little bit. There we go.
That's all right. Yeah, so how has the race been going for you so far?
Yeah, I mean, we're still winning, right?
Yeah.
There we go. We're still up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been good.
Well, 6 laps. You guys were, I think, 7 or 8 laps ahead, but down to 6. But that's down to drivers?
Well, that's 7 to my count, but.
Well, it was a lap. It was an extra lap earlier, but I mean, obviously, driver change. I assume has eaten into that a little bit, and obviously, driver skill levels. Whoever's running now for the J5 team maybe is better than whoever's running now for. Who's running now for your team?
It's Mike Daniel. He should be out there anyway.
Hopefully.
I think he's just come in, so we've just swapped a driver. So that would explain a little bit of the loss of time.
I thought you were racing earlier, but it was actually someone else
exactly
sharing your car, so it was very confusing.
That's right. My wife called me and said, "Are you on the track?" And I was like, "Well, no, I've answered the phone." So, yeah, I thought I'd pop my head in. Yeah, we're actually both using a borrowed car today. I lent my 319 to John, who was meant to go race at a different race today. And so it meant I didn't have a car. So I'm literally borrowing a car off Torben. It's his car. And Mike's using the same one, who is our 5th driver there. So, yeah, we're just going around. I mean, I haven't touched his car before. So, yeah, this morning we had a few practice runs and we're going for it. So, yeah, I mean, the first run was pretty good. Kept up with Jamie, who's obviously a legend around this track. So, you know, looking all right.
Right, okay. Well, this is my first time racing here, and it's first time meeting Jamie. So, is this literally his backyard local track?
Yeah. This is Jamie's home. Like, if he's not at home in bed, he's here. So, you know, he comes here a lot. He won the national here earlier this year.
Right.
So yeah, it's obviously fast. I won it the year before, you know. But
just saying.
But yeah, Jamie's he's a good benchmark here. You know, he's always going to be quick. He's on same tire as us too, so you know it's a good way to judge how quickly you're getting into the race.
That's a good mention actually. Is everybody? I assume it's open tire.
Yep.
So Jamie, I mean, he knows the track. He probably helped maintain it and build it and everything. So what tires is he running?
So he's on 6 Magma, probably blue, same as us. So yeah, we're both on the 6 and I think Lewis also is on 6 as well. So.
Okay. And just overall, would you? I mean, we're just shy of 4 hours left. If you had a $5, would you put it on Nemo?
Oh, you got to. You know, you got to back your own horse.
Yeah.
And you know, it's a little. You can have breakages and problems, but because we're not having to use the same car, you know, we can use different cars. The problems aren't going to be that long. They're going to be a lap or 2 laps, I think.
Yeah.
Because by the time you get it back to the pits, you change the transponder, another car can go out. It's not like you've got to fix it.
We noticed that when the Mugen team, well, Jamie came in and Charlie, who we were just talking with, they swapped. You basically had a lap on him, and then you pulled out a little bit more of it, and then you eventually lapped Charlie, and that was kind of the beginning of pulling away from.
Yeah. Yeah, once Jamie disappeared, we had a pretty good race. I had a few more mistakes than him, but I drove a little harder, I think, to try and catch back up. So
I was noticing that.
Yeah, when he peeled off to pit and changed driver, you know, we're only a couple of seconds apart. So that was my goal really for that first stint. Once I saw Jamie was in, it was like, right, just keep on Jamie because he is the fastest driver of that group, and then after that, hopefully, our drivers are. Maybe a little better than theirs, I don't know. But hopefully our drivers can pull us a bit of a gap as long as we don't let Jamie go anywhere once he's on. So
Yeah. So would you say, I mean, the Mugen guys, Jamie, they're now, like 9 or 10 laps behind you guys? J5, who do you see being the bigger threat?
I'm not sure. I actually don't know who's in each team.
We've got the listings here. So we've got, there's Mugen, and there's J5. J5 is Carl Jackson,
J5.
the first chap we talked to earlier.
So, the J5 team's pretty strong. They've got 7 drivers. We've only got 5, I think. Yeah, we've only got 5, right? Yeah.
And you haven't had any major car issues yet.
Well,
Whereas
you know.
J5 had a runaway very early on.
Right.
And then the Mugen team had a engine shift.
Yeah, engine
apparently,
shift.
So they had to do a rapid car change.
Quick change. No, I mean, touch wood. We've been all right so far.
He did actually touch wood there, guys.
I did.
For our listeners.
Our team chief, Torben, has got everything under control. Like, he is a man of rules and operation. He makes sure everything's sweet. He knows exactly what he wants to get from it all, and he's keeping us all in check. You know, if it was down to me or Rumble, we'd probably drift off and then, come back and, we forgot about that. But yeah, we're a pretty good, well-oiled team so far. So I think I'm on next stint. So I'm in about 20 minutes, assuming there's no problem with Eric. I'm out there. I'm sure Torben will be looking for me panicking right now.
Okay, well, I mean, with that, we can let you go, but it was really good to chat with you. I think we're going to see you. There we go. We got Kevin calling him on the phone. We'll probably see you next time or in a few weeks.
I'll come in a little bit and chat to you again.
Okay,
we'll do some race commentary about that.
Yeah, no, that would be perfect.
Cool. Right, I'll go do my stint. Try and pull out a few, 10 more laps, and then
there we go. There we go.
I'll see you in a bit, guys.
Laying it down. All right, thank you very much, Lee Martin. And we have a teammate coming to fetch him as well. Wow, so some really, really interesting and good chats there. We've got 4 hours left in this one. We have a new cameraman, fresh cameraman out on the tower. Got a marshal holding a dead car. I think that's car number 1, actually, of the Mugen team. Being fetched. I think that is Jamie, who we were chatting with a couple of drivers ago. So is that 2 bouts of bad luck hitting that team? No, it's not Jamie's. What's the car number? It's facing the wrong way. It's definitely not the Mugen team. Don't worry about that. Nemo Racing currently on 150 laps. J5 Racing currently on 142. Hertz Mugen Seiki on 139. So fallen behind just a tiny bit from J5, but also still pulling away slightly from the Hertz RC Models team. Hertz Old Boys in the car 7. In 5th spot, Hertz Kyosho team running in 6 with that car 5. Insert team name here, running in 7th. Team RCP from the Midlands, we think. Hopefully we'll get someone to pop in from them. Running in car 8, and car 8 in position 8, and South Coast RC Misfits, is that the car 7? That's the insert team name. That's the insert team name on screen at the moment. And South Coast RC Misfits in the car 9, running in 9th, and apparently missing from the timing, so we're not sure what has happened. We'll keep an eye out. Oh, they've just crossed the line, out of sight. So they've gone green again. So, fresh cameraman. So let's see. Who does James choose to follow? So we've got a few cars out here. I've got some wildlife I need to try to sort out. Hopefully it doesn't get into my can of unsponsored energy drink. Wow. Okay. Let's see the chat. Okay, so we've got Jonathan Wolf saying, I love the concept of this race, real team effort required to go well. That is exactly it. It is all about the team. It's not necessarily about any single car, because every driver, generally, every driver is running their own individual car. Some drivers, as we've heard, are sharing cars, which was news to me. So it's quite interesting to learn about that particular side of the strategy. Bob's RC has popped in with the 24-hour race in Schumann has just ended, so that's interesting. Haven't heard about that one, but it's good. We've got a couple more Australians piping in from Wodonga, and Adelaide. So good day to our Australian racers. We've always had pretty good Australian viewer numbers. Bob's RC says, see who spits a rod out first. Exactly, that's how it works. But with, 7.5 minute pits or fuel runs, stints, what are we saying? What do we call them? That's it's not going too stressful on the engines. So it's quite interesting. So it's a 24-hour one large scale on-road race. It just ended. That's good. Where is Schumann? I want to say that's China, but I'm guessing that it isn't. Does a race like this totally knacker an engine? Well, if it was one car, one engine for all of 6 hours, it could. Sure, it would use up a piston and sleeve and whatnot. But each car is going to, like we heard, it's basically about as much running as they would normally do during a club race weekend anyway. So about an hour or so of running. So it's all fine. It's just another weekend on the engine. So it's not any more or less knackering on the engine. And Bob's is saying, what a massive track. It is. It is absolutely huge. We'll get a wide view when we can, just to kind of give it a sense of the scale of the track. That the lap times are running anywhere from 44 to 50 seconds. So you can see here, it's we got a bit of foreshortening on the jumps. So you can't really get a good sense, an ideal sense of the height and the length of the jumps that the cars are getting, but it's a good amount. I must say, it's a good amount. RCP here. Okay, some good info. Race Control Products is based in Bridgenorth, Shropshire. Okay, so you guys have come quite a ways then. Probably a bit further than myself. Came down from Burton Derby area. So it's a good representation. We've got guys from the South Coast. We've got guys from Shropshire area. Obviously, there's going to be lots of guys from the Hertz, Stevenage, North London sort of area. It's pretty good. Still trying to avoid this bee that is. I'm not sure what kind of bee it is. It doesn't seem to be. Well, it's not bothering me. So I'm just going to leave him alone. And if he leaves me alone, I'll leave him alone. Right. All right. So just to recap, we got Nemo Racing in the lead with the car 2. It's Lee Martin, who we were just speaking with, just most recently. Holger Leike, Kev Brunson, Mike Daniel, and Eric Leike. We're speaking with their mother, Katrine. In second place, we've got J5 Racing. A raft of quite experienced racers in that team. We've got Carl Jackson, Josh Adams, Lewis Jones, Stuart Wilcox, Tom Saggers, Ricky Cooper, and Stuart Smith. In third place currently, 5 laps behind J5, is Jamie Clancy, who was one of the chaps we talked with earlier, Charlie Tomlinson, who we talked with immediately after, Chris Grimes, Wayne Buckhorn, Craig Omer, Vidas, and Richard Cousins. And fourth place at the moment is Hertz RC Models team, which is Jim Thompson, the first gentleman we spoke with earlier, James Clark, Steve Johnson, Aaron Knights, Nikki Knights, and Vito Rickus. Hertz Kyosho team is next in the running order with Toby Nickel, David Rose, Paul Newman, not that Paul Newman, different Paul Newman, Panos Chalkias, and Simon Turner. And then Team RCP from Shropshire. That is... I had their info. There it is. One of the two old guy racing teams, Team RCP, that's Radio Control Products. Andy Pierce, Ben Billing, Gary Gregory, Ian Gillespie, Alex Page, and Ashley Evans. And then insert team name here is next in the running order. I should put these sheets in the order that they are actually running. That is Adam H., Adam Hall, Young Max, I forgot his last name, but we had we mentioned him earlier, Adam R., so we got Adam H. and Adam R., and then Steve and Luciano, and then the South Coast RC Misfits is running in last position right now. And that is Lewis Turlin, Dan Carpenter, Jason Brown, John Haynes, Will Turlin, and Dan Meechan. So it seems like everyone's having a pretty good time, no matter how they're doing on track, because, you know, it's all about having fun. We're racing model cars here, you know. It's not going to take it massively seriously, hopefully. But we've got Nemo, J5, Mugen Seiki, Hertz RC Models, Hertz Old Boys, Hertz Kyosho Team, Team RCP, insert team name here, and the South Coast RC Misfits. That's your running order with 3 minutes and 45 minutes remaining in the 6-hour race here at Hertz RC Models. The 6-hour, as you can see, 6-hour endurance race. All right, so I think we're on sort of like a... Who are we following? Oh, there's a nice wide view to give you a good sense of the scale of the track. And we're sort of like auto switching around a little bit. There's that coat hanger section. You see the driver stand. From a couple different angles. That little building there, that's the commentary position that we're speaking from and doing our little interviews. And you can just see, just behind the rostrum there, is to the left of the rostrum is, you can see the tiniest bit of the rock crawling course. On the other side of that earth berm is the, oh, there's a better view of it. You can just see some of the garden, what are those things? Like, what are those called? Those things you can buy for your garden to put around flower beds and things like that. Yeah, you can see that's for the RC crawler fans, like myself, because, you know, when you're not so fast anymore, you just go as slow as possible. Why not? And then off to the behind all of this is the basher track, which we can just see the tiniest. Oh, we can see quite a bit of it actually when we swap back to the view. All that AstroTurf is the basher track, and then on the beyond that even further is the 1/10 track. So you can see there's 4 different sort of driving locations basically. And there we go, nice zoom in view. So it will swap back, but that's okay. So yeah, these obviously with all the major slopage, because it's built into the that earth berm that goes up. There's a rock quarry on the other side of that for the RC crawlers to play around on. It's quite good, very fully featured. It's quite nice. Yeah, so with all the drainage in the AstroTurf, all the artificial grass that's recycled from tennis courts and lots of five-a-side clubs, sorts of places like that. He's got donated or sold off to model racing clubs like Hertz RC Models here, and to get reused for basically any all-weather sort of racing. So you don't have to worry too much about mud and heavy rain. Well, I should say light rain. But obviously, as you can see around the track, we've got brick sections, we've got concrete sections, and as I had correctly guessed, the decking sections cover up basically runoff ponds, like mini ponds for water to collect in or drain from. For large amounts of water when it gets really, really wet. So Nemo Racing, I'm not sure who's out on track at the moment. Let's see if we can find, I'll look for the car number 2. You can see Jamie there. Looks like he's doing some pit work. It's Jamie Clancy is just dropping out the car number 1. Car 2. Have we found the car 2? I don't know if we have. I have my eyes open as the cars come past. We got 7. I think the car 2 is the yellow and blue car, I think. Just about to go over the AstroTurf jumps. It's got the gray car of J5 behind them. I think that's good. It doesn't have enough numbers on its car. I think this is the car too. I'll keep an eye out for the other cars. Yes, Bob Dorothy, Redovon, Spain was the track for the Worlds. We were there just a few weeks ago, broadcasting what was a very, very good event, I must say. Is this the car too? Yes, Coase. So coming into the pits, that's the Agama getting refueled to the left, to the left. There we go, just coming out of the pits. Let's see who this is. Nemo. Yellow, blue, black. This is Eric Leike, son of Katrina, who we were speaking with earlier. So Eric is the older brother of Holger, who is the second driver on the Rota for the team. Only 13 years old. Okay, yeah. No, that'd be great. That'd be great. Thanks, Jim. I'm okay for now. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. No, it's perfect. Thank you. So Jim from the club and shop, just popping his head in, just let us know how things are going. Seems to be going fine. So we're following Eric Leike as he's coming over the AstroTurf jumps, getting past that. That's one of the RC Misfits cars, I think. Oh, and getting a little Linus losing his eye line there. Trying to get past the stricken J5 machine. Several of the gray cars. Which I can kind of see the appeal of the gray car. It's still, yeah. And at least it is a good thing that they're running it. But I don't know how I'd manage multiple drivers running multiple cars. I'm just trying to think how I'd. Very good. Anyway, I'm just babbling to myself. I'm tired. So we're on the Agama car, I think, the Nemo team. Following Eric as he's going over this very technical section, over the tabletop. I think that's the car 1 that he's just passed. He's already passed the J5 to put them another lap down. Oh, it's the car 7 that he just passed. It's the old boys team. Pulling away from the J5 car just very, very slightly. I can't tell who's running the J5 car because there's 3 of them running gray. With J5 running second, so we've got Carl, Stuart, and Tom all running gray. United's football vlogs. We are running, this is Nitro Buggy, this particular race. I think the hobby shop does sell electric cars. Don't know if there's regularly classes for them. There's still quite a split between electric and nitro, for buggy. But I mean, let me know in the chat if this is true for your particular club or area or shop. But electric 8th buggy seems to be, to me, like sort of like an intro sort of thing for electric racers to electric off-road racers, like 10th scale basically, to give it a try? Or is it more an extra class for the nitro racers to have a play around in? I'm not sure. Obviously, a lot of the national sorts of series or larger races sometimes will have electric and nitro racing at the same event, and maybe it's more a matter of the nitro racers just get more track time basically to try out, whether it's try out settings or just have more time on the track to play around on. Not that they're playing, but you know what I mean. Nemo Racing now 9 laps ahead of J5, who is themselves, is at 8 laps ahead of the Mugen Seiki team. Old Boys have moved ahead of RC Models. So the Hertz team and Old Boys seem to be swapping positions. Let's see if I can find the 7 and the 6. I don't know if they're together on the track. It's going to be a difficult one. There's the 7. No, they're not really close on track, but somewhere along the way, it's been quite a big shift in the orders, in the lower positions. Just waiting for the camera cycling to come around and see who we are with. I think this is the car 7. I think this is car 7. Yeah. This is the Hertz Old Boys. I think pink, no. I think this is Ed Lee Jones once again. So it seems like these guys have cycled around again to their first driver. Hello, how are you? All right, would you mind popping that on? Right, so I think you're with Jim's team.
Yeah, Hearts RC Models.
Right, okay. Let me see if I can find. guys were in third for a bit. You dropped down to fourth, I think, now.
I think it's our changing of the transponder is not as quick sometimes.
Ah, okay, yeah. It's really hard to see. Obviously, there's the fuel stops, and those take time, but the changing... I don't know, like, these guys have dropped down. Those guys dropped down. You know, it's like, I can't really, even though I have the windows and stuff like that, trying to look at the chat and follow what's exactly
Trying to keep everything is hard.
Yeah. So, what's your name?
Nikki Knight.
Nikki, okay.
Yep.
And how's the racing been going for you so far?
You know what? It's been going really, really well. The team we've done an amazing job as a team. We've all been really consistent, which is obviously key to any RC racing. So far so good. We just need to speed up on changing our transponders over.
Yeah, because sometimes that's just the easiest way to make up time or to not lose time to someone else out on the track, isn't it?
Yes, exactly.
To make sure that the routine, fueling, or changing tires or whatever is always probably the easiest way to make up time rather than trying to just go faster on track, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And you tend to find that sometimes if you push it too fast and you're going too fast, you make a mistake. Yeah. And you're going to lose more time being marshalled than you would if you just went slower and more consistent.
Yeah, exactly. Or, I mean, in the worst case, you might, the Mugen team that actually had a motor shift on them in a crash.
They did.
So that's obviously the worst case scenario. It's way worse than losing maybe 5 or 10 seconds getting marshaled.
Exactly, and touch wood, it's so far so good. Nothing mechanical, so that's
very good.
That's a good thing. Yeah, that's definitely a good thing.
So how many cars are you running? How many different cars are you running?
We're running 6.
Okay.
Yep.
Because some teams are sharing cars, so that's why I asked.
We was originally, and then we decided that it would be, because of the batteries and everything in the car, it would be easy to just use our own cars and change the transponder, and that's it, just to save a bit of time.
Right. And so are you guys doing like sort of what I suppose we can term a standard transponder change rather than doing any sort of like quick sort of shiftiness or anything like that?
No. It's just a standard one. So it's in the transponder holder and then into the clip that goes into the car, and that's it.
Right. Okay. And so for you, how do you? I mean, I assume you race here pretty regularly.
Yes.
And how do you normally do on a club weekend? A finalist, B, or whatever.
I wish. I'm usually, dependent on how many people here, I'm usually middle of the field, roughly.
Okay.
Dependent on whether I'm having a good day with my focus or not. So that makes a big difference. But usually around middle of the field.
Right. And most of the rest of the team, obviously, big into RC because it's a lot of the workers at the shop.
Yeah. So I mean, we all come down for pretty much every club race meet. Some of the guys have done nationals as well. So yeah, we're all here on a regular basis. We all love RC, and my other half is in the team as well. So he's the one that got me into it, really. So, and I haven't looked back. So 8 years in the running. Yeah.
So on a normal weekend, for the majority of the team, you would say that maybe you're like middle of the pack, like you say, or maybe just a little bit ahead of the middle of the pack, or where are you expecting to maybe finish at the end, at the start of the event?
For me, if I was to finish kind of middle of the pack, then I'm happy.
Right.
So I've got better. It's taken me some time. I'm not as young as all the young racers, and I've got really quick reflexes. But I am getting better. I was down the bottom of the pack for quite a long while, and then we changed over to a different car, and I just changed my driving style. So now it's now I'm a lot more consistent.
Yeah.
Which could be better, but then we all could be.
But for the team, coming into today.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think that everybody would have rated your chances? Like where, out of 9, do you think you would have finished top 3, middle 3, bottom 3?
I think we were hoping for at least top 5, and anything above that is a bonus.
Yeah.
So anything, I mean, we didn't think that we'd be kind of first or second. Not that we're, not making ourselves very good here, but there's a lot of fast drivers here today. So yeah, we were hoping kind of anything above 5th is definitely a win for us.
Doing that at the moment, and like I said, you guys were in, I believe you were in 3rd for a bit.
We was, yes.
Yeah. But the Mugen guys are quite, they're pretty rapid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
And I see someone is, whoever's running now has gotten the place back from 5th. You're now in 4th. Or wait, no, am I remembering that completely wrong? 'Cause
Yes, so we're in 4th at the moment.
yeah. But were you in 5th, I think?
We were in 5th, yeah.
Right, okay. So that, I mean, because I'm just wondering, because the lap difference now is 4, so it's quite a big jump. But maybe old boys have swapped and lost a couple of laps here.
Yeah, and everyone's got different,
Yeah.
strategies, if you like. Some are doing
Yeah.
20 minutes in between each drivers. Some, like us, are doing every half an hour. But we've got a lad that's running electric, so he's doing 20 minutes. So we've got a very different one to everyone else.
He's running electric.
He's running an electric car.
I did not realize that. Okay.
I think he's the only electric car here today, actually.
Right. Okay. I didn't know that. Which one's that?
That one is, where is he?
You guys.
Vito.
Oh, okay. Running an e-buggy.
Yes, he's running an e-buggy.
Okay. That's interesting to know.
So it's quite good actually that we've got him, because obviously he can go out for 20 minutes and he doesn't have to come in for fuel.
Yeah.
So I think that's where it's helping us to save on a little bit of time with our slow transponder changes. But because originally we was only going to use 2 cars, but we decided that taking the batteries out, charging the batteries, the time difference, it would have been a lot longer. So that's why we decided to use all our cars.
Okay, well that's good. That's good. I mean, every person that comes in, we get like just a little bit extra info, a little bit extra info. So that's good. I didn't know that there was anyone running electric. I was just saying, because someone had asked in the chat, are you guys running electric? It's like, no, this is all nitro.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's running nitro. It's like, no.
No, he's the only one. He's the only one running e-buggy.
Right. Okay.
And yeah, he's doing really well. And his consistency is fantastic. I think he had one small minor crash, but apart from that, he's so that saved us a lot of time.
Yeah, I bet.
It did save us a lot of time.
And how long are the tires lasting? About are you giving them up after 30 minutes?
Yes.
Or the full stints?
Yes, we're changing them. We've all changed our tyres after 30 minutes.
Right.
So I think we've all raced now, actually. I think my other half is actually out at the moment. So once he comes in, we'll all start again.
Right.
From the beginning, as we did this morning. But it's actually been a really good day. And we have worked really well as a team. It helps that we all work together as well, so we know each other.
I mean, you guys probably potentially have the best, before you even get out on track, probably the best teamwork.
Yes.
Quote unquote.
Yes.
Because you've been around each other loads.
Exactly. We work together and play RC cars together.
Yeah.
So
and some of the teams they may have been meeting the rest of their teammates or racing with them on team for the first time today.
Yes, exactly that. And the nice thing is, with us all being local club racers, we know each other's strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah.
So it's good because we know how fast everyone is in our team, because we've watched them, we've helped them on race days. So yeah, it's I think we've been very lucky. Very, very lucky. I wouldn't have changed my team, definitely not.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I have noted. I had a good look around the shop last night, because it's been quite a while since I've been in the hobby shop.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed that there's quite a lot of e-buggies for sale there.
There is.
So and the shop does sell, like, I guess it's on consignment or just used models from clubs.
No. What, the ones on show?
Yeah.
They're just our demo cars.
Okay.
So if someone wants to come in and they're not too sure what car they want to use.
Well, I mean, there's some used ones for sale as well.
No. They're just purely to show the customer what they do. So we will take them and show them how the car runs, start it up and things like that. So it helps the customer to know kind of what they're looking for. That's for the customer that's not too sure.
Right, okay. So, but for the electric models that you sell, are there a lot of electric racers here at the club for 1/8?
Not really. I mean, there's becoming more. there is a lot more e-buggies now. On a general race day, you would most probably see anything between 5 and 10, depending on obviously who's coming.
Yeah.
So we usually have a heat for e-buggy.
Right. Okay.
Sometimes we have to mix them with the nitro because we don't have enough here. But it still works.
Yeah.
So, but it is becoming more and more popular, especially with people first getting into RC. When they come in the shop, they tend to go for an e-buggy first, so they get used to.
I was kind of pondering that out loud, just to no one in particular, because no one else to talk to. Just kind of wondering how people get into. I mean, obviously, I know like a lot of the pro racers. Obviously, they get their kits for free. Engines. Motors and all that, but they get extra run time if they go to, say, a national event or a club event that might be running nitro and electric. They get more track time, basically. So whether that's purely selfish and gets them more suspension or tire information, or just more track time, period, is that what is getting people into electric buggy, or is it, like you say, the new people who are either they want to try something different from 1/10, or maybe they've got a basher, like something that uses double batteries, like a Savage or an Arma car, or something like that, and they go, well, I've already got 2 packs of batteries and the motor, so I'll just try a racing buggy. Do you see a lot of that?
That is exactly how it is.
Right.
People tend to come in and they start with, like a Carnage or an Armour car or a Traxxas car, and then usually within a couple of months we see them come back in, they say, we want to try something faster.
Right.
So then they're getting more into kind of the racing side of it, and we tell them about the tracks here. And everyone's like, oh, didn't know you had tracks. And then, then we've got more members coming on board, and it's really good. And we're seeing more and more new people coming along, which I think is great for this hobby.
Yeah,
because at one point, a couple of years ago, obviously, I know we had COVID, but it kind of just stayed very middle ground. Whereas now, you're seeing more of the kids coming up, and they have one go, and they're like, right, that's it. I want to race now, and they want something faster, and it's nice to see.
Yeah.
It's really nice to see.
That's good. All right. Well, that's excellent. Thank you
Glad I
very
could be
much
of
for
help.
coming in. No, that's fantastic. I mean, it's really good insight for how the basher market brings people into racing.
Yeah.
And then obviously old racers, they might stop for a bit. They have their young kids maybe, and then they bring in new blood maybe into the hobby. And
That's exactly
starting
it.
with the basher models, or maybe just straight into racing. Who knows?
Exactly. I mean, I've always loved anything cars. I'm a bit different for a woman, but there's more and more women doing the RC racing now.
Yeah, for sure.
But my husband, he actually used to do RC boats, and then when we moved here, he said, oh, there's a track. And then that was where it all started 8 years ago, and now we're both racing for our lives, really.
I assume he didn't start with the RC boats that are like either sailboats or like the slow fishing trawlers.
Yeah, he had the slow ones at first.
Oh, right, really?
Yeah, he started it when he was a child.
Okay.
And then he was like national champion when he was in his teens.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
he was really good, but obviously
Is that racing the
boats,
Wow, okay.
yeah. But there's a lot of money when it goes under the water,
I
and
can
it's right at the bottom of the lake. So at least with this, it's dry and we can pick it up and fix it.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. You don't have to send a Labrador Retriever out. To
No, exactly. Exactly that.
No, that's fabulous. Oh, thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you for having me. Thanks
Yeah,
very
and,
much.
And good luck for the rest of the day.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Excellent stuff. Thank you. Wow. So it's good information, good insight, like I said.
When have we got 2 hours? Pardon?
Yeah. All right. Yeah, just sorting out some information for that'll be coming up. So yeah, I hope everyone got some extra little insight from that. It was quite good. All right, so let's see what has been going on in the chat, I should say. Hi. Okay, yeah, come on in. Got another victim on deck for us. Team RCP. Let me get your guys' info. So I'm guessing you're Andy?
Yes.
All right. Hi, Andy.
Hi.
Andy Pierce from Team RCP. It's radio control products from Shropshire sort of area.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, very good. So someone in the chat let us know the name of the shop, so that's why I know.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
But yeah, we got some info from you guys. We got Andy, Ben, Gary, Ian, Alex, and Ashley.
Yep.
And I'm assuming you or was this Jim wrote this down? A team of aged drivers loosely supported by Radio Control Products of Bridgnorth.
Yep, that's absolutely right.
So are you guys as aged as Team Old Boys?
No, I think we're actually younger than them, but, but probably not by very much. Yeah, we've all been doing this for a long time now. I mean, I started when I was 11, so you know, and most of us have followed the same sort of path of, you know, race when we're young, then discover girls, then have kids, and then come back to it because, you know, it's good fun being out with your mates.
That's exactly what I just mentioned to. Sorry, I just forgot her name. Nikki, who was just in. She works in the shop here, and we were just talking about sort of, I guess, the life cycle of the typical RC hobbyist.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously it's difficult if you're at the top level and doing this professionally, but for most of us guys, it's just getting out here and spending a day, hopefully without it raining, and you know, enjoying larking about with some toy cars.
Exactly. Yeah, and it has brightened up. I mean, we
yeah, it's nice now. I've just done a Martian stint, and it's quite pleasant.
We've got a lot more blue than white above us.
Yeah,
and,
it's nice.
The track apparently is warming up. The traction's coming up.
It is coming up. The traction was pretty low early on.
Have you done 2 stints?
Yeah, I've
already?
done 2 stints
Okay, so
now.
what was the first stint like for you?
It was totally different. First stint we were on sort of an M4 compound, really soft, just trying to grab every bit of grip we can. Second stint we went to just a sort of a regular Blue Magma, and it was really nice. It was much better, much more fun to drive. But yeah, it's good. It's good.
That's great. And is everyone running their own car, or is there any sharing of cars?
No, we're all running our own car today, mainly because we all wanted to have a go on the track as a bit of practice for sort of the nationals next year, that kind of thing. But I think if we did it again, then we'd probably just use sort of 2 or 3 cars and rotate around those, depending on who's driving wheel and who's driving stick. You know, that's the challenge. But yeah, I think that if we were going for ultimate pace, then we'd go about it a different way. But really, we just wanted to just come and enjoy it, and you know, it's great. You know, we do so many meetings where it's show up, do your practice run, do a few 5-minute qualifiers, and then do your final and go home. And to do something like this, I think, you know, the more of this type of event there is, I just add something different. Yeah, let's go and do that. It's not going to be the same as normal.
Yeah.
And like 8th is a very collaborative sport anyway, because obviously you need your pit man.
Yeah, well, you need 2 pit men.
Well, yeah, ideally,
you
absolutely.
Want to be really fast.
Yeah, absolutely. And but this takes that to even a higher level. You know, 10th, you can go and sit at 10th meet, not speak to anyone all day, like, you know, if you want to. And some of our team are like that. But you know, this is just brilliant, and sort of swapping the transponders over. It's all part of the, you know, a different challenge to what we're normally doing. You know, so it's really good. Really good.
And how do you think? I mean, I've kind of been wondering aloud because I've organized a large-scale endurance race. I mentioned it to the chat. I'm trying not to mention it too much, but I used to work at HPI, and I did the HPI Baja Challenge series. Obviously, running one car for 12 hours, way different.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to. I've been wondering aloud, I was like, what's the best way to do it? And this is actually kind of a really good way to do it because you're not putting too much work through one car.
Yeah, I
You're
think
kind of sharing the cost out. Sort of.
Yeah, you are, and that's the challenge is the cost of running one car. I mean, I've done 24-hour races in 10th that used to be reasonably that sort of thing. A lot of endurance team racing was quite popular back in the sort of late 80s, early 90s. And I've done some of that, and running one car is brilliant because if it breaks down, you've all got to sort of
sort
of get together
to
in
me,
pits.
I like the large scale sort of like Le Mans sort of thing. Oh, they're
Yeah.
changing out the engine, but the whole team is like diving in. It's okay.
Yeah.
You take out this bit. You take out that
exactly,
bit.
Exactly. You know, you get
But-
set shocks ready. We'll get those whacked
Yeah,
on,
yeah.
and so that bit's really cool, and that's how I would do it. But you know, for other people where maybe cost is more of a concern, then at least with this, you're not really doing any more work on your car than you would do in a normal race day.
Yeah, Jim mentioned that you're getting maybe about an hour of run time on your car, which
Yeah.
is about what you would do in a normal car.
Yeah, we're doing. We've got 6 in the team. We're doing 3 20-minute stints, and we all did 10 minutes each in practice. So everyone gets an hour, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, no sort of favouritism or anything.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, and that is the that's kind of the fair way to do it. You know, when you've got those sort of 6 in the team. So, yeah, it's good. But I think for pure fun and a bit more drama, maybe. So you know, someone's leading by a mile and then a gearbox blows up, and so you got to bring that car in and rebuild it. You know, the single car thing will be brilliant, but yeah, it's just whether someone's prepared to trash a car in 6 hours. You know, so, yeah. So that's the challenge.
Who ends up with all the box of bits at the end?
Yeah, I think maybe the car is possibly even less of the concern compared to the engine. You know, it's sort of engines that maybe, you know, I think you can refresh a car pretty easily after six hours, and it's not going to be, you know, totally hammered. But it's only, like I say, it's only like doing 6 race meetings, which for a lot of people is just a couple of months. But yeah, if you've got to run an engine for a day, then it's going to be in the bin probably by the end of that, maybe. But yeah, I mean, I guess there's different ways to do it, but this is a good start, and hopefully it'll be successful enough that they'll do some more like this. You know?
Well, yeah, I mean, Jim, that's what I was going to mention next, was that Jim is hoping that this kind of kickstarts an interest in an endurance series where it's a 3-hour race or a 2-hour race or whatever.
Yeah.
I suggested to him maybe the final race be like a 6-hour race.
Yeah.
So which is double points.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like more of an event like this, but you have the teams. It's really, really drama.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, and I think, you know, why not try it? We know that the 5-minute sort of race format works, but why not throw some of this stuff in the calendar as well? You know, and just see if we can get enough interest in it for it to really take off. Because I think there's a lot of people enjoying it today, and as long as you get plenty of track time and, like I say, you're working together with your mates to try and make it be as quick as you can. And yeah, it's just a different challenge, and you know, we love doing something a bit different. So.
And so you guys all race at the same club, basically?
Yeah, I mean, we tend to do the nationals, and we just sort of you know, we sort of got to know each other. Like Ian in the team I've known since we were both very young, and then you sort of get to know. I used to race with Alex in the 90s, and you know, so we're sort of old rivals. And
what was it? 1/8 buggy back then?
It was 10th.
Right.
Yeah, 10th buggy, and then we sort of switched over to 8th at start the 90s really, and
back in the what was that, Kyosho Burns days?
Yeah, it was Burns Inferno crossover. So yeah, there was sort of 3 different manufacturers, and that was pretty much all you had to choose from really.
Yeah.
But it's very different now. But
it's hugely different now.
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah. But yeah, it was great.
And so you guys have come quite a ways.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get down to the south and do the South Series? I mean, you do national events, so
yeah.
you're not afraid to drive up and down the country.
No, we haven't done a lot on the South Coast. If the nationals were down there, we'd probably get tempted down there a bit more. But we tend to be, you know, this is about as far south as we go these days. I mean, way back when I used to go down to Kent for nationals and stuff like that, but yeah, there's not the need now, so they tend to arrange the calendar so it's fairly Midlands focused. which is okay when the tracks are there and good. But yeah, it'd be good to get some more tracks and just get that variation into our calendar.
So, do you think? I think Jim's hoping, obviously, him being in the south, he's hoping that this kickstarts a southern endurance series. Do you think there's any scope for this in the Midlands or the north?
I think there is. I mean, at the end of the day, an endurance series across a couple of tracks would be possibly the way to go. Maybe you drag a few teams in who didn't want to come down to, if they're up in near Pendle or something like that, they might not want to come down to Hearts 5 or 6 times a year or whatever it might be. If there was some at Nemo or Shrewsbury or somewhere like that, or even up at Pendle somewhere, then it's opening up to everyone, isn't it? Give everyone the chance to have a go with it.
Yeah. Oh, that's very good. And so, how's your team going so far? How do you guys? I mean, what's the general vibe, the feel of the team? I mean, maybe from a non-competitive side.
Well, we're all still talking to each other.
I think that's a good goal. Actually,
there's been very little abuse so far, outside the normal sort of levels of abuse. No, it's been going well. We had a transponder issue on the first stint, which was my first stint, so we lost a load of laps there, which we didn't realise. But that's fine. We're just enjoying the day. It's just a really good laugh. It's
good
fun.
And are you hoping to get out of the bottom third and get up into the midfield, or challenge? I mean, you're only a few laps behind the Kyosho team.
Yeah, we're just gonna bag it as much as we can get away with and see where we end up. That's pretty much the plan.
I mean, that's endurance racing, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. Try not to break your cars. Try and keep the car on track all the time. And we'll end up where we end up, but it's been good so far.
Oh, fabulous! That's great, and hopefully this, like I said, kickstarts something bigger, whether it's regional or nationwide for endurance series.
Yeah, I think that'd be brilliant.
Great. All right, thank you very much for coming in.
No problem at all. See you in a bit.
All right, thank you, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Fabulous. It's Andy Pierce from Team RCP down from Shropshire. So good chats with all the team leaders and members that have come in. So really good info, and I mean, it's for me. It's having never been here, and it's been apart from RCGP a couple months ago, I don't remember having been to a 1/8 buggy track that was only running 1/8 buggy at the time. So it's been quite an eye-opener for me, to be honest. It's really nice. So just reading through the chat. Yeah, we're swapping transponders between the cars. There's multiple cars per team, and like we were saying, it's I mean, from a purist perspective, there's an argument to be made. It should be one car per team. But from a realistic sort of perspective, how are you going to split up the cost of buying a car, or whose car will you use to wreck for 6 or 12 or 8 or however many hours you're going to run it? So I think this is a happy middle ground, I think, because as you said, it's about this amount of wear and tear you put on your car and engine over a normal club weekend. So I think it's been fine. There's only one e-buggy here, and it's one of these sorts of it's a friendly race. It's not a highly competitive race. There's no cash prize. You're only going to get, each team gets a trophy at the end, and it's bragging rights. It's not. This isn't for any sort of national prize or anything like that. So, I mean, seeing some suggestions and comments in the chat, which is all fine. I think what this is helping to do is to get that conversation started, and maybe go to your local club or your shop-supported track like this is, and say, hey, you know, look at what these guys did. They ran a 6-hour race, and this is how they did it. Maybe we should look at doing it this way, or maybe we can do the same thing, or whatever. It gets a conversation started, doesn't it? So I think it's a really interesting way to do it. And like I said, it shares the wear and tear and the cost, especially on the cars. Everybody gets the same amount of running time, which I think is key. And you know, hopefully would be written into the rules of any sort of official series or anything like that. But no, it's all good. Yeah, Lee Martin is out on track. I don't know if he is at the moment. I haven't, to be honest, I haven't been watching the track action. Been you know, focus on talking with our various guests that come in, and thank you very much for everyone that has you know, given us their time and assistance today, just helping out. We've got a car out there getting revved up and warmed up. Can't tell what it is, just under the window here. There's no body on it, so I can't see. But yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. And at the moment we're at the 3-hour mark roughly, so let's have a look at the teams and how they're doing. Nemo Racing now, wow, 10 laps ahead of J5. So they pulled ahead another couple of laps on J5. Mugen Seiki fallen some major problems for them. Looks like 14 laps behind J5 now. Hearts RC Models, not only have they moved up from 5th to 4th, they're only 2 laps behind the Mugen Seiki team. But Mugen Seiki, we know they're quick. We know they've got Jamie Clancy. Not sure about the racing skill of the rest of the team. I'm completely unfamiliar with them, but obviously Jamie Clancy is, you know, I think we can safely say, and without offending anyone, he's their star racer. But something has stricken them, and we'll see if we can find out what that might have been. Hertz Old Boys in the car 7. Falling another lap or 2 behind the Hertz RC Models team. Hertz Kyosho team, 8 laps behind the Hertz Old Boys. Team RCP, who we were just speaking with, Andy from the RCP team. Thank you very much for popping in, helping to move up. But as you said, just rag it and see how it goes. Insert team name here in South Coast RC Misfits. We haven't spoke with those guys yet, but they seem to be holding their positions. Not sure how insert team name here started on 4th spot. Obviously, they've had some rough running to fallen so far down, but it is an endurance race. Literally anything can happen. Anything you can think of might happen. And then multiply the chances with that times 5 or 10, and that's about what you got. Yeah, and like Rimfire in the chat is saying, I'm okay with it being multiple cars. It's just a little different. No, I agree. I agree. It is different, and you know, like I said, I'm trying not to harp on it too much, but you know, the HPI Baja challenge that we organized way back, 15 or more years ago now for the first one, but is you know, it was good, and obviously, you know, from a brand perspective, it really shows off that, you know, how tough our cars that they can run for 12 or 24 hours straight. And like I was telling, I think it was Carl, I think, from the J5 team. You were saying, you know, from a brand's perspective, that is really good, but you do have to have a little bit of manufacturer support from that. But I think, you know, if this sort of thing could take off, and I think it could, judging from the, you know, the number of people who are commenting and, you know, putting in their own opinions on how they would do it, or suggest it to the track or club. you know, that's what it's about. I think this sort of thing is ideal to get that conversation started. It's great. Yeah, I think ringer is a kind of a universal English term. I mean, maybe not in some, but you know, in British English, I think it's a similar sort of term. The fast guy. But I mean, to be fair, if we're talking about Jamie or Lee, you know, not everyone has to run a minimum amount of time. I'm not sure how they're tracking it. I think it's generally on the honor system, but I think, you know, it's very easy to look up on the stand. And who's this? Ooh, we have. I think this is our first actually broken car. Oh, that's the Nemo team. So that is it Catherine? Katrina, retrieving a busted Nemo car, and they're doing a transponder swap. So we can see them refueling the next car out. So this is the advantage of it being a, you know, call it whatever you want, but you know, if we call the one car endurance race, the one car only, one chassis only, the purest, you know, the Le Mans style race, whereas this is more of a club friendly endurance race. This is the advantage of it being a friendly sort of race, where you can, you know, the next guy, well, you know, you broke your car, okay, go fix it, and you know, you'll finish out the rest of your stint, you know, the next time you come up, and the next guy is out and ready to go. So, you know, the team's not sat there, not twiddling their thumbs. I mean, you wouldn't be twiddling your thumbs if you're all hands on deck repairing a car. But yeah, so that was the first breakage I've seen. We've had some, we've had a runaway, we've had engine shifts, we've had other things happen to the cars, but that's the first time I've seen something hanging off. I'm not sure who that was. All right, so we're good. Just take a few minutes to have a little bit of a break. But we'll keep the action running, and please chat amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
And welcome back, everybody. We are somewhat refreshed and fed and have sat down for a few minutes. And we're ready for the final 2.5 hours of the Hertz Nitro Model Car Team, Nitro Model Club Team Race, Hertz RC Models 6-hour endurance race. Brought to you by Hertz RC Models and us, RC Racing TV. My name is Frank McKinney. I'm going to be talking, walking, shouting, hopefully, with excitement and jubilation of some track action. Here we are at the Hertz Nitro Model Club. We've got Ash on camera and James in the van running all of our tech solutions. And you'll see a couple of other camera views. There's one of them there showing you can see the drivers at the top, mechanics, and a little mistake there. This is our, what are we calling that? The coat hanger view. They call that section the coat hanger. You know, it's got like sort of a shape to it, like a hanger, you know, metal wire hanger. Anyway, oh hi, hello. Okay, yeah, come on in. We've already got our next victim. There you go. If you pop the cans on, there you go. Right. Okay. So we have one of the Misfits here with us, not the Music Man, but South Coast RC Misfits. And are you Jason?
I'm Dan Carpenter.
You're Dan Carpenter. Okay.
How you doing? All right.
I'm okay. I've had some food now, and I've had a little bit of a break, and so I'm back for the last 2.5 hours.
Good.
Yeah. So how's the race been going for you guys?
It's not too bad. It's our first time up here as a team.
Yeah.
First time taking part in an endurance race, so it's been definitely a learning curve. That's
Yeah.
for certain.
I think it's a lot. It's true for a lot of the racers here, especially. Well, some of them have done endurance racing from way back, but it was quite a while ago, and obviously this has been a little bit of a break for various reasons, you know, for racing for a lot of people. But so this is kind of a big sort of event to bring people crashing back into it.
Yeah, that's it. That's for certain.
Yeah. So what's sort of what would you say is the experience or skill level of the team overall?
Yeah. So a lot of us are quite new to the hobby, funnily enough. For myself, I've only been racing for about 6 to 8 months. A couple of us have only been racing for about that long. A couple of us have been racing just over a year.
Really?
We've got Lewis and Will, who are a father-son team from Passion RC at South Coast RC. And then the rest of us have kind of just filled in and made the Misfits to who we are.
And how's it going overall? Is everyone having fun mostly?
Yeah, we're having fun. That's the most important thing.
I meant mostly. I mean the first question, the main question, the big question.
This is it. So yeah, we're having a great day today. Track's awesome, really great conditions.
Yeah,
having a really good time around here. As I say, it's the first time around the circuit, so definitely something that's a bit of a learning curve, but I feel like we're slowly but surely getting there. Ours is just coming into pit now, funnily enough.
Oh, okay. Who's driving now?
That's Jason Brown. You're currently driving.
Okay, and who's doing the refueling?
We've got Will Turling on the pitch just there at the moment in constant radio contact with Jason upstairs.
Someone's got the wireless headsets then.
Yeah.
With the color wrap and everything.
Oh, yeah.
So you got to have that.
Oh, yeah. We'll be passionate about that.
You know? But yeah, no, that's really good.
Yeah.
And how? I mean, is this something that you would see the group, or at least maybe you guys go off and form your own teams or whatever, and do this again?
Without a doubt, I think it's definitely something that we'll be coming back to. I think it's, as I say, it's a big learning curve because we're usually used to kind of individuals, kind of GP format racing, and all racing for ourselves. It's the first time we've really had to work as a team.
Yeah.
Doing the transponder swaps. And
it makes it so much different. I mean, the team aspect of it makes it so different. I mean, you're already. one of the people we were talking with earlier said that it's you kind of, I mean, you can in some classes. I mean, I used to race touring car a lot. I started off racing electric buggy, and you can just sit there and just be your own. Just ignore everybody else, and go up and just race, and then come back and not really talk or interact. But here with Nitro, especially, you have to have a pit guy, and hopefully you know an engine guy, you know, or an experienced racer who can help you with suspension, or you just learn or whatever.
Exactly. That's been fundamental to myself getting into the hobby, is by having some guys over me who are quite experienced and really helping with every aspect of the car and racing. And like I say, we're working as a well-oiled machine today. We had a bit of a bad start. A couple of cars had issues. Then we dropped our transponder on the main straight, so we weren't picking up for a few laps, but really got the system into gear now. And I feel like, a bit more of a well-oiled machine and actually turning over as we should be, right?
That's great. That's great. I was trying to count off like how many you would need on a team. You can maybe get away with 4, but you need at least 5.
Yes.
Because you have a racer, a mechanic, the next guy out on track, and then someone, at least one person pitting.
That's right.
Ideally 2.
Yep. So we've done it as, obviously, we've got the marshal out on the post. We've got 2 people in the paddocks, 2 people in the pits, and then the other one racing, evidently. So there's 6 of us in total. So quite a nice spread for us all to at least.
So everyone's getting at least an hour of running time.
So we're running 2 30-minute stints each, making it easier just to break it up and make sure people get adequate breaks and time to have something to eat.
And what sort of fuel times are you running?
Between my tank's about 6.5 minutes. Mine's running a bit lean at the moment, but on average, I'd say about 7.5.
Right.
Actually, 8-minute tanks. Yeah, is what we're running at the moment. So, yeah.
And do you think? Is this something that if you hadn't seen this on Facebook or heard about it on web form or whatever, how have you heard about it? Is this something that you guys individually, any one of you, might have thought about going? You know what I'd like to do? I'd like to drive, as a team for 6 hours straight.
I think it was a bit of a huge last-minute one, for us, to be perfectly honest, because obviously with the weather forecast down south today, it's been quite bad. So we were supposed to be doing Dirt Masters today down at Clanfield, Class E.
Okay.
And it was a very, very short change of plan, 2.5 hours up the road from Portsmouth to North London, and get a team in here. We only really learned the format during the briefing this morning, so we're all kind of like, right, okay, so this is the first time for us all doing this. But no, it's really, really great track, great people up here. Still fine to find some time to get into the shop and spend my payday earnings and everything else, But no, great track, great people. It's really good surface out there today. The cars are running really quickly now. It was very loose this morning, I found, but it's really started to dry out and pick up throughout the day.
The sun has warmed up all the rubber, and I mean, when I see this, my first thought is isn't that's tire rubber. My first thought is that's nitro oil. It actually is. It's a mix, but it's
right.
It is really mostly tire rubber.
That's right. When I was talking to Jim, the owner of the track last night, he was saying luckily he's got quite a lot of people willing to help him out. Apparently, there's a guy who rolls the track twice a week.
Wow.
And that's why it's getting such a lovely, shiny surface. I couldn't work it out last night if it was concrete or dirt. That's how well packed in.
There are some sections where you have to really... I did a full track walk yesterday, just on my own. And you could see where the major holes have been patched up.
Yep.
And, I mean, it's really holding up as well.
It's doing really well.
We were, wondering, myself and in the YouTube chat, we were wondering how the track is going to hold up over 6 hours. It's doing fine.
It's doing fine. stay off the outer edges because you can see where the dust is really starting to pick up.
There is a racing line.
Yeah, without a doubt.
That's true of any off-road or on-road.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah,
stick to the black really well. And you'll be absolutely fine.
Is this sort of surface what you have been used to as a? I mean, can we call you a newcomer or a newbie?
Yeah, I would say newcomer would be absolutely fine by me. Rookie, whatever you want to go with. But I'm used to predominantly dirt surfaces and a bit of Astro down the south coast.
So loose dirt or this type of dirt?
I would say much more looser dirt than we're used to. Yeah, it's not as well rolled, not as kind of as maintained as some of the other tracks there. So, yeah, it's nice to be on a track where you can have a bit more faith in the side bite and pray that your car doesn't roll as much as it normally does.
And this track, I mean, for the ones that I've seen, the last track that I've seen, we do RCGP as well. The last one we were at was the Nemo Raceway, which is very unique, super high grip. I don't even know what kind of Astro it was, but it was some sort of weird Astro. but a bit of dirt as well, and a little bit of brick. And this is a way more varied.
It is. You're right. It's got the dirt sections. You've got obviously the brick sections there, which are a hell of a lot more bitey than you anticipate. And obviously then you're straight into the Astro through some of the doubles, so you can really get the speed up to get yourself over those doubles. Myself, in my first stint, I had a bit of car troubles. My rear diff decided to just tear itself apart, so I was pretty much front-wheel drive around half the circuit, so we've had to retire and pull myself in. But I think we've still got Jason out there at the moment, I believe. I'm just trying to work out whereabouts he is on the circuit at the moment. There he is, just about to hit the double.
Right, okay.
So there he goes at the moment. So the orange and grey car, number 9, making his way around as he goes. And he was the one who recommended us to come down here today.
So is he
He's the ringleader.
Yeah.
And I got thrown in as the team sucker to come in and talk to you. No, there's a bad thing. It's lovely in here. It's nice.
Yeah, no, it's real.
Lovely facilities.
I go to a lot of nitro races, and I'm usually up there on the camera stand, and exposed to the sun and the weather and everything. But I always make sure I have my big Peltor ear defenders on.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, I'll leave you to the rest of your day. I'm going to go and eat my lunch.
Yeah, enjoy it. Yeah,
I
I had a burger earlier. And it's quite nice.
Brilliant.
Extra onions. So
oh, yes, you know the score. Brilliant. All right, well,
distance.
Yeah, thank you so much for
your
your
time.
time.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you for popping in.
Cheers,
and,
thank you.
Being a most recent victim.
Thank you so much. Have a good day. Take care.
All right, thanks, you too, and good luck. Sorry? Yeah, it's on YouTube right now. Yeah, all right. See you. All right, good stuff. That was Dan Carpenter from the team South Coast Misfits, popping up from the south, just basically on a lark. Last minute decision. Let's go up and race this 6-hour endurance race. Not bad. So yeah, that's how it happens. You get roped in, and there you go. Right, so the running order hasn't changed. RC Misfits, well, they're running last, but, oops. Wow, I just accidentally pulled the light down on myself. That's good. Yeah, that's... I need to figure out how to fix this thing. Assistance would not go amiss. All right. I think I've got it, actually. That's what happens with loose wires in RC track buildings. Usual sort of thing. Yeah, they're live. I mean, but they're not exposed. There's another bracket here, but it's not really popping in. I think there's 3 brackets in total. Yeah, so South Coast RC Misfits running last, but the main thing is having fun. That's what it's all about. It's model cars on a weekend lark, and I'm reasonably confident I could stand underneath it. At least it's flexible LED strip instead of a fluorescent tube. Yeah, so where were we? Yeah, so the whole idea is to have a nice little race weekend and with your club mates. So hopefully, like we said, like we were saying earlier, hopefully this is inspiring some of our viewers and listeners to have a look and think about just having a similar sort of fun from their local club. It's always something you can post this link maybe even to your local club or model shop group page or Facebook page or WhatsApp chat or web form, anything, and say, hey guys, what do you think? These guys are running for 6 hours and this is how they're doing it. Maybe we can look at doing it this way, with 1 car or maximum 3 cars or whatever. Whatever you think. It's there's so many ways to go about and do an endurance race, and this is just one way to do it. I mentioned other ways that I've organized races myself that do it with the single car and large scale, and it's all about having fun with your friends, racing model cars. That's all it is. So, who are we following now? I think that's the car 5, I want to say. So that means it's Team 5 of Hertz Kyosho team, running a somewhat look-alike Elliott Boots sort of scheme, I think. So, yeah, let's see. Orange and white. I think this is Simon Turner with the red and white wing. Simon, one of the longer-term racers, shall we say. He's posted or mentioned on their team info sheet, racing Kyosho for 22 years. That's quite a long time. It's a good stint. And United Football Blogs. I did see Jim a few minutes ago. He was just coming off of a stint of racing himself. I'll let him know that James Stevens says hello. Scream NRC, a 6-hour race. How much can go wrong on RC rig? A-arms, hinge pins, snapping a shock, or hinge pins snap, shock leak, spare hot strip. I'm not sure. Ouch. Would have to be a tank of a build, very heavy to race one RC for that long. I don't think anyone really... I don't think you need to approach endurance racing like that. Most of these cars, unless you actually hit something, they're sturdy enough to run for an hour or two solid without really worrying too much about anything, really. I mentioned to Jim earlier, I used to get issues of RC World sent to where I worked at, and RC World and RC Magazine, RCM for short, they were the two big Japanese publications way back in the day, in the 90s. And I remember a feature, there was a 24-hour 1/8 buggy race that Kyosho won way back then. And the magazine made a special effort to show the car in its sort of, after the race sort of form, the state it was in. And there was no more anodizing left on the bottom of the chassis. All the screws were shiny from being worn down from landings and stuff like that. But basically it was fine enough, These cars that go out for Le Mans, they're not necessarily street cars, like GT3 RS or Ferraris or Corvettes or anything like that, but they are, they are based on the street machine and, just well prepped. They're not necessarily running titanium everything, and I mean they kind of are, but you know what I mean. It's you wouldn't take a normal passenger car on an endurance race, but you would a well-made machine you can. And obviously all of these cars are built by hand and prepped by hand. There are certain things, plenty of things that you can do to prep it so it'll last for in the case of this race, an hour and a half or so. But in the case of it depends what sort of length of time that you want to run your own endurance race or propose or suggest to your local club or track. So there's all sorts of ways to do it. From I think we can safely say that the purest view would be one car for the entire event, and whatever breaks, you just replace it as it goes. But this is a nice, maybe the other end of the spectrum, where everyone runs their own cars, what they're comfortable with, because otherwise car might be set up to be really twitchy and nervous, and that's perfect for the really high-end racers, shall we say, the ones with the video game eyeballs and fast thumbs or fingers. But for an older driver, wouldn't really be the way that it's comfortable to race, and you can't race it for an endurance race. You cannot race an endurance race on edge 100% of every lap. You have to drive it up to a point. You can't drive it. If you drive it like it's a sprint race, you'll just wear the car out, or yourself, or the tires. And if you have to constantly be changing tires, and you're just losing loads of times in the pits. And then when you hand it over to someone, then it's completely different. You have to set it up so it's easier to drive, basically. That's what I'm saying. Kind of rambling on. Who are we on? I think we're on the car 2 of our leaders, Nemo Racing. And I believe this is once again, this is Eric Leike, who we did follow him before. He's got a very racy, kind of cool color scheme with that yellow and blue with the blue wing. I think it's blue. Definitely got blue side dams. It looks quite good out there. A bit reminiscent of Ongaro's, I think one of his older schemes. Is it just me, or is the heat on? I might need to open the door and get some fresh air in. So we have swapped over to silver car. I think this is J5. Getting to actually know these. No, this is car 6 of Hertz RC models. I think this is the one that is not listed. The color that isn't listed. Where are they at? They're running in 4th. They're doing quite well, actually. Yeah, I have no idea whose car this is. But it is car number 6 of Hertz RC models, which is mostly the employees and workers of the model shop that helps support this track, and plus one more racer. It's definitely not Vito Ricas, who is running an e-buggy. He's the only e-buggy here, running 20-minute stints. So it's a nice change. It's basically racer who wanted to take part, but obviously there's no other e-buggy drivers. So he was added to the Hertz RC Models team, and they're doing all right. I think getting into the top 3 might be a little bit of an ask. They're currently 5 laps behind the Hertz Mugen Seiki team. Who is, I think we can safely say, is led by Jamie Clancy, who, as Lee was telling us, basically lives at this track when he's not working or sleeping. But they've had some issues. Oh yeah, that was the other thing. I did talk to Jamie. They lost a bunch of laps to the J5 team. Because if you'll remember, about an hour or so ago, I think it was, they were just a few laps behind, and now they are 14 laps. So they lost several laps due to the same issue that afflicted them early on in the race, where, if you'll recall, during the very first stint, not 5 minutes into the race, they had a runaway car, and the marshal had to grab it and stop it, and so they had to swap cars. And then not long after that, they had one of the drivers was running his car, and he hit something somewhere along the way, and knocked the engine loose, basically on its motor mount, and came away from the spur, and obviously that's no good. You're not going to be able to drive anywhere. So that happened again about I want to say about 45 minutes to 60 minutes ago. So basically, they've taken that car out of of the Rota, no longer running that car. But the driver who is racing, he's going to be, I'm assuming, splitting up his time across someone else's car or other cars. So yeah, so they lost a bunch of laps there. So they've had. That's what endurance racing comes down to. If you watch anything that Nick of RCTV fame usually covers for his full-size racing, you'll see that prep, driving skill, preparation, quality of components, all that stuff, everything goes into a successful endurance run, but it does come down to luck. There's like in any sort of racing, the endurance aspect of it really magnifies the luck of what can happen or not happen on the track. So we're hoping to get Lee or maybe Jim back in here, and it'd be nice to get some of the racers that we talked to earlier in the day. So we talked to Jamie and Jim were among our first victims. Lee mentioned that he might want to pop in and commentate maybe. And I'm well aware that we haven't done any actual proper commentating. There's not a huge amount of track action in the manner of one car battling on track with another. But we're hoping things will tighten up at the end. But you never know how it's going to go. That's kind of the risk and reward and the joys of the anticipation of seeing how things happen. Not seeing too much come together on the track, but it can easily come down to just some sort of crazy good or bad luck. So if we are able to get some of these racers in, we'd love to know what sorts of questions you would like to have us answer them, or ask them, I should say. So if there's anything you'd like to know in particular from Jamie, who's basically a veteran of this track, and or Lee. We're hoping to see Lee next week at the RCGP in South Carolina. It should be an interesting event. Hopefully the track there is doing fine. Just had Hurricane Ian literally pass right over Myrtle Beach, where the track will be is located, and we're hoping everyone there is okay and the track hasn't been flooded or worse. So it looks like the Misfits team is missing again. You can see they've gone white on the timing screen. So I think this is, let's see how we're. Seeing who we're following. Car 1. Oh, that's perfect. So that's, this is Team Mugen again. No, sorry. Yes. I'm not sure who is driving. I don't have the color notes for the cars, but let's go through the drivers for each team. Well, we've got a little bit of a wait here to see what sort of action's going on. So, Team Mugen in the car 1 that we're following on the moving camera, which is not on now, but it is now. Going through the brick dog. Oh, looks like they're coming into the pits. So, don't think they're doing. I think it's just a refuel. Yeah, just a refuel. It's all good. So that is. You saw Jamie Clancy there. He was holding. I think it was a stopwatch. Just keeping it pro and noting that it is. These drivers have to keep track of the fuel times so they don't flame out or run out of fuel out on the track. We heard from one of the Misfits there recently that he's running 6.5 minutes, but some of the teams running up to 8-minute laps, 8-minute fuel times between refuels, I should say. Team Mugen, anyway, Jamie Clancy, Charlie Tomlinson, who we spoke with earlier, Chris Grimes, Wayne Buckhorn, Craig Homer, Vidas, and Richard Cousins. So they've got 7 drivers in their team. It's the most that any of the teams have. Teams range. Most of them have 6. There's a couple that have 5. But basically 5 to 7 drivers. I think 4 is the absolute minimum that you could do something like this in. You got someone driving out on track, someone marshalling at all times, someone ready to drive the next stint just in case something should happen to the car out on track, or just be ready for when the current driver's stint is ended. And then you have a mechanic or / refueler. But that's the absolute minimum you could get away with. 5, you can have someone in the pits helping refuel or time lapse or whatever, or time the fuel tank runs, that sort of thing. 7, you have a bit more of a break. But with 6, it's easy. It's a 6-hour race. You've got an hour to run each, and a few minutes in the qualifying. So since I mentioned it, qualifying done over basically it was a 1-hour period, a bit like old school. Oh, we got a dead car. Okay, Team 4. The insert team name here. Upside down. Bit of one of the slower cars out on track just at the moment. And it looks like the Misfits team is back out. That's good. The Kyosho team, something's happened to them. I think it looks like J5, they're trying to figure out what's happened to one of their cars. All right, so anyway, let's go around the track and let's see where car number 2 is. I'll let you know when I spot it. Ash, I think it's the next car into the coat hanger section, but not quite sure. Basically, we're looking for the Nemo team car somewhere out there on track. This may be it that you're seeing on the screen. I believe it is, but I just wasn't sure. I think this is Holger, actually. Ooh. Bumping into the pipe. He needs more car numbers on his car, but yes, that is car number 2. White, red, and black. I'm correct. Let me just break my arm, pat myself on the back. Holger Leike, we talked to his mother earlier. They're Holger and Eric, who are running in this team. 12 years old and 13 years old, respectively. Their dad, Torben, and mother, Katrine, are both helping pit. And so that is Nemo Racing, headed up. Well, I say headed up, but one of the star driver, I suppose, of the team is Lee Martin. And then obviously we've got Holger here on screen. Kev Brunsden, who, as I said earlier, he's been up and down the UK, all over, running touring cars to buggies. And lately, well, for the past many years, he's been just concentrating on 1/8 nitro buggy. Mike Daniel is another one. He's multiple National A finalist and a 5-year junior Southern Rallycross Series champion. So he's not too shabby, is he? And he's been racing since he was 10. And Kev has been racing for 40 years. So that's, that's 16 years longer than Mike has been alive. So, when I say he's been around the UK, he's been around the UK, all right? All right, car number 3, J5 Racing. Oh, speaking of Lee Martin, did you put this? I'll ask you when you've got your cans on, or you're eating. You're eating. Okay. Well, you can still answer anyway. Did you put that there? Never won a world. The Nearly Man. Where did you finish in Redevon? Was it the semis? Ah, okay. Right, okay. Well, contender for the nicest man in RC, shall we say. No worries, yeah, no, it's all right. We had a surprise visit from one of the Misfit team, and we're just going through the teams in the running order, and just going through the names of the teams basically. So the gray car out there, Ash, I think you may be on him. You're already on him. Very good. That is J5 Racing. And we talked to Carl earlier, running one of the gray bodies. Luckily for us, there's 2 other cars on that team running gray bodies as well, and black wings. So, really helpful for us. But the other drivers in that team are Josh Adams, Lewis Jones, Stuart Wilcox, who apparently has been around for donkey's years in this category, in this area. Tom Saggers, Ricky Cooper, Stuart Smith, and lots of ex-team drivers, plus as well as young new drivers, according to their own team notes. I think, did we have not followed Team Mugen for a bit? So car number 1 is out there somewhere. This is where we find out that they've been in the pits. Yeah, they've just come out of the pits, actually. It's the next car over the AstroTurf, Ash. This yellow and blue one is car 1, going away from us now. So this one is the team led by Jamie Clancy, who pretty much lives at the track, according to Lee.
Yep.
Charlie Tomlinson, who we spoke with earlier, Chris Grimes, Michael Buckhorn, Craig Homer, Vidas, question mark, and Richard Cousins. And we just, okay. And then car 6 is the next one that we're going to hunt for. Got to be one of these. It's not.
Might be top right. If you can see a number from here, you're doing.
Yeah, I'm not that young anymore.
So I think it's this grey car coming towards us here. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, it's weirdly. I think it is. I think it is that grey car coming around the last section.
Who's
probably
Team 6?
Team 6 is Hertz RC Models.
There you go. Is it? It is.
Yeah, I remember because I was looking for them and I thought it was J5 because half their team is grey with black. And it's like, why? And look, there's no one here listed as running a grey body.
Wow, this is just bad press. Jim Thompson should know better, really.
I know. And I was thinking, maybe it's the guy who doesn't work at the shop, Vido, who's running an e-buggy, but it's not. It's one of the other people who does work at the shop. So, oh well. So I don't know who this is, but in Hertz RC Models, obviously it's going to be led by Jim Thompson, who owns the shop. James Clark is one of the other racers. Steve Johnson, Aaron Knights, and Nikki Knights, who we spoke with earlier. I don't think it's Nikki because she's too nice. She wouldn't do that to us, I don't think. Car number 7, the Hertz Old Boys. And apparently these are the proper Old Boys. The other team that says they're aged, they're not quite as aged as the Hertz Old Boys. Car number 7, or Team 7. Where are they? They'll be...
Nope.
No, none of these. It's probably in the middle section of the track. Or I'm going to think. I think it's the one with the yellow wing. Right. I think, no. That one, Ash. Yeah, in the last section. Pretty sure this is car 7, the Hertz Old Boys, led by Keith Harris, who is racing for them. Ed Lee Jones, Howard Eston, Paul Fitzpatrick, John Nile, and Glenn Lindsay make up the rest of the team. There's 6 racers overall. No info on them or what cars they're running, but there you go. That's the Hertz Old Boys. Basically, the gray-haired gentleman in the pits. Is
that me?
Well, yeah, but you're not as gray. I mean, I've got some gray, but you know, it's kind of mixed in still. Car 5 earlier was running kind of an Elliott Bootsy sort of color with the red and the white. But I think they've swapped drivers now.
I think it's probably this Kyosho going over the double now, the one at the back that didn't do the double.
Which is... That's so helpful.
I reckon it's coming towards us now over this double.
Okay.
I mean, it's a Kyosho. We got to be close, right? It's a Hertz Kyosho team.
I can't spot a Kyosho from this distance. I can't. I don't have those sorts of...
You don't have those skills. Right?
I don't have those eyes, no. I can barely... I need to see a sticker on it to know what
let's
model
see if
it is.
I'm right. I'm doing pretty well this so far. 5.
Yes, okay, yeah, going into turn 1. Going into the first turn, this light-colored car, I think it's white. I want to say white. Coming over the first car over the AstroTurf jumps. He's at the end. He's forward, forward, forward. Okay, well, we can't. The camera is switching positions automatically, so I'm hoping it's Ash is on him. Anyway, car 5, Hertz Kyosho team. Toby Nickel, David Rose, Paul Newman, not that one. Panos Chalkias and Simon Turner. Simon Turner, you must know him. He's bragging on here. 22 years Kyosho driver, never driven anything. I'm assuming he means anything else.
Yeah, I'm assuming he means anything else.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would also be his first race.
Yeah, exactly. Never driven anything else.
Oh, we've got a car stopped out there.
Oh, where's
the
the
red one? It's an Elliott Bootsy one.
Is that the? I think that's the. It's either 7 or 4. He's not the mechanic isn't. That's not like a very speedy run. It's car 4 of the insert team name here.
Gotcha.
Team. Yeah. So unfortunate for them, but we'll get to them next after Team RCP, which is car 8. These are the aged drivers. We talked to Andy earlier. Oh, no, we do have some car information. Kyosho, HB, Kyosho, Mugen, and HB. And that doesn't make any sense unless, if you're just joining us, you understand that each driver is running their own individual car and basically swapping transponders. So it makes it a bit lighter on the pocketbook for the normal clubman guys who are running. Sort of the opposite extreme end of the running a single car for 6 hours, which is the more purist sort of view, which is fine. There's various ways to do it, and what we've been suggesting, Lee, is that people go to their local club or their track and say, hey, you know, look at this race down at Hertz. You know, they're running 6 hours, and this is how they did it. I think we should run 4 hours and do it this way, or 2 hours and do it that way, or whatever. It's just kind of maybe sparking some ideas for some of the local clubs or regional clubs, or not just in the UK, because we have people watching from Brazil. We have lots of people watching from Australia. We have a few people watching from the US and Canada, and you know, it's apparently somewhere recently someone mentioned that there was a large-scale 24-hour race on road.
Nice.
Which is like, wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a few temp scale 24-hour races.
Yeah, and especially I think especially for Europe anyway. If you can do like a touring car or nowadays a buggy carpet race indoors in a gymnasium. Any time of the year, but especially winter, because it's kind of made for it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
I tell you what, though, you suffer the few days afterwards.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't sleep very good, even if you try. So, yeah, it's a bit of a killer. I prefer the 6 one. 6 hours fine.
So, how many endurance races have you done in your illustrious career?
Oh, millions. Quite a lot. Millions. Most Friday nights. And then quite a lot through the winter. Yeah, I'd hate to guess.
And so you're running you're still running electric Kyosho, is that right?
No,
sorry, I meant Yokomo. I did.
Japanese,
honestly.
right?
Yeah.
Right country.
I'm sorry. I didn't get much sleep last night. I guess the endurance aspect of it has been hitting me, just like sort of like.
Oh, you're excited.
Yeah,
obviously
jazzed up.
Yeah.
Couldn't get to sleep. I was on my phone too long. I have to admit.
Stimulated.
Yeah. I think that the caffeine from the unmentioned sponsor energy drink has worn off, maybe. But I don't want to have another can of it because then I'll definitely be up all night tonight. It's like, Anyway, so what would you think is? I mean, obviously nitro is handy because you can just refuel and go, but you do have to remember to change receiver packs.
You do,
and transmitter pack.
Yeah, I mean, this is my first nitro endurance race. Hey, it's been pretty fun so far, I think. It's been good. We've had a few breakages, but if you react to it quite quickly, you see that it breaks, you can swap out, like I was mentioning earlier. You can get back going quick. I think one of our breakages, it was only like 1 minute and 45 lap.
Really?
So
I saw one of the cars. I think it was Eric's car. Was retrieved by his mom. I think
might have been Holger's red one.
Yeah, it was a red one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, 'cause it was one of the front corners.
Yeah, exactly. It broke a front arm. I've been a busy mechanic the last hour. There's been a few breakages, some unlucky hits and stuff, and but that's what makes it fun, right?
Yeah.
It's all exciting because we were down to like a few cars, so we were having to make sure no one broke. So yeah, that was good.
And so, obviously, in this sort of situation, the way the rules are set up is the next driver is basically just ready to go. The next one in the rota.
Yeah,
and just ready to go at any time, but also probably helping pit or time fuel times or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, if you're organised, Torben, as I said, very organised guy, always make sure we have someone ready to go next.
Yeah.
So that person stays for that whole stint of the person before. So the car's ready downstairs. They're ready upstairs, so if anything does happen, hopefully be able to switch out pretty quick.
And is there? I'm curious. I mean, we've talked to pretty much, I think all but one of the teams, maybe. 2 of the teams. We haven't talked to Old Boys or the insert team name here, but I think we've got the gist of, there's kind of, there's 9 teams. There's kind of a top 3, middle 3, bottom 3, and so we have a gist of the general idea of that sort of team strategy, in the area that they're in. You guys quite organized. Mugen Seiki, they had a tough couple of hits with their, literally, with the motor coming loose twice on one car. So they've lost a lot of laps now. So now it's kind of Nemo and J5 are kind of they're looking at it,
Yeah, what's the difference now?
11 laps?
Still, yeah. It's been kind of even the last hour or so, really. It's been that 11 lap kind of mark.
Yeah.
Even though we've had a few breakages. We'll get our big guns out again soon. I'll rock out there, and Kev will go out, and Eric as well. Eric's fast, so we'll try and extend it a little bit. I'd love to get to 15 by the end. That'd be nice.
So it's a nice round sort of number.
Yeah, yeah, you know, 15 sounds good, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bigger number than 10.
Yeah, yeah. Not quite as big as 20, but we'll take it.
Yeah. So, have you done electric endurance racing at all?
Yeah. So I've done a few, but not for many years. Like I remember the first time I did it, we were still on like nickel metal hydride batteries. So it would only last maximum 5 minutes, and then it would be a quick change. And that was when you use crystals.
Yeah.
So in the radio, so you'd have to make sure no one was on the same frequency. So yeah, that was crazy.
Who's got the clothespin or whatever?
That's it, right? And then if someone annoyed you, just hit them with the aerial, the antenna of the radio. So
yeah.
But no, they were awesome. Always enjoyed it because you get to you hang out with 6 of your buddies on a Sunday and try and race together to do something. So hopefully win.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've always enjoyed the team racing. I think they should be done. It'd be cool if we push it a little further so that they're really competitive, but don't go over the top, whereas it's still fun.
Yeah.
We still need these things to be fun and not hyper competitive.
Yeah. The last guy that we talked to from the Misfits team, they were planning to race somewhere else down south.
Glanfield.
Is that it? Yeah. Okay. And they kind of made almost a last-minute decision to just come up, and most of the team haven't even been racing for more than a year.
Yeah, which is awesome.
And for them, it's complete. I mean, I think for most of the racers here, but for them especially, it's been a completely different kind of racing. It's not. I mean, obviously everyone's still out on track and make sure they're not hitting anything and staying rubber side down and all. But you have to work with a team. You're not working just on your own.
Yeah.
And maybe a mechanic to refuel your car. You have to go, okay, well, someone says doing this, you do that, that sort of thing. It's an entirely different sort of experience for the racers and, hopefully for the viewers as well, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And, you'll get to know the people in your team a little better, and you'll make new friends, hopefully. That's the ideal thing.
Yeah.
Because it is that little bit more relaxed, everyone's not super tight and talking to each other and helping each other out. I think it's a great thing. We really need to push that in this industry.
Yeah, I think so.
Because we are racing toy cars at the end of the day. So.
And what amongst the other teams in the pits? I mean, I haven't seen when and I apologize every time I bring this up for our viewers, but I organized in the past many years ago. I organized the HPI Baja Challenge races, which started at 12, and then we're like, that went well. Let's do 24 hours. That went badly, so we went back to 12, and then 12 again, and so. But the emotion and the drama of starting during the day, finishing at night in the floodlights, and it was really cool. But there was lots of shouting. I'll be saying,
right.
There's none of that going on in the pits. So what do you put that down to? I mean, how do you feel the mood in the pits among the other teams, and what do you think it's?
Well, honestly, I haven't been in the pits too much. I've been letting them get on.
Okay.
I think there'd be a lot more shouting if we didn't have headsets, because generally, if you can't hear each other, you shout, and then everyone shouts, and then your emotions get a little bit more aggressive type.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, it looks fine. It looks
I mean,
somber
everyone just seems really chill.
Yeah.
But I mean, I remember. Because for that series, and we've touched upon it with a bunch of the other people that have come in, and I mentioned it, I've gotten some feedback from the chat about how I've kind of boiled it down to that sort of thing. And I talked to Andy from the RCP team, actually, that shoots there. We kind of both agreed, and he's done this in the past, he said in the 90s, one car chassis for 12, 24 hours. And that's sort of the purest sort of view. You watch Le Mans, you watch any of the other races, the full-size races, and that's like, okay, we've broken the front end of the car. Everybody pitched in, and you got, okay, you get a new engine, you get a new tire, you get the parts, and blah blah blah. Whereas here, it's obviously it's more relaxed, it's more chilled. Everyone's running their own car. You broke a front end, it's fine. Now you, Kevin, whatever. You get out on track, and it's almost like the two extremes of doing it, where you have kind of the clubby sort of way, which is what we're doing and watching now, and then the extreme is one chassis, it's marked, the engine is sealed, you know, whatever.
So then it takes it to that serious level.
Yeah, I suppose.
The only thing this has been great for your average guy because if, for example, you had that one chassis thing, you'd need to then dedicate a chassis, and let's be honest, after 6 hours, it'd be pretty tired.
It'd be worn out.
Yeah. So then that just adds into that cost aspect a little bit. I think that would be awesome though for like a competitive, very competitive team race to have one chassis.
Yeah.
It's just a shame that some people use different radios, you know, stick or steer wheel.
There is that, yeah.
If they're all the same, it'd be awesome. You just pass it over and away you went, which would be perfect. And I mean, that's what we've done before in Temp Scale. We've used the same chassis, and you have to change the batteries and take the body off. And so yeah, I think there should be 2 different classes. There'll be this one, which is like your fun, get on with it job.
Yeah.
And then we could have a.
So my dream because I was like really into touring car racing for a while, and obviously it's kind of died off a bit in some cases. We won't mention that. You can look back on last week's streams if you viewers want to watch. But my dream was always to have a 2.4-hour race, but with multiple different classes, just like a Le Mans. So you have like really fast cars.
Yeah.
And then the slower cars.
So you'd have your Tamiya Cup going around.
Yeah.
And your modified car.
Yeah. Or your high downforce, high grip, and then the slower cars with.
It would be cool. It feels like that out there sometimes, because there is like, there is a big difference in skill level for some of the teams and some of the drivers in the team. So it's quite fun because you're passing a lot of cars. And
what I've noticed even on your first stint, watching you and Jamie go around, obviously you guys were like quickly let off. And that was quite cool to watch. It was a proper battle for position on track, which we're not seeing at the moment, but it's an endurance race. It might build to that, it might not. We're down to 10 laps now, depending. But anyway, what I was getting at was that when you guys, both you and Jamie, were coming up on lap cars, they were just moving over.
Yeah.
Though I didn't hear any announcements.
No, they were, but I didn't like that. I much prefer them being in the way, and you have to like get on the brakes, and get underneath them.
You don't know where they're going to go.
Exactly. Yeah. And some of my runs have been like that. Sometimes you get into it and get your shoulder, elbows out.
Yeah.
That's fun. When they just move out of the way, it's a little boring. To be honest.
Maybe you can give the race director okay, don't give me blue flag.
Yeah.
I don't want blue flag.
Exactly.
Give everyone else blue flags if they want. I don't want blue flags.
No, exactly.
That'd be a really interesting way to do it.
Yep. Everyone's going to listen now and take me out of the next round.
Yeah. Right. Do you want to stick around, or you want to pop in for just a few minutes, or?
Yeah, get him in on here. I'll do my next run and I'll come in again and say hi.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm out.
Yeah, we'd like to hear what your thoughts while you're doing your run. Think about your thoughts of your first run.
Yep.
And your most recent run.
Okay.
Yeah, the differences.
I'll collect my thoughts.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Lee. It's Lee Martin from the Nemo team, and we've got our next victim already. They're lining up for the executioner. Hello, sir. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm still awake. Had a very short night, or long night, short night. I didn't get much sleep, so my energy drink is wearing off, and but I'm still standing up, so I'm okay. So, how are you, and what team you with?
I'm Toby Nickel, and I'm here for Team Kyosho.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, we were following you guys earlier, and you guys have been doing okay. I think. You were up a bit, weren't you?
Yeah, sadly I've broken down, but I've got my spare car out now.
Ah, okay. All right, there we go. Yeah, so you've got Toby, Panos, David, Paul, Newman, not that one, and Simon Turner, who is bragging about his 22-year stint of driving Kyoshos. Yep. So how's the race been going for you guys?
Good. It's very difficult today, though. There's a hole coming after the double section. There's a hole coming on the inside. So if you break it at all,
okay. I haven't been out there to look. Okay. I think I see the cars as it's right there.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I got you. See if you can, Ash, if you can pan left, and so we can, if we can see that hole. Left more. He doesn't know. He's not listening. No, keep going, keep going. After this, left and down a little bit, and then zoom in there. You centered on it. Zoom in. After the double, now pan right and up. I feel like I'm in Blade Runner. There we go. Just before, it's the camera swapped over, but yeah, we saw that. We'll see it again. There we go.
Yeah. If you break a two after the section, you just roll straight over.
Okay.
But
so there was some question of how the track would hold up after 6 hours. I did a full track walk myself yesterday, just on my own, just very slowly, because I've never been here before. I was very curious what the track was like. I was amazed at how big it was. Obviously, it took a lot longer than 45 seconds to do it, but it's a big track, and there's a lot to it, many different surfaces. So I was curious myself how, like this, the black rubber blue groove section would be holding up, and there's lots of potholes that have been filled up. So where that number one car has just gone over, is that the biggest section of breakup, or is that the only one, or are there others that?
I think that's the only one today. There's a small hole coming after the double in the back right, the large double.
Okay,
but not really.
I'm not sure that we can see that from the angle that we've got on the camera tower, but
I know the wood strip was worse before, though. Luckily, it's filling up slowly with a bit of mud, so it's sort of smoothing itself out now.
Okay,
nicer. But
so obviously you've raced here before.
Yep.
Is this your home track, or is this?
Yeah, this is my local track. Yep.
Okay. And do you make yourself available to go to other tracks?
Yep. I go to Slough, and I used to go to Kent when Kent was open.
Right. Okay. So what? How would you put? I mean, you guys are running. I mean, we've kind of got a top three, a middle three, and a bottom three.
Yep.
Would you, before the race started, would you have put yourselves in the middle three, sort of?
Yes.
You think? After seeing the level, like Jamie obviously is quite fast, Lee's quite fast, Kev's not too shabby. J5 has a lot of good drivers in it. So I mean, you would have seen, you saw that and go, okay, well we're going to try and get into the top three, but top five would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. All right, very good. And so what sort of other background do these other guys have? I mean, Paul Newman, all I know about him is that he's not the famous Paul Newman. He doesn't make salad dressings.
No. I don't really know that much about everyone else. We sort of met up just to do this team.
Oh, okay.
Sort of,
well, you kind of did Jim just kind of throw you guys together? So, you guys, okay, there you go. We got 5 or 6 of you.
We've sort of become friends over today, which is pretty good.
Well, that's good. I mean, that's part of the whole point, isn't it? You're driving model cars around and make some friends. So everyone seems to be getting along okay. No shouting or anything. What's been the biggest challenge?
Trying to keep my car to stay together.
Is it your car in particular, or just all the cars?
No, my car, because me and Dave Rose are sharing the same car.
Ah, okay.
So sort of my car's doing double the amount of work, which sadly the centre diff hasn't quite liked it as much as I'd like it to, but spare car time, that's...
So is it a matter of you have just a spare center diff that you can just pop in?
No, I've just got another spare car.
Right. Okay.
My car, which my dad practices with, I've just nicked his car.
Well, that's handy, isn't it?
Yep. All we have to do is plug the transponder in, which I'll probably be out in the next 10-15 minutes, and then
Okay. All right, very good. And obviously you're going to try to catch up to the old boys team. They're about, 6-7 laps ahead of you guys. What would be the challenges in either catching up to them or holding off Team RCP? They're just 3 laps behind you.
The biggest challenge is probably trying to catch them. I reckon we'll probably just about be able to hold off the old boys.
And do you have who's your ringer on the team? Who's your fastest guy that you might go, all right, you just try to make up some, cut off half a second a lap or a second a lap, every time you go around, and we'll just try to catch up to the old boys.
It's sort of between two of us. It's sort of me and Simon Turner. But then Dave Rose is a very smooth driver, and he'll just keep trundling around the track all day. So it's sort of just got to try and But I think we've got me and Dave left to go out because I broke down, so I'm going to go out again to complete my 45 minutes. And then I think it's just whoever's left to do the last run.
Right.
Should probably be Simon Turner, but I'm not sure yet. Just go.
So he's kind of your anchor in the relay.
Yep. So I think we have a few minutes left at the end. So I know that I believe Panagiotis is going round now.
Where are you guys at the moment?
We are in the middle section. Jump land, round the chicane in the middle.
Yeah. Okay.
And then double section. Panagiotis, I believe, is out at the minute.
Okay.
And then, so then we've got, then I believe it's just me and Dave left to go. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, we're under an hour and a half now. So it's you might have some luck here, actually, because the Hertz RC Models team has not completed their laps. So they've maybe had some trouble, or they're doing a driver change, car change, driver change. So you might have some company.
Hopefully.
But we'll see what the rest of the race brings. It should be interesting.
Perfect.
All right, so I'll let you get ready for your next stint, and good luck.
Thanks for having me on
for you and the team.
Yep.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much, Toby. Toby Nickel from the Hertz Kyosho team popping in to see us. Everyone giving us a bit of time, so that's pretty nice. Okay, so let's see where we're at now. It looks like Hertz RC Models, they've come around to click in another lap, so it seems like it was a driver change or just a quick repair, whatever had happened there. Usually that white line when it comes up is kind of a, this car is taking a little while to come through, so keep an eye out. Maybe the transponder's come unplugged, or something's gone wrong, or they've broken. So that's kind of lets the race director know on the computer screen that there may be an issue with that car, but it lets us know also that there may be an issue. So obviously they've come through and ticked off another lap. So like we were saying now, Nemo Racing still 11 laps ahead. J5 just crossed the timing loop. J5 in second, and they are 14 laps still ahead of the Mugen Seiki team. So Mugen Seiki going to be hoping for some the same amount of bad luck that they have had. They're hoping for it to strike. Murphy's Law, Sod's Law, whatever you want to call it. They're hoping that the same might befall J5 or Nemo. Not in a nasty way, but it's endurance racing. It comes down to who is sometimes the most lucky, or who has just a little bit more luck than the teams ahead of them. Hertz RC Models on 295 laps at the moment, 5 laps ahead of the Hertz Old Boys. Hertz RC Models, that's the second time. We have a mechanic running past. I think that's the Hertz RC Models team. Running past and trying to get, there's no car numbers on that car whatsoever, so I can't be sure. No, that's the Old Boys, sorry. Hertz Old Boys, I think. Okay, so RC Models, while I've been watching that, yeah. That's the Old Boys team there getting refueled. Something is flamed out somewhere at the last section of track. And then Hertz Old Boys on 291, so still 5 laps behind, but they will have lost at least a lap or so to Hertz RC Models there. Hertz Kyosho team, many laps behind the Old Boys, but just 3 laps ahead of Team RCP, who probably, that's the team that probably came the furthest of all the teams that are here. I mean, obviously, as you can see, there's Hertz. So there's lots of local teams. Team RCP came down from Shropshire, So I don't know. You can Google it, but it's probably at least 2 or 3 hour drive. Insert team name here. Can't remember where they came from. I haven't talked to anyone from that team yet. Maybe we might get someone to come in from there. I have to ask who's actually sent. I think it's Jim who's sending people in to chat with us, which is great. And then, of course, we talked to the Misfits team who've in car 9, position 9. They've just gone white, so I think they're doing a car swap or something. There is a team out there putting a body shell on. Yeah, and the race director telling, I believe it's the old boys, telling them that you don't have a car number in your car. That is a naughty team. RCP is not counting, so they may have lost their transponder. Something similar happened to the South Coast RC Misfits team. Actually lost their transponder physically out of their car, and they had to literally go look for it on the straight. Jamie's back with us. You want? Huh? You've been sent up. Is Jim sending you guys up? Well, that's great. Well, I mean, we can hear from the horse's mouth about what how the team's been going. I was just updating everybody, the viewers, on what's happened. You guys have been consistently about 14 laps or so behind J5 the last hour or two, I think. So it's well, I mean, you got. I had a little bit of an update earlier, but maybe good to hear directly from you what happened.
Yeah, everyone's been doing really good. We just had a bit of unfortunate circumstances. The same thing happened again, which you try to avoid. So the guy that's had the same problems is on a different car now, and so far so good. He's been out
with the engine moving after a hit of some sort.
We're not sure whether it's a problem with the chassis or the engine mount. So because we've had it 2 times now, it's like right, we need to fix this before we lose another 3 or 4 laps. So yeah, now he's running the same car as the guy that ran before. So we literally just swapped the radio on the driver's stand. Didn't have to worry about changing a transponder or anything.
Yeah.
So you save maybe a lap there. So. Yeah, it's just a shame because it's not really showed how good the boys are doing, but, you know, the most important thing is them guys are having fun. It's just unfortunate that it's not really played out.
It's endurance racing, you know.
Oh,
it's,
for sure.
It's about having a little bit better luck than the team ahead of you, hopefully.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think all the guys have done everything they can.
Yeah.
It's just been a bit unfortunate. Like I said, it's just been one of them awkward crashes that just really hard on the engine and it's moved it over. So, well, that's as far as I know, that's the problem. So for it to be 2 times in a row, I think
it's kind of a wild way to happen because the engine is mounted so that it slides sideways in the chassis, doesn't it? So it's not a matter of he hit a barrier or one of these berms or whatever, and it slid forward. It somehow it landed sideways or. I've got one, thank you. And stay hydrated, folks. And so, yeah, it is just a weird hit. But if it happens twice, you don't want it to happen a 3rd time, like you say.
Well, that's what we've tried to avoid this time. Yeah. And so far, so good. 15 minutes is the longest he's done so far. So the first one was 5 minutes, and I think the second one was 4. So so far, so good now. So and he's driving good. It's a shame as well because obviously he wants to come and he wants to obviously drive like everybody else is doing. So and we've kind of worked out that everybody kind of got around 50 minutes of track time each. So far, I mean, he had about 10, so he's gone for like 40 minutes of track time now.
So where is this him out?
Yeah, that's car 1 going down the straight
going
now.
into turn 1 around the concrete berm.
Yeah.
And the next car to go over the AstroTurf. One car, there we go. Well, our camera view is like rotating between our various views. So yeah, our moving camera is on him. Ash, our cameraman for the day.
I mean, he used to be a really good driver as well, this guy. His name's Richard Cousins, who's driving now. He was a really good driver back in the day. I mean, even 5 years ago, he had a little bit of a break, but he's going good. I think it's always a bit daunting as well when you drive someone else's car with a different race.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
It doesn't help at all, but the most important thing is he's going out there enjoying it and getting some laps and getting his money's worth. So it's just crazy. It feels like we've been racing forever. It's crazy. I've never experienced anything like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's been fun talking to, I mean, I have my own thoughts on it. I used to organize the HPI, I don't know if I mentioned it last time we chatted.
Okay.
Used to organize the HPI Baja Challenge
races.
We started with 12 hours in Spain one year, Next year we decided, let's go for 24. Something went wrong. The track wasn't built great, so the timing loop came up. So there was a massive, we had to rebuild the track in the middle of what we're meant to be racing, so it was a big mess.
Yeah.
So we went back to 12 hours and 12 hours. But that was a one-make series, one car, one chassis, one engine, that sort of thing. And I was telling Lee earlier, just a few minutes ago, that's kind of the extreme. That's like if you watch Le Mans or any sports car races, that's like the purest sort of view, where it's one chassis for one race. Where this is kind of the clubman's sort of type. It's a bit more fun. It's a bit more loose. Yeah. It's a lot less wear on your car.
For sure, yeah.
And everybody kind of shares the cost of spreading. You know, you don't have to like, oh, okay, guys, I need £1,000 to buy
tires and all, yeah.
to buy all the stuff, and then what are we going to do with all the busted parts? At the end of the day, but whatever. This is the other extreme. So, what do you think? What would you prefer to see, and what do you think is more realistic for if someone wanted to bring this up to their local club and take the idea further to in the Midlands, the North, or Scotland, or whatever?
Yeah.
What would you like to see?
I mean, first of all, I think how everything's been done has been done really well. I think obviously this is kind of a bit of a taster because I mean, for how long I've been racing for, I don't think I've ever seen an endurance race that I've been able to go to an 8-scale rallycross in this country. Yeah. So for it to be a test, I think so far, I mean, there's definitely been no issues, I guess, with like the timing and everything. Everything's been pretty good. It's just teething issues. Like, it's quite a different experience for everybody. Like, trying to pace yourself and protect the equipment as well. That's a big thing. But yeah, I mean, what I would like to have seen, like, I think for me, a real endurance race is just using one car. That's for me, that's like a real endurance race. But at the same time, it's really difficult to do that if you haven't got funding from a specific team. Yeah. Because ideally, someone's going to have to use their car for the whole week, like the whole day, especially 6 hours on just one car, that car's going to be pretty dead after that. So, I mean, it's the right way to do it because it's kind of more at club level. This event is more, like you said, it's a lot more club drivers, which is awesome to see, It's cool for them guys to get that experience.
The South Coast Misfits guy, they were planning to race somewhere else, and they decided, I think yesterday or the day before, let's go do this endurance thing. And they just signed up last minute, basically.
Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, so that's cool. That's awesome.
And most of that team haven't even been racing for more than a year. Right. So this is a completely different type of thing. It's. I was chatting with I can't remember who it was now. I've chatted with so many of the teams now that a lot of racing, especially electric, but in some aspects I can see nitro maybe this working this way. You can be by yourself and not really talk to the people that you're racing with. Yeah. And I know there's lots of friends that go, we're all racing buggy or we're all racing touring car, and we go to the same place, we all pit together, and we all laugh and joke. But some people, if you're new or you're a bit shy or whatever, you can just kind of sit by yourself, race by yourself, and that's it. But this, totally different. Yeah. There's the level of communication and working together, especially, and stuff like that. I mean, can you maybe talk about that?
That is the biggest difference for me coming into this race. Well, coming into this race meeting, being here. The difference between a normal race meeting is that you have a lot of free. Well, I say you have a lot of free time. You usually have quite a good amount of free time to kind of relax and chill. For me, anyway, this I mean, for everybody, I can't just say for me, it's been non-stop. I mean, there's not really been much time for a break. So everybody's sharing pitting duties, marshalling duties, obviously driving. The next person's obviously in the pit lane to get ready to change the transponder. So it's definitely been a complete team effort, and I don't think anyone's done more work than anybody else. So which is awesome. Everyone's shared the stress of we need to make sure that everyone's on top of everything. So it's definitely been an endurance race when it comes to everybody pulling together, which has been awesome. So it really does show endurance teamwork,
not just on the car but on the people.
On the exactly. Yeah, even on the people, it's been a lot. So, but I wouldn't even say it's so much the driving that's the endurance part of it. It's everything else that comes together. Like I said, making sure that everything's accounted for. So marshalling spots, 2 people in the pit lane, one to change the transponder, one to have one fueling, so that we lose as much as little time as possible. So, and obviously you got the driver, then you got someone marshalling. So, definitely without a doubt, there's not any time to just relax, really. Yeah, so it's been a real true test. I think everybody's going to sleep really well tonight. That's for sure. But it's been awesome. I can't say that there's anything that I would have done differently. I mean, like for me, I think I'd love to have an endurance race where we do just use one car just to really see, okay, let's see what these brands, how good these cars are now. But I think the way that it's been done is for the kind of people that are in this race meeting, the way that they've done it is definitely the right way, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So I think everyone using their cars. I mean, some people are sharing cars.
Yeah, yeah.
But the majority are using their own cars. And
But yeah,
to
I
me,
mean,
that's-
I would guess that probably like 97% of the people here are non-sponsored.
Yeah.
You know, MasterCard. my wallet sponsors me,
PayPal.
sort of drivers. You know, and it's I think it's pretty ideal. I mean, everyone I've talked to has really enjoyed it.
Yeah, and I really have. I mean, it's not, you don't, I mean, obviously, kind of, when you're doing all these race meetings and stuff, you obviously naturally want to win, but it's nice to actually be able to do a race meeting where it's not all about you.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Yeah,
really
that's
really nice.
That's another fascinating aspect of it, and I think you're the first one to mention it. It is, you know, when they say it's a team race, it really is a team race. You know, you're doing your bit, but it also depends on the other 80% of the team.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it just I think the club, I can honestly definitely take my hat off for what they've done, and I hope that we do the same thing next year. I mean, they're also on about maybe making a series out of it, depending on obviously how this day goes. But I mean, I haven't seen any dramas or anything, any problems, you know, which is obviously great. I was expecting to see a few, you know, hiccups because it's so different to what people like the club is used to doing.
Yeah.
So yeah, hopefully we'll see this again. So
Yeah, I've been like really pushing the viewers to, you know, if they like what they see, take this idea, take this YouTube clip to your shop, share the Facebook link on a Facebook group or, you know, WhatsApp chat or whatever you've got that where you're talking to other RC racers. I mean, whether they're even racers or not, we've got, like I said, we've got people that have only been racing for 6 or 8 months. We have 12 and 13-year-old racers here. I mean, granted, one of them was on the podium for, I think, the junior at the Euro Bs or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, they're not shabby.
No.
But anyway, you know, we have all different levels of racer here.
Yeah.
And it's great.
Yeah, I think, like, especially like this race, it's definitely, like you said, I mean, I'd probably say, yeah, a good 95% of these guys are, you know, paying for all their stuff. So it's just nice to give these guys an opportunity to, like, you know, also like race around with the you know, the fast guys and stuff. Give them an opportunity to be able to kind of race against them guys. It doesn't happen all the time. So I've just for the first time in a long time, I can just say I've relaxed. Although it's, you know, it's been busy, I can just relax and enjoy driving cars.
Yeah.
Being with my friends and working with everybody. It's been a brilliant meeting. So, and just like I said, I hope that it's not been too stressful for the clubs, that they can put it on next year. So,
no, I don't think so. I mean, it's probably lasting about the same length of time as a normal club day.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
And yeah, you know, it's probably the same amount of work that'll need to be done to fix potholes on the track and whatever. So it's, you know.
Well, I'm guessing, to be honest, thinking about it, it probably is a little bit less work during the race meeting, because I guess you're not having to stop, you know, start a heat every single time. You know, they've just started the clock and ran it for 6 hours.
You don't have to chase marshals every 10 minutes or anything like that.
And I haven't heard one penalty yet. So from what I knew is that if you didn't go out to your marshal spot, it was 10 laps deducted.
Really?
Yeah, 10 laps deducted.
That's
So
good.
This morning when we had the managers meeting, well, team meeting, there was like, right, if we're going to be really strict on the marshals. If you're not out, it's going to be minus 10 laps. So I spoke to all the guys, like, whatever you do, make sure you go out. Don't leave your marshal spot until you get relieved. So, and I haven't heard one. So, just obviously shows that everyone's paying attention and having a good time.
Yeah,
so, yeah. I mean,
as long as, I mean, I don't know if anyone really enjoys marshalling, but, you know, you're doing what you have to do after you race, and that's fine.
I mean, some guys have had to marshal for like 1 hour straight. Some guys are doing it. Just all depends on. I mean, we've kind of given everybody an option of whether they want to do long runs, short runs, or so. Some have gone for the longer stint, some have gone for the shorter, but a few more. So unfortunately, the ones that are having to go before, the guys that are having to marshal the 60-minute guy, that sucks a little bit. But yeah, it's everyone seems happy. Like I said, no one's complaining. Everyone's just enjoying themselves. So it's always great to see. So
yeah,
but yeah. I'll leave you guys, but thank you very much for having me again.
Yeah, no worries. It's really good to get like sort of the update.
Yeah,
basically.
yeah, it's just thanks for obviously all the hard work. It's,
Yeah, no
looking
worries.
Good.
No, it's
I'm
good.
sure I'll rewatch it at some point. No, thank you guys.
All right, yeah, thank you. Jamie Clancy from Team Mugen Seiki. Thank you. Right, so we got 1 hour and 2 minutes remaining in this race. 5 hours gone. Let's see what happens in the final hour. We've got Nemo Racing, J5 Racing, Hertz Mugen Seiki. That was Jamie from the Mugen Seiki team that we were just speaking with. Hertz RC Models, Hertz Old Boys, Hertz Kyosho team, Team RCP from Shropshire, insert team name here, and South Coast RC Misfits. That is the running order. It hasn't changed, I don't think, in the last 2, maybe 3 hours. Nemo Racing is, well, they're 12 laps ahead. They've lost a lap, but maybe that's recent. I'm not sure. They've lost a lap to J5. Hertz Mugen Seiki. They've lost a couple more laps. They were, I think it was 14 laps. They're now, is that 17, I think. Hertz RC Models is 3 laps ahead of Old Boys. Kyosho team. Oh, okay. All right. Great. Thank you very much. All right. Excellent. Yeah, you can leave the door open. I was thinking of doing that anyway. Right. So Jim has just brought in our I think our final victim. So if you want to put these on, is it Keith? Is it?
It is.
Keith Harris, team leader for the Hertz Old Boys. So we actually have, there's another team here called RCP. You're probably not aware of this, but they describe themselves, this is self-described, a team of aged drivers loosely supported by radio control products or Bridgenors. All of us used to be good with many race wins, but that was a long time ago. But for the Old Boys, we just know that you're the Old Boys.
We are. I think that's almost the description of our team, to be honest. Apart from, I think we're actually older than them.
That's they. Well, I asked, and they said it was. I think it was Andrew Pierce, Andy. He said, yeah. I think we're a little bit younger, but yeah. So what would you say is the average age? Do you think?
Well, I'm 60, and one of the other guys is 62, I think. And we've got a mixture, to be fair. I think we've got a couple of younger guys in there, but even they're sort of like near 50. So, yeah, we've been racing for quite a long time. I've certainly been racing for like 22, 25 years. We all tend to race here, pit together, be racing together for a long time. Supported by Hertz RC Models as well. And we don't do any of the national stuff, but we do a little bit of the we do a lot of local stuff. Go to a few other tracks around the country, and thoroughly enjoy ourselves.
Yeah, well, that's the point, isn't it? You wouldn't be doing it if it was a big task. But no, that's great. So you do a lot of regional racing. Do you ever go up into the Midlands or North, or is that just kind of like too far nowadays?
We hadn't been for a while, I think, because of the general situation.
Yeah.
But we used to go up to Coventry quite a lot when they were around. But they're sort of moving about up to Birmingham. We do go down south occasionally, so we do try and spread ourselves around, especially with the regional. When they run the regionals, we'll do the regionals.
Right.
We just don't do the nationals because basically we're not good enough.
So when you guys are usually doing a normal club race, is it? Do you guys all pit for each other and share parts and
Absolutely,
and that
we
whole
do.
thing?
We all pit together. We all sort of same pitting area. We don't all run the same car. It's predominantly hot bodies. Mugen in there and Kyosho. But yeah, so from the hot bodies point of view, we've got plenty of parts and stuff that we can share.
Yeah.
But yeah, we just basically help each other out.
Yeah, yeah.
Do whatever.
Yeah, well, it was. I asked that only because talking with some of the other guys from the other teams, we've kind of come to the revelation of this particular meeting is that it's the team aspect of it has really changed I should say it's a lot different than normal go to your club meeting kind of. I mean, you have the ability to sit by yourself and not really bother anyone next to you.
Yeah.
Where here, it's all about communication and working together and who's up next, who's out on track, and who's all the stuff that you have to do as a team.
Exactly. We tried to pre-plan it, how we would do it, how we would work it, who in an order, who's pitting for who, and all that sort of thing. And it's kind of worked.
Yeah, I was going to say one quote that I've been itching to use all day. Sort of is the battle plan never survives first contact with the enemy.
Exactly that.
So, was there much of a plan, and how has it survived?
There was quite a decent plan how we were going to do it, and it's probably 75% worked.
Right. Well, that's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. I mean, I've been harping on about if you watch races like Le Mans or any of the endurance races, usually, I mean, there's a lot of, obviously there's prep, there's skill, there's quality of car and whatever that goes into it, but luck is a massive amount of it. You never know what's going to happen out on the track.
No,
and
absolutely.
It's especially so, 5 or 10 times more so, when it's an endurance race.
Absolutely that. That was one of our sort of discussions beforehand, it's not necessarily flat out everywhere. You just got to keep on going.
Yeah.
So you can back off a little bit, just keep the thing on its wheels, don't break your car. And so far, so good.
Very good. So no one on your team has actually broken?
No.
That's excellent.
We've just carried on going.
Yeah. And how many drivers? You got 6.
6.
So you're basically doing an hour each.
Yeah.
So is that about the length? That's, we discussed that I've discussed that with some of the other drivers. That's roughly about how long you would get of track time on a normal club day. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, I suppose
is
we're
it
qualified
like
in finals,
right.
about that. But obviously split up because we've kind of broke ourselves up into 20-minute runs.
Okay.
It's probably not the best option, but when you get to a certain age, trying to keep going, we'd probably start drifting off.
Yeah, you don't want to be standing in one. I've been standing basically all day, but I need to see out the windows. But I haven't been concentrating on, what's this car doing, coming up behind me? Who is that? Or I need to avoid this thing coming at me. Sort of. I've been mentally concentrating necessarily.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's standing and concentrating and driving for 20 minutes is a lot different than doing it for 45 minutes or an hour or whatever.
Absolutely. So we thought we opted for the 20-minute turnaround sort of thing because it keeps you sort of fairly fresh.
Yeah.
Hopefully it won't. Yeah, and it sort of worked. It just obviously means more changeovers, so you get a bit of time there, but at least you keep going and you keep the fatigue away.
Yeah.
Basically.
And so did you, we kind of have, at this point with less than an hour to go, we've got a clear top 3. You guys are firmly in the, literally in the middle, the middle 3.
Exactly that.
and then the bottom 3. So is the middle group, is that where you guys expected to be? Top 4, top 5?
Yeah, I think so. We aim to, if we can be in the middle, we've done okay.
Quite happy with that.
We're trying to hunt down Hearts RC at the moment, and I think we were catching them.
You're only 3 laps behind.
Yeah, anything can happen.
One bit of bad luck. And the Mugen Seiki team, they had 2 bits of bad luck with one of their cars. Engine shifted. And they've lost, they're down 20 laps now. They were down 14 laps 20 minutes ago. And so something else has happened to them. So they've had 3 bits of quite bad luck, really.
Exactly.
When, that's endurance racing, though.
It is.
So, you know, it's now Hertz RC is behind 10 laps behind Mugen Seiki, and you're 3 laps behind the model shop team.
We can still catch them.
How much banter do you think is going to be going back and forth after this race between you and the Hertz
Loads.
guys?
Absolutely loads.
That's what it's about, isn't it? Bragging rights.
Exactly that. Exactly that.
Now, so just one more question. I'm just curious because I haven't thought to ask this to anyone else. On a normal, on the maintenance or rebuilding of your cars, did anyone like do a fresh rebuild of the car, like new bearings and new engine or anything like that beforehand, or is it basically as you come every week?
Just as we come, really. We would have freshened up all the diff oils and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And check the bearings and whatnot. Replace anything that you need to replace. I certainly didn't do a full rebuild on my car, and I know the rest of our team probably didn't. But it would have been fresh oils in the shocks and the diffs, and engine. I'm using an engine that I use for club racing.
Yeah.
Fairly new engine anyway, so it's got plenty of life in it.
Yeah, that's great. So we had the RCP and South Coast have been battling to see who stays off the track the most sometimes. But no, that's excellent. So now it was 2 laps. Now it's gone back to 3. So they just crossed over again. But well, good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much. Nice to speak to you.
Yeah, it's great speaking with you as well. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Cheers, fella.
Thank you. Hiya. Are you my next victim? Very good. All right, if you don't mind putting this on. So that was Keith from the Hertz Old Boys, and who am I speaking with now?
My name's Alan Dell.
Oh, okay. And which team are you on? Not the Old Boys, but
no, I'm with the Mugen team
okay.
today. And yes, we've had 3 problems all with the same car.
Yes. Oh, was it? Yes. I know the engine shifted twice.
The engine shifted the first time.
Right.
The second time, there was a strange occurrence with the fuel feed, which I think ended up with there was some dirt in the high-speed needle of the engine.
Okay.
And then having fixed that, the same car then had a clutch problem. Now, that was one guy's car, and he admitted to me he didn't do much in the way of preparation. So that lost a few laps.
Yeah, yeah.
But since then, everybody's been going pretty well, really.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, Jamie being I mean, we can safely call him the star driver of the team.
Yes, he is.
But then, there's Nemo has Lee as well, so, he's not too shabby himself. So, obviously, you're still in the top 3, the top third.
Yeah, that's about where we're going to be, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Still an hour to go, or there about 3/4 of an hour.
Yeah.
Anything can happen.
I was just telling Jamie, it's, it does come down to luck. I mean, the endurance racing aspect of it. And sometimes it's just about hoping that you have better luck than the guys ahead of you.
Well, that's right. Well, a lot of racing's like that anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, this year I've started to be the pit mechanic with my son for Jamie. So we've managed to win 1 national and 1 the Hearts GP here. So.
Oh, very good. Very good. Well, I understand Jamie's won the GP quite a few times.
Yes, he's a specialist here, obviously. In the sense, he does a lot of racing here over the years since I've known him. And when we did the Nemo 5th round of the British Championship, he was 3rd, which is still very good.
Yeah.
But he has a lot of skill around here.
Was that the new Nemo or the old Nemo?
The new one.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, the strange plastic carpet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did ask John Hazelwood where he bought it and how much it cost. He did tell me, and it worked very well. I was surprised. I didn't think it would. When I first went there and felt it, it felt like plastic. And it is really, but it's pretty good.
Just grabbing a water. There you go.
So it was good to team up with Jamie, and he's asked my son and myself, to do it again for him next year. So
very good.
That'll be good.
Yeah.
anybody who knows me knows I've been doing this forever. I have some practice.
Yeah, well, I mean, we were just talking with the old boys, and we were talking with a team, which was at RCP. They call themselves a team of aged drivers.
Well, they're all young compared to me.
Yeah.
Because I'm 80 years old. And I had my first model engine Christmas 1955. So
wow.
Before radio control cars were invented.
Yeah, was that on
control line model aeroplane?
I was going to say, yeah, control line, either the circle
around the pole, tethered.
Yeah, the tether cars or
now this was control line aeroplane.
Right, okay.
Which I became quite successful at. And over the years, I did many other things. I've driven 24-hour real car races in France. I've been involved in motorcycle racing and won lots of things.
Yeah.
And I've been involved with this with my sons for 25 years.
Yeah.
And I was the British team manager for this class for 20 years. I retired this year because travelling has got too difficult for my old legs. So I stand in the pit lane, waving a stopwatch and put the fuel in the tank.
Yeah.
That's my contribution. I'm a refueler.
So how long you been into the model car racing side of things?
My youngest son, John, started in 1985 with a small two-wheel drive electric, like most people do.
Yeah.
And I used to take him to the race meetings because he couldn't drive. I wasn't that interested because it didn't have an engine.
Yeah.
He became quite good. Then my older son started doing it with him. Then one day they came home clutching a 1/8. They'd bought second hand, and I went, "Oh, an engine."
Yeah, yeah.
And that's what I've been doing ever since. They pressed me to learn to drive. I can drive slowly. I did do 3 of the over 40s European Championships, and I wasn't last in any of them. So
that's always
my claim to fame.
That's the first goal. The second goal is to finish better than you qualified.
Right. I once won the bottom final here at a club meeting.
Right. Okay.
And everybody cheered, which is very good for me. But it's not for me really. I'm good with the engines, not so good. So today, we've had those problems. Jamie's gone very well. The team has a varied experience, so one superstar and a range of others, which is good. Everybody's enjoying it.
Yeah.
That's the plan.
Yeah.
Jamie keeps saying, enjoy it.
Yeah.
And we are.
And even though there's one driver may be superstar, as you say, or ringer, some might say. Everyone has to drive a minimum amount.
45 minutes.
Yeah, you
absolutely.
can't have your star driver driving for 5 hours and everyone else splits it up.
No, the rules are a minimum of 45 minutes, I understand. There's a penalty of 10 laps if you don't do that. And the teams are marshalling themselves, and it's worked okay. I mean, I haven't heard any arguments today.
Yeah,
there's no one shouted at anybody.
I was commenting earlier to Lee that there have been any what I call verbal blue flags. There's been no shouting in the pits.
No, nothing big.
It's
been everybody's been concentrating on what they're doing.
Yeah,
I know Lee. I used to pit for him with John. We won a British Championship and made A finals in the Euros. And also for John Hazelwood. So I know everybody, and we all get on. And I think today shows that. It's a good event.
Yeah, well, that's great. Yeah, I mean, I go back to the same topic that I discussed with a bunch of the other guests that we've been talking with during the day. Whereas, you mentioned you've raced, full-size 24-hour races. Obviously, those are one car, one chassis.
Yes.
Where, and Jamie said that he would love to do this as an RC event, doing one chassis as the purest level, and whereas this is kind of the clubman level, where it's a bit more realistic for the average racer.
I think you're right. Yes.
And so, what would you like to see? Because I'm sort of taking just kind of a verbal vote from the guests that are coming in now. And just, from one side to the other, or a mix.
The longest races we normally do are 1 hour at the Worlds.
Yeah.
I've pitted for 2 different people in 2 Worlds finals, and we had problems with both cars on each occasion, which is a nuisance. But I don't think one car can be expected to do 6 hours.
No,
I don't think so. They're getting better. When we first started, every race, every qualifying run, there's at least one car with the diffs going wrong, if not more. Things have got a lot better, but can they run 6 hours? Possibly if we tried to do longer races with one car, they would get better because they would have to. Maybe 2 cars would be better, so that there would be a spare. So
yeah.
Yeah, I think 6 hours might be a bit long. We did do some 4-hour endurance races in the past with 4 cars.
Right.
Maybe one of these cars could be expected to run 4 hours with the right preparation. We'd have to find it out.
Yeah.
You know.
No, I'm just
we'd
curious.
have to test it.
I'm just curious myself.
Yeah.
I mean, I've mentioned this a bunch of times to the viewers might get bored of it, but I used to manage organize the HPI Baja Challenge.
Yes.
So that was obviously a one make. It was a promotional thing, a marketing tool, but one chassis for 12 hours. And it worked. Sometimes we only had a couple of cars racing.
Well, that's true, of course. Yeah.
But generally, about 2/3 of the cars would properly
Is
finish.
that so? I didn't know we tried to do longer than that.
Yeah. We tried to do 24 hours, but that was on a custom-built track at a mining quarry, and something went wrong with the timing loop, and we had to we lost about 5 hours of racing.
Yeah.
So we went back to 12 hours and 12 hours for the following races, but it worked, and the drivers had it was country. So it would be literally Denmark versus Sweden versus Germany versus UK,
which I like.
It was quite good racing, to be honest. But that I don't know if there's any difference. I don't know if there's much difference between large scale because there's still bearings and things, metal wearing on metal, and engines and things wearing out. Drivers to different skill levels and stuff like that. So, and Jamie was saying he'd like to see a single chassis sort of thing. But I'm kind of taking a vote, like I said, from the guests that are coming through. I'm suggesting it to the listeners to go to their local tracks or their clubs or whatever, their Facebook groups, and say, hey, here's this YouTube link of this 6-hour race down at Hertz. What do you guys think about that? What do you think of this? Or, we have lots of racers watching from Australia, Brazil, the US, Canada, of course across the UK as well. So I know Jim is hoping that this kind of kickstarts a series, which I think it will.
Well, this 6 hours with 6 drivers is working fine.
Yeah.
Previously, we did 4 hours with 4 drivers. A club could run 2-hour race with 3 drivers, anything.
Yeah.
It's certainly a lot to be said for endurance races. I've done different aspects. I've done 500-mile Thruxton and Brands Hatch motorcycle races in the past, not without problem.
yeah. But that's
all sorts.
That's part of it.
They add a different flavour to the racing.
Yeah.
It's not just a man going flat out beating everybody else.
Yeah.
Somehow you've got to work as a team.
Yeah.
And you've got to.
And it's also a bit like I don't know if there's a direct comparison really. I just popped in my mind, but like rally racing versus like touring car racing or something like that. They're both kind of sprint racing, but they're just different kinds. There's different specialties. There's different things that you have to think about. And in this case, obviously with RC, you're not just going to the track with 1 or 2 mates. You're going to the track with 5 or 6 people, and you're all working together.
That's right. And when I was the team manager for this class abroad, it was the only time we worked as a team. And most people had more fun because of it. Not everybody. Some people are loners or whatever.
Yeah.
But, and of course, in this class, and only this class, at the Euros, we have a team event. So that there's a bit more. You can be European champion as the 4th man in a team. And lots of people have, and it adds a lot to it. The thing I spotted, because I actually started watching this at home this morning, because where I lived isn't far away, but it was tipping with rain, and I was in 2 minds as to whether to come. I think the yellow numbers with the black numerals on it would have been a lot more helpful. Because they're much easier to see, not only for ourselves here, when trying to decide which car you're going to do a pit stop, but for yourselves. These white numbers, although we've been using them 40 years, are not the easiest thing to see.
Yeah, and some cars are only using 1 number.
Yeah, I think by rule we should use a yellow background, black numbers, which are bigger. We should maybe, for the top event of the year, if that's this one, persuade the teams to use the same color body show?
I would like to see that because the only problem with that, I was a bit wary of having. It was nice to have this sort of information.
Yes.
So I know who's actually driving.
And you didn't have that during the time qualifying.
Yeah.
Because I was listening to you.
Yeah, yeah.
And I thought, well, I know who they are, but you don't.
I can only give you the timings.
That's right.
But yeah, and I commented a bit about the all gray cars because there's I think it's the J5.
Team 3, yeah.
Yeah, they have 3 gray cars with black wings.
They do.
Which I'm not a fan of the gray cars, but if they have gray cars and maybe the bottom of the trim or the wheels are their own individual color,
yes.
or so so each driver, everyone's running a gray car, but the bottom half inch of the car is blue, yellow, white. So we know that is that team, but this driver.
And we've been talking in the pits today about these things.
Yeah.
If this is going to continue, and we hope it does, certainly the people here are enjoying it. Those are the things that could improve it.
Yeah, yeah.
Because there is no doubt with endurance races, the people involved in the pits and driving are into it.
Yeah.
But let's face it, they tend to be a bit more boring for spectators than for television.
Yeah. And,
so you need something to make it easier.
Yeah, when you have a 6-lap difference between cars and over
not unusual. There's 400 odd laps in there.
Yeah, but it's in a 20-lap race, it might be 10 seconds.
Yes. Yeah, Jamie won the GP here by 16 seconds, and that's after 45 minutes.
Yeah, and that's pretty tight.
Yeah,
that's pretty tight. But it's. I mean, obviously, we're hoping that it's an exciting end. But if this is how it finishes, that's endurance.
It's exciting.
That's the nature of the racing.
That's right. And the more people who do it, the more they'll prepare their cars.
Yes.
And just think about certain aspects.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've been told who that was on the team. I don't want to.
No, I know who it is. I'm not.
Yeah, I know you know.
But I mean, these are the things that happen. We try to encourage everybody who wanted to drive to fit into one of the teams or some, and that's what's happened. So everybody here wanted to drive one way or the other.
Yeah, and we had some. We even have an e-buggy racer.
There is indeed
the Hertz RC.
I didn't notice it until it went past me out the pit lane, and I thought, oh, e-buggy. I followed it round over the jumps. He crashed on the Hearts corner at Marshall Point 3, upside down. The marshal ran out and got it, and he didn't know it was an electric car and thought it had cut. And I thought, that's unusual. After 2 or 3 seconds, he put it back down.
Yeah.
I think I saw that, and I was very. Yeah. I thought, well, there you go. But there's nothing wrong with having electric cars in this sort of race. They have no disadvantage or advantage.
It's an inclusive sort of event.
Yeah.
It's not meant to be we're only running this certain people or certain cars.
Yeah, because I'm sure a team of 6 really good drivers could have come, but at the moment they're relatively equal.
Yeah.
Which is good. I think so.
Yeah.
I enjoy it.
Well, that's good. I hope everybody else out there is, whether you're watching it live or watching it during the week. That's really good. So we're down to almost half an hour now.
Yeah, 33
left.
34 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go back and see if we've broken anything else.
Hopefully not. All right. Thank you very much. Excellent. Some additional insight into the mind of an endurance racer and someone who's raced full-size endurance, which is great. So, half an hour left, just about 33 minutes. Nemo Racing on 390 laps. J5 Racing on 376. Hertz Mugen RC on 352 laps, 12 laps ahead of the Hertz Old Boys with 340. Hertz RC Models has dropped down a position. Some sort of issue with their car. We don't know too much about what's actually happened in the pits until we get insight from people like Jamie or Lee. Hertz RC Models on 331. Hertz Kyosho team on 325, so just 6 laps behind the Hertz RC Models team. Insert team name here on 299. looking to make their 300th lap. I believe they're currently on that. Team RC Products from Shropshire on 275, and South Coast RC Misfits on 249. So on the theme of today being, let's take this idea to our local tracks. Let us know in the chat if this is something that you're going to be taking to your local club. Obviously, if you're watching, you're a fan of this sort of thing, or you're just a fan of Nitro in general. And if any of our Australian or U.S. racers are still watching, let us know. Well, basically, if you're out there, still let us know where you're watching from. Just under 32 minutes left. See what car we are following at the moment. Oop. This is car number 9 of the South Coast RC Misfits. Coming across to mark off their 251st lap. As we said, Jim Thompson, the race director, hoping that this track or this event and all the good word that'll be going out around it will kick off some renewed interest in endurance racing in the south of England. I'm sure there's tracks and clubs that would be interested in taking up the charge. So I think this is that was still the South Coast RC Misfits, I think. Just going through their pits. It was, yeah. That was the chap we spoke with. Hiya, Jim. Ah, okay. So they haven't been showing for a while. Okay. Okay. Right. So in case you didn't hear that, the Hearts RC Models team and Team RCP have had transponder issues, which is not entirely unexpected. They've been running for 5.5 hours now, or longer actually. Ran for an hour before during the qualifying. So they've been running for a while and have had to replace the transponder completely. So it happens. But unfortunately, it means that we don't have the live timing for those two particular teams. So we're going to see by the end of this, we've got 45-second laps. So I'm going to see another 40 laps or so, roughly, for each of these teams, all of the teams. So they're going to get caught, basically. Hertz RC and Team RCP are going to drop down the order, but they're going to be counted on their new transponder, which we basically don't have that information on the live timing. It's just not able to account for that. So we won't be able to really keep up with the battle for 4th or for 8th. But I think, I mean, it is the battle for 4th. It's not really the battle for the lead. I'm not quite sure. I mean, you know, as far as our sort of on-track excitement goes, we should be all right. We'll be fine. But we will try to keep that up. Keep our viewers informed of what is happening. Basically, J5 has just gone missing. So not sure what's going on there. Nope, there we go. He's reappeared, basically. Still 16 or so laps behind. So we're still hoping to get Lee Martin back in here. He might be running a final stint. It's been really interesting to get the perspective of the different racers, whether they're pro RC guys or sponsored by My Wallet type racers, which, you know, to be fair, most racers are. So going to have different views on how everything is run, but everybody is certainly having a good time. Following the car 7, this is Hart's Old Boys. We were talking with, who was it? Was it Tony, I think? The Old Boys team. No, Keith, sorry. Tony was So yeah, as you can see on the timing, we've lost Hart's RC Models. They've dropped down a position, but they are still running. We just we just don't have, because their transponder information has been updated in the, or it's being counted separately as I don't know how exactly, but it's being counted separately, and it's just not showing on the timing screen that we've got. And the same information, same goes for Team RCP. So 24.25 minutes left now. You can see that time is counting down. Time and Tide, Wait for No Man, or Racer. Running order still, Nemo Racing, J5, and Hart's Mugen RC. That's your top three. The battle for the lead is certainly starting to firmly fall with Nemo Racing. I don't think they necessarily count themselves as definite winners yet. There's anything at all can happen in the final 20 minutes. I think Hart's Mugen RC definitely one driver definitely kicking himself, I'm sure, not checking over his car, if indeed that is what happened. J5 Racing just hoping to stay the course and take advantage of any misfortune that might happen to Nemo. Of course, the Mugen Seiki team hoping on the same course of action, I'm sure. Hearts Old Boys only 10 laps from getting into the top 3 position, which I'm sure they would be ecstatic about. Hearts RC Models, I believe, still running in the 5th position. When the last I checked, was just 3 laps behind the Old Boys team. I'm sure they're going to want to reclaim the 4th position. Of course, it all depends on how quickly the swap to a new transponder was made and how many laps the team is recovering in this final half an hour or so. Insert team name here. We haven't been able to chat with any of them. It's Adam Hall, Max, Adam R, Steve, and Luciano. But I think they're actually, I think, running 8th because of the same issue that Hearts RC Models had. So Team RCT, I believe, is running 7th. I can't quite recall how many laps ahead they were. South Coast RC Misfits popping up to the Hearts RC Nitro Model Club. Just basically on a whim, really, because they decided not to go where they were planning to go today to do racing. They all decided as a group to come up. I'm curious where they race. I'm not really aware of the exact clubs and tracks on the South Coast, but they've probably been to a good number of them between them. Most of that team being fairly new racers, really. But as we've touched on with many of our guests, it's just a whole new experience, basically, for them to do. It's quite a different thing to come to an event and race in concert with a good-sized team of people. It's one thing to have a pit buddy that you each pit for each other and all that, but to come to a team race event and race for 6 hours, everyone running their own car, it's a whole new thing, quite different. The Kyosho team they've dropped off the timing. So they might be doing a driver change for the last 18 minutes. Don't see anybody in the pits. Oh yeah, they've just crossed the line, so they're okay. Probably a driver change. I'm going to guess a driver change. Oop, got a car stuck in the middle. It's not a great place to crash. I think the only reason why that spot is empty is because we don't have 10 teams running. So I see a couple of cars getting either prepped to run. I don't see any swaps happening in the pits. See what is happening, if anything, in the pits. There seems to be a car getting. Oh no, it was a swap. I missed what team it is for. I think it's car 9. So that was a South Coast RC Misfits, I think. J5 has got a car ready for the final stint. Car number 3 is warming up. So Nemo Racing on 4:11. J5 is still 14 laps behind. Oh, what's going on here? This is a bit of a kerfuffle. Disagreement of who can occupy which section of a 3D space and time. So in third, Hertz Mugen RC. Hertz Old Boys 11 laps behind. It's starting to get difficult to it's a nice little exchange here. It's not a battle for position on track, because even if this was first and second together, they're many laps apart. But good to see. Ooh, big pack. Oh, and another disagreement of who can occupy which area of space on the track. So as the track announcer is saying, there's 15 minutes remaining. So we're getting to the point where it's going to become impossible for some of the teams to overtake other teams ahead of them, even if the team ahead completely breaks down. I believe Nemo Racing, they're going to be on pace to get probably over 430 laps at this rate. If everything stays as it is for J5 and Hertz Mugen RC, probably Mugen Seiki, I mean, it's probably going to be looking at 410 for J5 and about what, maybe 395 or so for Hertz Mugen RC. Hertz Old Boys, believe they're still battling with the Hertz RC Models team. Transponder issues for Hertz RC Models and Team RCP, forcing them to swap to different transponder. So unfortunately, they're not counting on the timing information that we have, but they are counting. Nice little battle between cars 4 and 5 going up the main straight. That's insert team name here and the Hertz Kyosho team. They're a few positions apart, but having a little fun racing together on track. So how about this? Let's follow the top 3 in reverse order. So let's see if we can find the Hertz Mugen Seiki team. Car number 1. I'm sure they're out there somewhere on track. Car 4 going up the straight. 5 and 7 and 8. And I think we found the one. It's car 1 there. I don't know who is driving it. Someone is. So we'll follow Team Hertz Mugen Seiki for a few minutes, and then we'll find the second place car of car number 3 for J5 Racing, and then we'll finish this one following car 2 of Nemo Racing. So Team Mugen Seiki, headed by Jamie Clancy, who, as we all know, is our star driver or superstar driver, depending who you ask, of the team, running the white and blue. We've spoken with him 2 or 3 times now, got some great information, and you know, it seems he agrees with my my definition of this being sort of like the club level RC event, endurance RC event. You know, it's a lot easier for the general racer to take part with, but a single chassis event would be more in line for the purists, but I think also a true test. Charlie Tomlinson, another of the team that we spoke with. So he's doing fairly well himself and having a good time. Chris Grimes, Wayne Buckhorn, Craig Homer, Vidas, and Richard Cousins, also all taking part with the team. I'm not sure who is driving at the moment. We don't have the car number or the car body color information for the racers on this team. But this is one of the many cars of the, I think, 7 team members on this one. Going through the coat hanger section, just after the logs, the log bumps. Coming over the double-double, that's where the track is only just starting to break up there. It's not too bad, really. Do start to in the really rough areas that catch out a lot of drivers. You see the track break up when the cars flip over from onto do it like a sort of a front flip and scrape along on the roof, and the top of the front shock tower or the wings kind of bite into the dirt and break it up and start making like little holes, and then the tires start wearing away, and then it keeps happening over and over, and you start getting bigger and bigger holes, and that's probably what's been happening at that double-double in the last section. So this here is the coat hanger section. as Jim calls it. 8 minutes left in this one. So let's see if we can find the car 3 of J5 Racing. Not sure what which driver's running it at the moment. Car 1 is coming in. Oh, I see why it's silver. It's the Mercedes AMG F1 team tribute livery. Teal lines on it. Okay, so car 3 of J5 is the second car about to go into the AstroTurf. It's the first of the 3 cars. It's just flipped over. So it's that car that I think it's Lee is marshalling. Coming down the, there we go, on over the brick. Over this double single. This is J5. He's working on the 404th lap with 403 completed. One of the many gray and black, gray bodies with black wing. If it's got the yellow wheels, it's Stuart Wilcox. If the white wheels, oh no, sorry, it's not one of the gray bodies. It's the, I think this is the pink yellow with, yeah, this is Ricky Cooper running, apparently doing the last stint for J5. J5 Racing consisting of Carl Jackson, Josh Adams, Lewis Jones, Stuart Wilcox, Tom Sagers, Ricky Cooper, and Stuart Smith. And I think they're going to be due to complete to 412 or so laps total, which puts Nemo Racing completely out of reach, I believe. I'm not sure what the rule is on whether the cars have to be running at the end of the race. There we go. They're going into pits, probably for the final fuel stop. 5.5 minutes left. Yep, there we go. In and out. 5.5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5.25-ish. J5 consisting of ex-team drivers and young new drivers. Their own description. Not a whole lot more information on the drivers. So we'll follow them around for another minute or so. So give them another lap. Let's see. So Nemo Racing in the car 2. I know it's not Lee Racing because he was just replaced as turn marshal. One of the young drivers, it's either Eric or Holger, is out there marshaling in his place now. Car 2. Let's see where, if we can find it. Just going up the straight in the white, red, and black, I believe. That is Holger. Holger Leike. We spoke with his mother first, and then we spoke with, we didn't get to talk to Kev. We could say hi to him, but we didn't talk to him on air. We talked to Lee a couple times. Lee knows the situation. We always want to talk to Lee. Nemo Racing not running the new N1 chassis. This is running the older chassis. Well, technically still the current chassis, I should say. So see Lee is the star driver for Nemo. Holger and Eric, both born in Denmark. One is 12 and the other is 13, respectively. Both started racing at 7. Holger is also into turtles, as well as RC, and Eric is into sim racing, which, you know, hey, I'm right there with you. Love it. Also in this team is Kev Brunsden, who's big into his mountain biking. He's been racing RC cars for 40 years. It's a good long run. He used to run touring cars, but he's into his off-road stuff nowadays, and has been for quite a while. As Holger gets going into the first turn again, around that concrete berm. Coming over the AstroTurf jumps towards us. Don't really get a sense of how far they're jumping, but it is quite a distance. The final driver on the Nemo Racing team is 24-year-old Mike Daniel, who's a multiple National A finalist, so he's no slouch himself. Some good drivers on this team, but all of them running, I believe it is, there's 1, 2, between the 5 of them, there's only 4 cars, maybe 3, I can't quite remember. Mike is a 5-year junior Southern Rallycross Series champion, and he himself has been racing since he was 10 years old. So only 26 years shorter time than Kev Brunsden has been racing RC in his entirety. So there's 1 minute left. Got Nemo Racing working on their 430th lap, and I believe they're going to end with 431. J5 on 410. Hertz, Mugen, Seiki, 383. Hertz Old Boys, Hertz Kyosho team, I think they're going to still be behind Hertz RC Models unless something has happened to Hertz RC Models. We don't know because they're not actually counting. They're on a different transporter now. Insert team name here, I believe, is going to be behind Team RCP. 25 seconds left in this 6-hour race. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage. And remember, share this link with your club mates and your racing friends and in your WhatsApp groups and text groups and all that. We want to see more endurance racing of this kind. So where's that? He's just coming around. Holger doing the honors. Time is expired. He's on his last section of the track now. Hertz Mugen Seiki finishes third. And there we go. Here's our team celebration. 431 laps. J5 Racing is going to come across to finish with 412. I think he's already come off. Ash, he's just backed away from the. They were at the far left of the rostrum. But good stuff. Excellent racing from everybody. Everybody's had fun here, and we hope you've enjoyed the racing and hearing from all racers up and down, left and right, east and west from across the UK. And we're just waiting, I think, for South Coast RC Misfits. I think they're the very last card to come across now. And they have, I think they've just completed, or is there one more car? No, I think, well, no more cars are running. There's a car being carried back. But we will wait to see. I'm not sure, actually, if we're going to wait to see if how Hertz RC Models did and Team RCP, because, again, like we said, they're not counting on the timing screen that you can see on screen, but neither of them were challenging for the top 3, so massive congratulations to Nemo Racing for conquering the 6-hour endurance race here at Hertz Nitro Model Club. So massive thanks to Jim Thompson for inviting us down to broadcast this around the world, and of course all the staff of Hertz RC Models. My name is Frank McKinney. We've had Ash on camera for nearly the entire time. James has been in the van for all the time as well. So we've been RC Racing TV, bringing you the Hertz RC Models 6-hour endurance race. And I believe we're going to sign off now. Okay. All right. So thank you very much for watching. And again, please share this link with your club. And we'll catch you actually in just a little over a week for RCGP. And that's it from us. Thanks again.